Off the ramp, anybody? Yes, please. Oh yeah, I've seen it. Vivi, get him down, please. Take him down.
A very good morning. Welcome to Edgbaston, which has a slight damp feel to it, but as you can probably hear from the various noises around the ground, you can probably gather we are starting on time here for this county championship match between Warwickshire and Lancashire. Umpires are walking out to the middle now, and so are the Warwickshire fielders. Because Warwickshire, having won the toss, have chosen to field. It is a grey, overcast morning, quite dark clouds, bit of dampness around. We're using a very central pitch. The pitch they used for the T20, which I understand from my colleague Phil, you hear from later, wasn't the original plan, but because of the pitch they were going to use got very wet in the heavy rain, they are using this one The Warwickshire team: Rob Yates, Alex Davis, Will Rosa captain, Sam Hain, Dan Mosley, Ed Barnard, Michael Burgess wicketkeeper, Danny Briggs returning from injury as a spin bowler, Chris Rushworth and Ollie Hannon-Dalby. So the most... No, that's 10 names, isn't it? That will explain it, because of course there's a name missing there. That's the new overseas bowler. I'll just confirm that he's in the team. I'm sure he must be. As Chris Rushworth is about to bowl. Wells and Jennings are the opening batters. So Mir Hamza, of course, does play. He signed for 2 matches as overseas bowler in the absence of Hassan Ali initially. Glenn Maxwell played the 1 game, but that was just a sort of guest appearance, really. Ollie Hannon-Dalby bowls, and that's just on leg stump, and Wells turns it around, and Lancashire on their way straight away. Scott Reed will be joining me in a moment, so he will give his thoughts on the Lancashire team, but I'll go through it for you in a mo. They are Jennings, Wells, Bohannon, Mitchell, Bell, Salt the wicketkeeper, Balderson, Lamb, Bailey, Williams and Morley. Going to be doing an update on BBC CWR and BBC Radio WM shortly. So 4 slips in place as Rushworth comes into bowl to Keaton Jennings. And that's outside off stump. Jennings leaves it. And it's 1 without loss. Not too many in the ground at the moment. I was hoping that these grey clouds blow over quickly. There was showers this morning. Led to a little bit of doubt about the start, but the umpires are out there. They had a good look and decided it was okay to start on time. Rushworth, top wicket taker in the First Division this season, comes into bowl. That one is starts wide and goes a little wider, outside off stump. So no run. Rushworth gets back to his mark. Warwickshire third in the table after their win at Canterbury. Rushworth bowls. That's just on leg stump, and Jennings works it away onto the leg side, finds the fielder. So there is no run. So 1 without loss. Pitch used for the T20 finals day was a little on the slow side for that company. Produced good matches, but they weren't terribly high scoring ones. Rushworth bowls, that's left, and there is no run. Warwickshire third in the table, Lancashire 6th. Only 26 points separates them. Who do we update next? This is Clive Egan at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire's championship match against Lancashire has got underway, despite a little bit of doubt beforehand with a bit of rain around, but they have started on time. Warwickshire winning the toss have put Lancashire into bat. Win the first over, Lancashire 1 without loss. Mir Hamza makes his debut for Warwickshire, the Pakistan international, to play 2 championship matches as overseas player following the departure of Hassan Ali, who's with his country's team. Danny Briggs returns to the Warwickshire side after injury as the frontline spin bowler. After 1 over, Lancashire 1 without loss. Test match is underway, by the way. Australia put in are already 6th without loss after 5 balls. information, Mo and Ali and Chris Wokes both play in that game. Well, of course, with Jimmy Anderson, who returns to the side for his 182nd Test appearance. So Ollie Hallen-Dolby is going to open the bowling from the Birmingham end. Might be a pitch which the pace bowlers find hard work. I said Chris Washworth's top wicket taker in the first fish. He's now joint top with Brett Hutton on 41. Didn't manage to add to that on the first over of the day. So here is Ollie Hallen-Dolby from the Birmingham end. Still 4 slips in place as he bowls to Luke Wells, who edges that and it bounces short of third slip, while Will Rhodes fields it on the bounce. Welcome to Scott Reed. We have a very special guest today. Hello, Scott. It's not you.
No.
Ricky Clark is going to be with us today and tomorrow. Phil Britt and Kevin Howells you'll hear from as well. As Ollie Hallen-Dolby comes in to bowl to Wells again. That's a play and a miss outside off stump. First of the morning. A little bit of bounce there for Ollie Hallen-Dolby. We do have the speed guns in front of us that use on finals day, but I don't think they're operating today, sadly. Thoughts of the Lancashire team, Scott?
Well, yes, they've made wholesale changes, Lancashire. 5 changes, so they've changed half the team from the defeat against Essex at Blackpool, with some interesting selections, or at least one noticeable inclusion in Danny Lamb.
This next one is left by Wells. He shuffled across his stumps and left it as it went past his thighs outside off stump.
So he's not played a game all season, and so he's leaving Lancashire at the end of the season to join Sussex, but he gets his first start. Colin de Grandon, who's been one of Lancashire's 3 overseas players, has left, so I think he's returned home. And Dane Velas, who's the other overseas player, former captain, he's not included neither.
Hallen-Dolby into Wells, who I think did keep his bat inside the line there, but a nice shape to the delivery from Hallen-Dolby.
So that there's 5 changes in total to Lancashire's team, with players coming in: Daryl Mitchell, George Bell, George Balderson, Danny Lamb and Jack Morley. And that's Tom Hartley, Colin de Grandon, Dane Velas, Rob Jones and Jack Blatherwick, who have been left out after the defeat against Essex.
Hallen-Dolby, right arm over bowls. That's driven through the offside by Wells. A slow outfield, maybe didn't time it perfectly because it doesn't get anywhere near the boundary. It's chased down and 2 runs scored there for Lancashire, 3 without loss.
Yeah, so a few noticeable decisions that have been made with regards to team selection.
And is that a reaction to the defeat, do you think?
I think it's probably a combination of 1 or 2 different things. I mean, de Grandon's spell with Lancashire had come to an end anyway.
Hallen-Dolby bowls, that's left, there's no run.
And Velas has had a pretty poor season, really. Rob Jones, who got a century in the defeat against Essex last week, is joining Worcestershire at the end of this season, and Lancashire decided not to pick him again. Blatherwick didn't bowl massively well, neither did Tom Hartley last week, so it's a combination, I think, of a few different factors.
Yes, Warwickshire making the 3 changes. Dan Mosley, should have also mentioned, missed the last game with a bit of an injury, so he's back. Danny Briggs back from injury, and Hamza making his debut.
There is Rushworth to Jennings, 4 slips in place. It's down the leg side to Jennings, taken by Burgess. There is no run.
players left out, Jacob Bethel. Glenn Maxwell, who made a sort of guest appearance as the overseas player for that game against Kent. I think he was clear he was going to play in one game only.
It looked quite good fun, though, didn't it?
I think he did enjoy that, I think, yeah. And apparently he sort of threw his red ball boots away as soon as the play finished. Henry Brooks, the other player to miss out.
Rushworth to Jennings, who's a step down the pitch. Just nudges the ball away to mid-wicket. And there is no run. So it's 3 without loss. We're into the third over of the day. Overcast conditions, but at least it's dry. And, forecast for today looks okay. Slightly dicey a little bit later on in the week. Rushworth over the wicket to Jennings. It's pushed full, but across the left-hander and through to the black gloves of wicketkeeper Michael Burgess. And again, there is no run. Alex Davis at mid-off. He was capped, wasn't he, before the start of play? I think we saw that a little bit earlier on. I think I've seen that on Warwickshire's website, but we saw the presentation, which was quite nice. He received his cap. Yes, he did, from Dennis Amos this morning. So congratulations to Alex Davis.
The white bear on the front of the cap, that makes it a cap for all competitions.
Around the wicket this time, Rushworth. That's a really good ball to Jennings, who's stepped down the pitch, just snakes away past the edge of his bat into the gloves of Burgess. Again, there's no run.
He probably hasn't scored. Actually, I'm just thinking it's deliberately provocative of them giving it to him before the Lancashire game. It was in this fixture last season that he ended up getting fined, I think, for his contretemps with Lancashire.
He got a good century in that match.
He did. That was his one century of the season. He hasn't scored as many runs as he'd like, I'm sure.
Rushworth, right arm round the wicket to the left-hander. Forward goes Jennings and defends to Davis at mid-off, and there's no run. But
he won a lot of praise for his game. Wasn't supposed to be captain of the T20 side, but he stood in initially when Moeen Ali was finishing off at the IPL, and then Moeen was unexpectedly called up to the Test team, so he captained a total of 10 group matches and won them all. His first defeat as captain of the T20 side was the quarter-final, but the Bears always lose quarter-finals.
Rushworth to Jennings, just squares him up a little, trying to nudge it away to mid-wicket. The ball deflects out into the offside, and there is Davis again, galloping up from mid-off to deny the possibility of a quick single. But it's the end of the over, a maiden for Rushworth. It's 3 without loss.
I'll probably proven completely wrong, I usually am, but just get the feeling that this could be a pitch in which scoring quickly will be difficult. It could be slow scoring, but it could also be hard work for the bowlers to actually extract much from it and get wickets. So it's not the pitch they intended to use by all accounts, but a lot of rain around lately. And you can hear the wind blowing outside as Ollie Halland-Dolby begins the 4th over the innings. 3 without losses, 2 scoring shots so far. And that was a fairly ugly swish and miss there from Luke Wells.
It was a bit, wasn't it? He put plenty into it.
He did. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the same pitch that was used for finals day.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
As I say, good games on finals, obviously rain interrupted, but not particularly high-scoring games. Halland-Dolby, right arm over, bowls, that's left, outside off stump, there's no run.
Well, it appeared to get quite fortunate on Saturday because the weather forecast was grim, wasn't it? But
yeah.
watching the scores, everyone obviously. The first match was interrupted, wasn't it?
First was in. Well, I think both the semi-finals were a little bit disrupted, which is ironic because only 8 out of about 130 group games and quarter-finals were affected by the weather at all. Only 2 no results in the whole competition.
Good effort. Good stats from you as well.
Well, I'll give you some more if you like. Halland-Dolby polls, that's defended, there's no run. I have finished off my T20 stats for the season. There's a couple of notable things since you mentioned there, so I will dig out for you. One of them is that the situation with the weather, as I say. 133 matches in total. Only 2 no results. Only 1 without a ball being bowled. Was that Lancashire? Did we have 1? Anyway, there was 1.
Could have been, yeah.
So you were the only commentator who'd have to sit there and twiddle his thumbs with actually no play at all. Only 10 matches were reduced. So 121 of the 133 matches were full matches. Hannon Dolby bowls, that's played into the ground, and that's beaten the gully area. So Wales will certainly get 1. It will just be 1. All the talk about desperately wanting a home quarter-final. I did mention this during the course of the season. 59 home wins, 66 away wins. So home advantage does not exist in the T20 Blast, you would see. And a couple of competition records set. Of course, Middlesex, possibly the worst T20 side in the country, produced the greatest ever run chase in the competition when they chased down 253 to beat Surrey. The other joint competition record was Sean Abbott's 34 ball 100, the joint fastest in the competition. 27 maidens bowled. As in comes Hannon Dolby, shuffles down the pitch there, Jennings. Opts not to play at the shot in the end. I think that will do.
It's good, it's thorough.
There's one, I was updating my Warwickshire Championship records. There's one, this means absolutely nothing, it's just quirky. So I'll record century partnerships, and Warwickshire have conceded 7 century partnerships, of which 4 have been exactly 100. 4 partnerships of exactly 100 against them this season. It's a bit bizarre, isn't it?
It's got your juices flowing, that, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, as I say, it means nothing. It's just odd. It's just odd. Hannon Dolby into bowl to Jennings, and pushes that to mid-off. There's no run.
They stood Burgess up to the stumps there, and which is a tactic that we've seen quite a bit to Jennings this season, because already this morning he's come down the pitch to both bowlers, and Burgess standing up to the stumps and just denying Jennings that chance to use his feet. It's in nice and early, that tactic, but I mean, these things, Ricky Clark will tell us all about it when he comes on commentary, but these things go around the circuit so quickly, don't they? The little bits of analysis and the bits of details that get spotted, and I think pretty much every county now that Lancashire have played this season, every side they've played this season, the keeper stood up early to Jennings. It does appear to be a ploy that's being used by bowlers across the county championship. I saw that for the first time just then. It's Wells on strike as Rushworth having changed his line to come around the wicket. Defends as Wells. Gets it up towards mid-on. There's no run.
Doing all right for weather around the country. There's only 1 match that hasn't started on time, and that's at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire v Hampshire. All of the championship matches and the test match at Old Trafford underway. Australia 13 without loss after 4. The play has now been delayed at Headingley. They did get a start, so 6 for 1, but they've now come off there. Sussex against Yorkshire.
There's Rushworth to Wells. It's defended off the back foot, pushed away into the offside. Davies comes up from mid-off to field. Again, there's no run.
That must be irritating. You come out at 11 o'clock, play for 10 minutes, and then you have to come off for the rain.
Not ideal, is it?
No.
At Blackpool last week, one of the days, we played for 15 minutes, so we went off about 11:15. Came back on at 5:30 for 3 balls and went off again. So that was fun.
I did a game at Blackpool many years ago now. That long ago, Neil Smith played. So was it enjoy Blackpool? Was it a good?
Yeah, it was good fun, Blackpool. Rushworth to Wells, forward again, defending, comes off the inner half of the bat, deflects out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, 4 days in Blackpool. It rained one of the days, obviously that day I just mentioned, so we only had 28 balls on that day, so that's a bit miserable, isn't it? You know, when it's raining and there's not much really you can do, and you're in a tent. But no, it was a good 4 days. It produced a fantastic game of cricket, and Essex winners in the end. It was a really good 3 days of cricket. Rushworth to Wells, forward and defence. Again, there's no run. It's Lancashire's second successive home match away from Emirates Old Trafford. We've been at Southport a couple of weeks before that.
Not done Southport, because did Liverpool. I remember at Liverpool, chap behind us taking a ridiculous number of catches. Equalled the record or broke the record for the county thing? Equalled. I think we came to the conclusion when the ball's hit high in the boundary that Ricky was going to run from the slip area and push everyone else out of the way, try and take the record-breaking catch.
Rushworth to Wells. This brings him onto that front foot. Ball deflects out into the offside, no run.
I'll tell you where you could catch. Ricky could.
I remember that game.
Great slipper. That went down to the wire. We got
it did.
We got fooled actually as well because so, I come on, I must be commentating with you, I guess.
Be,
and we so that's it. Well, they got the draw and then they carried on playing because they were into the last hour and they still had a bit of time to get a couple of overs in. I think Warwickshire were hanging on for the draw, which they did eventually get.
Final ball of the over for Rushworth. And Wells runs that front foot and defends. And the ball deflects back down the pitch and gathered by Rushworth off his own bowling. And there's no runs, so 5 overs gone, 20 minutes of play. Wells has scored the 4 runs that Lancashire have got so far, 4 without loss.
So a slow start, sort of predicted that. It's cleared up overhead, that's a good news, bit of blue sky ahead, still some clouds, but not the threatening clouds that greeted us right at the start. A few more people coming in. Looks like there's a school right to my left. It's fairly sparsely populated. The Holly stand isn't quite how it was on finals day. There's about 6 people in there at the moment. As Ollie Anandorby comes in the ball of Keaton Jennings, who drops a bat on that. Wells is keen to give Jennings his first run, but gets a big shout of no, and there's going to be a bit of a discussion about that now between the 2 batters. No harm done. Lancashire won this fixture last season. Alex Davis got the century. They were set quite a high target and got them on the final day.
Yeah, Wells got runs, didn't he, I think?
Did, yeah. And Dolby in again, and Jennings pushes out to point, holds his bat high in the air to say to Wells, stay where you are. As Danny Briggs swoops on the ball. Good to see him back after his injury. Been playing in the second 11 game, currently in progress. Craig Miles playing in that as well. So a couple of the injured players coming back. Still no Liam Norwell, which is a real shame. I dare say he'll come back for the last game of the season when they need to bowl a team out for next to nothing.
Ball on one leg.
Ball on one. In comes Hannon Dolby to Jennings, who turns that around onto the leg side, but there's no run.
There's no well played at all this season.
No, sadly not. He was all set to play the first game, but then wasn't quite fit for it, and unfortunately hasn't. But he's not far away, we are told. But so Ethan Brooks has got a half century in that game today. He's still batting, 55 not out. He's a good cricketer. He needs to get some first team cricket, if not here then somewhere. He deserves it. In comes Hannon Dolby to bowl, and that's just played down into the ground. Back to the bowl. There's no run. So Miles bowled 8 overs in the first innings. Didn't take any wickets. Gio Harlow, we'll probably see in the 50 over competition, was in the wickets again. He got 3. That's been played at Portland Road. I said Northampton, played at Portland Road over there somewhere. Not too far away. Hannon Dolby then with 4 slips in place. Wicketkeeper standing up to Keaton Jennings, discourage him from charging forward. He leaves that one outside off stumps. Well taken by Michael Burgess. And there is no run. The sun is beginning to peep out here. County Championship cricket, which seemed to be feast or famine in the competition. Won the title 2 years ago. Within a whisker had been relegated last year. Needed a minor miracle on the final day of the season to stay up this season. to say at the moment they are in contention in second place, with Surrey actually showing some human traits of late. In theory, you could say it's in the Bears' hands, because they are. Oh, they're 23 points behind Surrey. That's Bob is an edge. It's along the ground, and it's beaten the slip cordon, and Jennings will get off the mark. Gets a very slow outfield, and it won't bring the first boundary of the morning. You'll just get 2. 6 without loss. Yeah, Warwickshire 23 points behind Surrey. They do have a game in hand. They're 10 points behind Essex, but they still have Surrey to play at the Oval, so nice and easy. Beat Surrey at the Oval, and they could be on course for the title.
It seems to be one season Warwickshire are title contenders or winners, and then the next season not.
Like to keep it interesting. Yeah, it's, I think when they won the championship, they probably overachieved, if being honest, with the squad they had. It was a great effort. Whether they were actually the best team in terms of the personnel is questionable. And I think the season they nearly got relegated, you probably underachieved, though they did have proverbial injury concerns.
6 without loss. Rushworth sets off again. Wells turns the ball out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Well, it looks a little bit more competitive now, doesn't it? Because at one stage, like Surrey might just run away with the whole thing and win by 50 points.
I'd given them the title a couple of weeks ago, but yeah, they have just slipped up of late a little bit. Essex are looking strong.
Yeah, that was a big win for them against Lancashire last week.
Beat Warwickshire as well at Chelmsford. 3 days.
Still 4 slips. Rushworth to Wells. Again, forward, and it comes off the inner half of the bat again. It just deflects out towards backward square leg. Just gets bat on that, just taking it off his pad towards Hannon Dolby. He comes up from the fine leg boundary. Wells jogs back for 2 more, so he moves on to 6, and Lancashire are 8 without loss.
We are, of course, back to the Duke's ball for this game after the 2 matches using the Kookaburra, which wasn't universally welcome. I suppose, from fair from Warwickshire's point of view, both the matches they played in finished in 3 days. They won 1 and lost 1.
Rushworth to Wells. That's a really good ball. Big appeal for LBW. Ball coming back in towards Wells. Started by Rushworth and backed up by the slips, and then it quickly fizzled away. A little shake of the head by the umpire. Wells survives. Change of line from Rushworth. He looked a lot more threatening coming around the wicket. The first over, bowling it over the wicket, hitting it across the left-hander. Both of these left-handers, but
it's a reasonable shot. I just wonder whether he actually struck him outside the line. It's a bad shot.
Comes charging back in again to Wells. He caught down the leg side. He has. He's been given. Wells has to go for 6. Caught by Burgess down the leg side. Rushworth celebrates his first wicket of the match. Warwickshire with an early breakthrough. Lancashire are 8 for 1. It's Luke Wells, the man out. Caught behind by Michael Burgess. Caught down the leg side.
Yeah, well, he might conceivably have got away with the LBW shot. He's clearly not too impressed with the caught behind. I'm not sure. Seen the replay. But he hit that. However, no reviews, no TV umpires. So he has to go. It must have hit something, because Warwickshire all went up immediately, but I'm not sure the bat was that close to it looking at the replay.
No, not massive. It's the replay from behind, I think, actually.
Yeah.
It's more telling than the kind of front on, the camera from behind. Yeah, it's one of those where I think if you had the old technology, it would be reviewed.
I think you'd have reviewed that pretty quickly, yeah. Mind you, the LBW beforehand might have been reviewed.
Yep.
But there we are. We obviously don't get the lines and everything on that. So Bohannon is out next. A little bit of good fortune, but another wicket for Chris Rushworth, who really is having a terrific season.
Yeah, wicket number 42.
Yeah. So unless his nearest rival's taking wickets today, he's back to being top of the charts
in
the first division. He was level with Brett Hutton.
41 wickets at 17. good year.
Not bad, not bad.
He just seems to keep running in and never appears to get injured, and just keeps on.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Yeah.
He's kind of done it for years.
He played a bit of club cricket during the T20. Imagine the club batters coming out saying, "Who's bowling?" Look at an egg.
So 8 for 1. Bohannon, right-hander on strike, so Rushworth comes right arm over the wicket to Bohannon. Takes it off his hip, clipping the ball away to square leg.
Looking it up, I seem to remember Bohannon scoring some runs against Warwickshire at Old Trafford. The season Warwickshire won the championship, I think. He did pretty well. I'm going to have the great pleasure of bringing Ricky Clark in here at the end of this over. Just to say, he will definitely be top wicket take at the moment because Brett Hutton hasn't been able to get on the field yet. Hampshire's match against Hampshire's not got underway. They're inspecting at 12. So Scott Reed will be joined by a former Bear. I know he played for other teams as well, but once a Bear, always a Bear. Ricky Clark.
Thanks, Clive. 1 ball left of this over. 10 for 1. Bannon off the mark straight away with that little nudge away. Oh, it's a good ball that beats him. He's pushing forward into the gloves of Burgess. And there's no run. That's a super over by Chris Rushworth, but he's made a career of that. And he picks up his first wicket of the day. And as Clive mentioned, that pushes him to the top of the wicket, or back to the top of the wicket-taking charts. He's up to 42 wickets this season, with Brett Hutton on 41. And also in the top 3, Tom Bailey with 37 for Lancashire. So we've had 7 overs this morning. Wells has gone, Bannon's on 2, Jennings on 2, and good morning, Ricky.
Good morning, Scott.
Are you well?
Good morning, everyone.
Take this end if you want.
As in comes Ollie Hannon-Dolby, just up to the stump, into Jennings. Oh, half an appeal. The slips look interested. Attacked it with Sim before to Keaton Jennings. Obviously likes to come down the wicket to try and get the bowler off his line and length. So obviously we see Michael Burgess coming up to the stumps. With a slow start, bowlers are bowled well. Pitch looks slow in places, would you say?
Pretty slow outfield.
Slow outfield as well, so it's going to be hard work for the Lancashire batsman. As Hannon-Dolby turns again. Just outside the off stump, left alone by Jennings on this occasion. Nicely taken by Michael Burgess up to stumps.
Would this have been the type of morning you'd have relished, Ricky? If the captain wins the toss, you'd have been quite happy to bowl first?
Do you want my honest opinion on that?
Yeah, I do.
Well, the interesting thing with it is obviously when you're bowling, you think there's obviously a little bit of something in the pitch.
Right.
And so far, we've not really seen a lot of movement. But we are seeing obviously a little bit of moisture. As you see Ollie Hannon-Dolby as he turns again, he's bringing in a bit of moisture and there are footholds appearing. As in he comes to Jennings, forward goes Jennings, pushes it out to a point, no run scored. Yeah, so I look at it and think actually it's been used in the T20. It's obviously had a lot of traffic on it. Has it got that much moisture in it to warrant bowling first? Right. My personal opinion is when you have a wicket that's been used quite a lot and had a lot of overs in it, you normally bat first because you think it's going to take a little bit of turn as the game goes on. But obviously they feel that there's enough moisture in it. They obviously saw T20 again. I know it's different with a white ball, but there was a little bit of movement with the white ball in the T20 finals day. So they obviously felt they could try and nip a few out early. As in comes Hannon-Dolby again. Onto the cut goes Keaton Jennings. He doesn't really time it that well, but it will trickle away and the outfield will be quick enough on this occasion. And he moves his score on to 6 with that boundary. Again, like evidence there, just a little bit slow to come onto the bat and was hard to time.
It's an interesting decision, wasn't it, to bowl first, because it's, well, it's had kind of 100 overs on it already. So you, as you say, you'd expect it to deteriorate and perhaps become quite a good pitch for the spinners a little bit later in the match, and maybe you wouldn't want to bat last on it. So yeah, I thought it was quite an interesting decision.
Hannon-Dolby again down the leg side. This take brilliantly taken by Burgess, who quickly shuffles to his right, and he's obviously standing up to the stumps, and he pounced it straight into the middle of those big black gloves of his.
Yeah, you can't
lovely
miss
take. Yeah, lovely take.
But yeah, maybe walking into the ground this morning, maybe it felt like a bit of a bowling morning, and maybe bowl first. And I think it's just a really interesting decision as to what when the captains look at the pitch and the conditions and kind of weigh these things up.
Oh, that's a beauty from Hannon Dolby. Just outside the off stump as Keaton Jennings sort of pushed forward, and a little play and miss as Burgess takes it again nicely behind the stumps. End of the 8th over. Lancashire are 14 for 1.
They've got certainly the bowlers that can make the very most of it if there is anything there nice and early for them this morning. And it should be difficult, still, shouldn't it? I mean, your first day of this match, the strength of Warwickshire's bowling attack here. Lancashire have been a little bit fragile at times this season, in particular in their first innings. They have struggled with first innings scores. Again, that might be a factor, perhaps, with the decision to bowl first. They've made a good breakthrough. Wells out early on. You don't get much rest up, do you, with this Warwickshire bowling attack? Not many options where you think the pressure might ease. As Rushworth sets off again. 2 mid-wickets in place to Bohannon, and he's managed to find a gap between both of them. He comes back for 2, and he moves on to 4. And scores now 16 for 1.
Yeah, I think it's a sign of a good side. You know, I'm a big believer that bowling attacks win you championships. So you see the likes of Rushworth and Hannon Dolby, and obviously Ed Barnard who's obviously joined from Worcestershire for this season. So Danny Briggs is a spinner. We'll keep coming at you, and obviously the overseas in Mir Hamza.
Rushworth to Bohannon, the back foot defence. And there's no run. Yeah, debutant Mir Hamza. 2 matches he's set to play for the Bears. And Hassan Ali was with Warwickshire at the start of the season. He was with Lancashire at the start of last season as well. 24 wickets for Warwickshire in those 6 matches. An average of 21. Coupled with Rushworth and Hannon Dolby. Down to 3 slips with that. There's 2 mid-wickets in place. Danny Briggs at short mid-wicket. It's a full ball by Rushworth outside Bannon's off stump, and he leaves it. Taken by Michael Burgess, and there's no run.
Be interesting to see, obviously, as the day goes on and when we get to the end of play, what Keaton Jennings would have done at the toss. Obviously, Warwickshire have won the toss and decided to bowl, and at this moment in time, the sun is out and it is looking glorious for batting conditions. And obviously, 2 guys at the crease now and are having good seasons. Hannon averaging 50 and Keaton Jennings 59.
Rushworth to Bohannon. Oh, it's a really good ball. Beats Bohannon's forward push. Just sneaks away past the edge of the bat. Taken by the keeper, no run. 16 for 1.
That is literally hit, like we're right behind the bowler's arm here, and that is literally hit. There's like a green strip just outside the off stump. And it's just, you can see it from here, it just hit it and just left Bohannon a little bit there, but Rushworth managed to do that on most wickets, even the flattest of wickets. He always seemed to get something out of it.
Past the umpire to Bohannon. Defence to mid-off, and there's no run. Absolutely outstanding signing for the Bears this season. I mean, I was saying to Clive, he's got this unbelievable, it would seem, looking from the outside when he was at Durham and now here, ability just to stay fit and just keep bowling.
I think he's got a repeatable action that always helps. He's not expressed as well. I think he'll be happy with me saying that. It's just that case that when you look at the bowlers like a Mark Wood, but then give everything, there's a lot going into the body.
Into Bohannon, full ball, lovely shot though, flicked away off the toes by Josh Bohannon to the right of mid-on, down towards the boundary for 4 runs. He moves on to 8 at Lancashire at the end of that over. What we had now 9 this morning. Lancashire 20 for 1, Bohannon on 8, Jennings on 6.
Yeah, lovely shot from Josh Bohannon there. It literally just waiting for the ball to come to him. Rushworth tried to push it a little bit fuller, and on that occasion Bohannon just eased it through with wicket, and was confident it was going to go because he just stood there and turned and marked his guard again. So he was happy with the outfield being a little bit quicker, or the timing he had on it. It will be Ollie Hannah-Dolby to continue. It's going to be the keeper, Michael Burgess, staying up to the stumps. He's got 4 slips, a backward point, a mid-off, mid-on, a square leg just in front, and a fine leg. As in comes Hannah-Dolby to Keaton Jennings. Driven nicely by Jennings, just to mid-off, no run scored.
This is news from the Test match. Stuart Broad has claimed his 599th Test wicket. He's removed Usman Khawaja, so Australia have lost their first wicket, and they are 31 for 1. Khawaja, the man out for 3. LBW to Stuart Broad.
I was a betting man then when he said he is removed. I was going to say David Warner.
Only a matter of time.
It's only a matter of time. He's going to have 2 for in a minute. Yeah. Comes Hannah-Dolby again. Driven this time, and a thick outside edge by Keaton Jennings, just past the diving point of Danny Briggs as they drop through for 2. Sam Hain doing the fielding. Again, evidence there that the pitch isn't really that quick, it's just a little bit slow. And Keaton Jennings' hand just got out in front of him a little bit and was sort of searching for the ball as it just held up, and a thick outside edge. I think as time goes on, you will see this pitch where fielders will come in front of the batters a lot more.
You'll see the slips slowly start to diminish from 4 to 3 to 2.
On the onside drive, offside drive, that type of thing. Little umbrella fields. As in comes Hannah-Dolby again to Keaton Jennings. Onto the back foot goes Jennings and just guides it to 3rd slip on the bounce. No run score.
They're quite tight in now, aren't they, the slips?
Yeah, what's that? Probably about 10 yards back, is that? Maybe a bit more, maybe half. But yeah, they're not overly deep. Hamza is already getting loose. There's some warm-ups there. He wants to have a bowl with a new ball earlier than as possible. As in comes Hannah-Dolby again. Nice taken by Burgess, stand up to the stumps, left alone by Jennings on this occasion.
His warm-up's getting more and more thorough, so it may be imminent. Rushworth's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 11. This is Hannah-Dolby's 5th over. He's gone for 11. Yeah, of all the grounds around the country, Ricky, I always think the ground staff here must work harder than anybody else. It's volume of cricket played here seems to increase season on season. It's a sterling effort for the team.
Oh, driven by Jennings, and this is hit Burgess, who walks away to square leg, and that's the obligatory arm, sort of hand underneath the armpit to say that hurt. It was a big drive from Jennings, and Burgess is up to the stumps. It was a good delivery from Hannah-Dolby, just enticing Jennings to come forward and look for that scoring shot. Burgess seems okay as he just shakes his hand a couple of times, and Hannah-Dolby getting ready to turn at the top of his mark again. Jennings waits, taps, goes forward, up to mid-on. Loud shout of no, nice and early. End of the over, end of the 10th over. 22 for 1.
Yeah, Warwickshire in the toss, electing to have a ball first. We've had 40 minutes of play. 10 overs into the Lancashire first innings, so 1 wicket to fall. Luke Wells for 6, caught by Burgess off the bowling of Rushworth, caught down the leg side by Michael Burgess. We are going to see this bowling change. Mia Hamza for the first time in Warwickshire colours. He's coming into the attack, replacing Chris Rushworth's opening spell. Looking forward to watching Mia Hamza.
Yeah, good record. 379 first-class wickets at 22.38. So large parts of that will be in Pakistan on very, very flat wickets. So for a seamer, that's an incredible return.
He's going to start with 3 slips in place. He's got Josh Mahanan on strike. So 3 slips and a point. Mid off, mid on. short mid-wicket, the mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Watching Hamza for the first time come left arm over the wicket. A little bit of movement for him there as well. Bohannon driving, squirts down towards third man. Come back for 2. Takes him into double figures. That moves on to 10. 24 for 1.
Yeah, be encouraged by that loosener, really. That just left arm over, just a little hint of shape coming back into Bohannon. This occasion, Bohannon managed to keep it out, get a thick outside edge, and drop back for 2.
Turns and sets off again. Sun shining. His shadow following him as he comes in and bowls to Bohannon. Another full ball, looking for that swing again. Dug out by Bohannon, up to mid-off, and there's no run. Well, it's an encouraging start from a bowler, as Ricky said, with a fine pedigree. Blimey, impressive first-class stats for Mir Hamza. Giving the ball the chance to try and move through the air here. Just a little bit of shape back in towards Josh Bohannon, who's on 10. Small running it up towards the pitch and swings in again to Bohannon, who turns it to mid-on. Down Moseley Fields, and there's no run. 24 for 1. 3 balls in, he's up and running.
Yeah, nice shape. I think obviously we've seen Rushworth is someone who looks to sort of wobble the ball down a little bit and try and hit the seam and get it going either way. Obviously Hamza's very much trying to get the ball up there and swing it, and the first 3 balls of his spell so far have done just that.
Yeah, again to Bohannon, comes off the inner half of the bat. He just presses onto that front foot and the ball deflects out towards backward square leg. Bohannon gets through for a single, moves on to 11. I'd be happy just to watch it for a couple of the deliveries from the other end, Josh Bohannon. 25 for 1, brings Keaton Jennings on strike. Everyone has to change over now with the left-hand, right-hand combination. Really have 2 more contrasting batters too, one left-hand, one right-hand, and one's pretty tall and one's relatively short. Tall left-hander Keaton Jennings. He's got 3 slips behind him. Fine leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover and point. Hamza left arm over, bowls again, swings away from Jennings. It's a full ball taken by Burgess, who skips across first slip to take the catch, and there's no run.
Yeah, he's got some nice shape here as Hamza. Potentially just like to see the cover go into a gully sort of position and entice that drive from Keaton Jennings, just because of the shape he's got. Obviously this is a battle that Warwickshire will be hoping that Hamza wins. Obviously, alluded to Keaton Jennings' season so far, averaging nearly 60.
Final ball of his first over into Jennings, and defends it. Away to extra cover, no run. That's a terrific start by Mir Hamza. Pretty much, well, maybe 1 ball to Jennings a little bit wide, but pretty much every delivery asking a question of the 2 batters. He's going to hit the ground running on his Warwickshire debut. 25 for 1. Bohannon on 11, Jennings on 8. Pops his jumper back on. What is quite a breezy day, but it is dry. Just the occasional burst of sunshine, but it's not massively warm. Albeit it's quite toasty in our commentary box.
It's always the case when the overseas come over. Remember Hashim Ahmed used to wear the big woolen long sleeve jumper, and we were like, it's 30 degrees, it's like chilly. It will be Hannon Dolby to continue. He's going to get a go at Josh Bohannon. So mid-wicket in place, a 5-4 field. As in he comes, and onto the back foot goes Bohannon, pushing it up to mid-off, where Alex Davies does the fielding. No run scored. Again, that flat 3 slips and a backward point. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and a fine leg. So again, they're looking at already targeting the stumps from my opinion. Obviously, Bohannon's had a few that he sort of clipped through the mid-wicket region. Is that a strong area for him, is it?
Yeah, very strong, yeah. Leg side, mid-wicket, Yeah, he scores a lot of runs in that way.
In comes Hannah Dolby onto the back foot, tried to push it through the covers and didn't quite time it as it trickles back to Hannah Dolby up the wicket, and Rushworth comes in and does the fielding. No run scored.
He seems to have nailed down number 3 in Lancashire's batting lineup now, Josh Bohannon, probably the last maybe 2 seasons. He was a little bit kind of between 3 and 4, and he started, I think, down at maybe 6 when he first came into the side, but this number 3 appears to be his settled spot.
Hannah Dolby left alone by Bohannon on this occasion, just outside the off stump.
He's had pretty much an upward curve on his career since he came into Lancashire's championship side. Debut, I think, 5 years ago now. A couple of real sort of standout seasons. He's had a couple of winter tours with England Lions team as well.
Just notice he's not bowled this year.
No.
He used to bowl a little bit.
He did.
It wasn't that bad. He was like nice little, like medium pace.
Yeah.
Sort of, yeah.
Put that to one side, I think.
As he comes right in the batting. In comes Hannah Dolby again and tucked off the hip this time from Josh Bohannon. Goes down to fine leg and they trot through for a single.
Yeah, he seems to have put that to sleep for the time being. I've not seen him bowl in any form of cricket for probably a couple of seasons of that. I don't think he bowled last year.
Yeah, not too bad. I'm just looking at 13 wickets in first class cricket, 43, not too bad, with an economy of 3.34.
He's just a little shuffling, didn't he? A little right arm medium pace.
So I think sometimes you need that way. You have an option of a bowler. I remember here at Warwickshire, Jonathan Trott used to do it brilliantly. As in comes Hannah Dolby to Keaton Jennings, left alone outside the off stump, no run scored. Yeah, I think you always just sometimes used to have that sort of bowler that just come in. Darren Maddy again here at Warwickshire used to do it really well, where scenario where you get the keeper up and just ring the field up a little bit and just try and build dots. And Dolby's just being very particular with where he wants his gully. It's more of a fist lip than Ed Barnard. Just move around a bit. And Dolby comes in again, and onto the back foot goes Keaton Jennings with a strong shout of no, as it literally dropped about 2 yards for him. So unless he's got Usain Bolt at the other end, I'm not sure there was a run. End of the over. It's 12 overs gone. Lancashire are 26 for 1.
Elsewhere, Kent have lost a couple of early wickets. They're taking on Essex this week, and they are 32 for 2. I think Sam Cook has taken both wickets for Essex. Surrey have lost an early wicket as well. They're taking on Middlesex at Lords, 28 for 1. The Division 1 games, who's out for Surrey? Dom Sibley. It's Hamza to Bohannon. It's off the back foot and pushed away into the offside, no run. Sibley out for 3. Surrey 28 for 1. Kent have lost Tawanda Mayeye and Joe Denley. 34 for 2. Somerset, fresh from their glorious trip to Edgbaston on finals day on Saturday, are 34 for 1. Tom Lammonby the man out. They're taking on Northamptonshire. Hamza to Bohannon, hammered away through the offside. Only 4 runs. Just a fraction in front of square out through that offside, but he did fair old rattle that away for 4. He moves on to 16. 30 for 1 now.
Yeah, lovely shot from Bohannon. It was the only time that Hamza just got a little bit too wide and didn't come back as much as he would have liked if previous balls sort of challenged Bohannon and the stumps a little bit more, but he got in a great position and really threw his hands at a lovely shot.
The game in Division 1 is Nottinghamshire against Hampshire, but they've not yet, well, they've not had the toss yet. So that's a delayed start. Drives again, Bohannon. Davis low to his right. mid-off, stops the ball. I'm sure he enjoyed that too much, Alex Davis. That was hit pretty firmly by Bohannon. He's quite close in at mid-off. He's not kind of at that regulation mid-off position. It's almost kind of trying to cover two positions, aren't you, there, really? Mid-off and cover. Davis. Mid-off in the regular position.
Maybe have to dive on the wicket end as well. As you say about the amount of games in the ground staff here, there's a lot of wickets that have been used.
Didn't look much fun, that, for Davis. Hamza to Bohannon. Again, just that extra little bit of width. It's a full ball, but just a little bit too wide, and Bohannon drives the ball beautifully away through the covers. Better shot that by Bohannon, I think. He moves on to 20, 34 for 1.
Yeah, lovely shot again on that occasion. Hamza's just tried to push it across, so he's been bringing the ball back and swinging it nicely, and then that one he's just tried to push it across, but Bohannon was equal to it, and there's a lovely shot through the covers, gives him 2 boundaries in the over.
Third slip coming out, and offside being strengthened. So 2 slips, point, cover, mid-off. Proper mid-off now with that man in position there. Davis at orthodox mid-off. Mid-on, short mid-wicket, square leg and fine leg. Hamza to Bohannon. It's a good comeback. Bohannon pushes forward, the ball goes past the edge and through to the keeper, and there's no run. So 34 for 1, 20 to Bohannon, and 8 to Keaton Jennings. Almost an hour gone on the opening day of this county championship fixture. Division 1 clash between Warwickshire, fresh from a brilliant win against Kent, and very much in contention at the top end of Division 1. And Lancashire, who are sitting firmly mid-table. It's Hamza to Bohannon. It's pulled across him again, and left and through to Burgess, and that completes the over. So a 13 of the morning session. Bohannon has 20, and Jennings has 8, 34 for 1. Australia are 47 for 1 in their first innings, with Warner on 26 and Labuschagne on 8.
I'm right in saying they've left Murphy out in that test match.
Come for the extra batter. They're going for Green, I think, haven't they?
Yeah, because
Green's come back in. Yeah.
That's interesting at Old Trafford. Do you say that? You always like a spinner at Old Trafford. Sometimes a couple of spinners. Gets dry there at
He does, yeah.
Back to Edgbaston. Will be a change of bowling. Ed Barnard's going to come in for his first bowl of the morning. He'll be bowling to Lancashire captain Keaton Jennings. He's got 2 slips of gully. Backward point, a cover and a mid-off. Mid-wicket, mid-on and a fine leg. As in he comes, angled run-up. Starts with a full toss, and half an appeal as Keaton Jennings shows that he's hit it.
Yeah, the Australia team looks like a team that has been picked with potentially maybe a bit of bad weather around this week, and knowing a draw, he's just perfect for them. Let's have Mitchell Marsh and Cameron Green in the team. There's quite a lot of batters there.
So that's a Marsh at 6, Cameron Green at 7, Carey at 8.
Yeah.
As in comes Barnard again, a little bit of shape into Keaton Jennings, who pushes it up to mid-on, no run scored.
Lots of strength in their batting department. It's okay, we don't really need to win. A draw's fine. A bit of weather around. Brave move, though.
It is a brave move. I always think that you look at the spinners over the years that Lancashire have produced, and how England have gone there sometimes with spinners as well. So always found it was a place that it did take a bit of spin. As in comes Barnard again and advances down the wicket. Does Keaton Jennings and clips it off the hip. Goes to backward a square where fine leg comes round and does the fielding. One run to the total.
Ed Barnard this season for the Bears with 10 wickets. He's 8 games. 47.
As in he comes to Josh Bohannon. A little bit of swing outside the off stump, left alone by Bohannon on this occasion. No run scored. Yeah, he'll be slightly disappointed with that, but this is his 9th game, I think this is, so he's played a lot of cricket this year. Obviously, depending on roles, sometimes at Worcester it might have been that he got the new ball on certain occasions. And 271 wickets, an average of 30 in first-class cricket. As in he comes again, driven nicely by Bohannon up to mid-off. No run scored. Good all-round cricketer though, if you look at it. Just over 4,000 runs, 100 first-class matches.
What do you think is his strongest suit, batting or bowling?
Probably batting, do you reckon? Oh, I'd look at him and say bowling.
Okay.
But when you look at his stats and look at his average and stuff, he's batting with there. Genuine all-rounder. As in he comes, and that's just outside the off stump, left alone by Bohannon. Lancashire are 35 for 1, Josh Bohannon on 20. Keaton Jennings a very slow 9 from 38 balls.
Well, I think Clyde's going to come back in with an update. Due.
Scott's off to do an update. I'm going to do an update as well. Then Kevin Howells is going to pop in shortly. How are you doing, Ricky? Anyway, you all right?
Yeah, very good. Seeing very sort of slow pace start from Lancashire. Outfield is slow, wicket okay paced, I'd say. It's not flying up.
Hamza comes in to bowl to Jennings. Grunton's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. Yes. Got the impression it was going to be like, oh, a few school kids running around now. Perhaps they're preparing to come on during the lunch interval. They're all over the place, just swarming like ants around the
Ollie Hannandolby has he's just gone to the advertising boards and started signing some. And that was
Ollie, schoolboy out of that. Yeah, after him, Hamza wearing number 92 on his back, bowls, and that one shaped nicely. It's played to mid-off for no run by Jennings. Yes, he's going to be signing away for a while there, Ollie. This is where you don't want the ball to fly in the air down towards him at long.
All the fielders shouting, catch it, and he's still signing.
Hamza. Again, left arm over bowls. On off stump, it's pushed out to the offside, there's no run.
Obviously, Keaton Jennings likes to advance sometimes to seamers. He'd want to be a little bit careful, but obviously the left arm over from Hamza, and he's got a little bit of shape, and if you do advance too much, you're actually going at the ball a little bit harder than you need to. Just to make sure that he hits it under the eyes and lets the ball come to him, because he can easily go it a little bit too hard, and that's where the edge comes into play.
In comes Hamza. That was a little bit outside off stop. It's hit hard and it's gone through the field for 4 runs there by Jennings. Just gave him a bit of width there, Hamza. And Danny Briggs couldn't stop it. The ball flashed through him, through his legs. But anyway, it's gone for 4. 39 for 1. Going to do me an update in 7 seconds' time, to be absolutely precise. BBC CW and BBC WN. Now, this is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston on the first day of Warwickshire's County Championship match against Lancashire. Warwickshire putting the away side in. They've had 1 success so far. Lancashire 39 for 1. It was Chris Rushworth, the First Division's top wicket taker, who struck. Maybe a little fortunate to have Luke Wells, a judge, caught behind down the leg side. Wells clearly felt he hadn't hit it, and TV replays tend to suggest he may have been right. Mir Hamza making his debut is in the attack now. It's a slowish pitch. Might be hard work to take wickets and score runs here, but with Bohannon on 20, Jennings on 13, Lancashire 39 for 1 in the 15th over. So, describe this ball, and then Ricky Clark will be joined by Kevin Howells for the first time today. 3 slips in place for Hamza, which is 3rd overseas player this season in the championship. And he bowls, that's off a bit of an inside edge by Jennings, down to fine leg for a single. So I'll leave Ricky to discuss that delivery and invite Kevin Howells to join you.
Again, Keaton Jennings, that last ball of the 15th over, advanced down the wicket with Hamza been shaping away nicely to him. On that occasion, he just tried to run it back in and trap him in front. Thick inside edge. Managed to get him another single to his score. Jennings on 14 and Bohannon 20. Lancashire 40 for 1. Ed Barnard will continue, just the 1 over to his name so far. He will be coming into Keaton Jennings. Outside the off stump, driven. Not convincingly there by Jennings. He sort of squirts it back up to mid-off. No run scored.
I will say something about it. How about good afternoon to start?
Is it afternoon already?
Yeah, of course it is. What,
getting closer to lunch. I'm getting excited.
It's good here.
It is very good here.
Yeah. Never mind, just in your playing days, this side of the rope is quite good as well.
Actually, Giles used to tell us off all the time because of the amount of food we used to have. The puddings. In comes Barnard again, and forward comes Jennings nicely. Plays it back up the pitch to mid-off, where Hannon Dolby does the fielding. No run scored.
I didn't say anything about puddings.
No.
I'm not too sure whether you might have to delve into your own pockets for the pudding.
Is there a nice cream man around?
Today, sure.
No, I don't know.
You reckon?
Well, it's school kids.
Why'd you look at you come in your shorts and everything?
Yeah.
Dressed like it's summer.
Well, you have to hope, don't you?
You do.
The weather's out. I dressed like this down at Taunton last week, and it was freezing cold. I was outside. As in comes Barnard again, and advancing an edge. There's a big appeal. Not out, says the umpire. As Keaton Jennings advanced down the wicket, and there was a big noise, and everyone's run forward, and Burgess has thrown the ball up like it's out. And Barnard just sort of half appealed and then turned and walked back to his mark, and everyone sort of, I don't know, it just sort of mulled out a bit there, didn't it? It was like a big appeal, and it was like, we know it's not out, but we better go back to our positions.
Thank you, because this is why I love people, you know, still quite recently retired I love people like you being in the commentary box, so I can say to you, come on, they knew that wasn't out.
They tried it on. As in comes Barnard again, this time outside the off stump. That's a beauty from Ed Barnard. Jennings coming forward and just nipped away a little bit. Just missing that outside edge that went through to Burgess. Lovely delivery.
Do you know my favourite characters in that scenario? And here, no, not picking on him at all, but Sam Hain. Because he was the one that held the pose the longest. Bowler, keeper, most of the others just, yeah, fair enough, yeah. But he just had to hold it just that 10 seconds longer. That look of what?
He has that ability to actually believe that there was a nick. As in comes Barnard again outside the off stump, and Jennings again advancing down. Sort of tucked his bat in that time to say that he wasn't playing it.
Somebody you know well, Sam, and you know, he really does seem to be blooming at the moment in terms of his cricket. I just hope that he can keep this going long enough for somebody in the right place to eventually be able to recognise it.
Fantastic cricketer. Yeah. I think it's that sort of scenario currently that if you're talking about England honours, the on numbers really should be there. As in comes Barnard again, this time a little bit wider outside the off stump. End of the 16th over. 40 for 1, a nice maiden from Ed Barnard there.
I mean, it's been around for a few years now, of course, and burst on at a young age and all that, but definitely a player who people, when they wanted him to be right for international honours in England, he wasn't quite ready, he wasn't quite right, and now he is right. You're asking the question, how does he get put in? How does he fit into it all? And that's what I mean by saying I just hope he can hold on to what he's got now for long enough until that opportunity arises, and then hopefully he'll be given it, and hopefully he'll take it. But from what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing, and certainly all the stats add up, that should that time become sooner rather than later, he will take that opportunity, because because he seems to be in the right sort of form. Bohannon's on 20 here, 40 for 1 Lancashire. Driven up to mid-on for no run. But yeah, one of the exciting stories and interesting stories, intriguing stories about Warwickshire, and one of the reasons I've turned up this week is because of the fact that they are in the mix still for the title. They've got that game in hand, and whilst they need to make sure that they do well this week and next week, certainly there's a big red mark around the Surrey versus Warwickshire match, first week of September. It's going to be a massive game, that massive. Bohannon for Lancashire, though, drives again into the ground. He's looking to drive that Ricky there on the offside. I think he was doing that with that previous delivery, and it's settling up here on the leg side up towards mid-on. The bowler himself getting to it first there. I was not quite reading right here then from this delivery, because he looks to be shaping to drive it on the off.
Yeah, so with it, Hamza's just mixed it up a little bit with his bowling. It's the first time we've actually seen a little bit of shape this morning. Obviously, Chris Rushworth is someone who looks to like wobble it down a little bit and hit the seam, where Hamza's getting a little bit of shape in the air, swinging it back mainly to Bohannon.
Interesting this, Bohannon, the strike by the leg stump onto the pads. Just 2 or 3 going up, but you would have heard the appeal, but nothing really doing on that. It signals a leg bye confirmed by the umpire. One more to the total onto 41 for 1, but what a wonderful contest already early on here. You'd expect it of a bowler of this quality. It's intriguing, fascinating to watch.
Well, just saying to Scott Reed on previously that 379 wickets at 22.
Some signing.
And you think, you know, you look at that a lot of his bowling would have been done in Pakistan on very, very docile and flat pitches. 3
slips. Jennings is now facing, and that's got a little bit of width, driven hard and firm out there towards extra cover. Jennings actually punches the back of his bat in frustration. Sat up there nicely for him just to whip it away, and couldn't get it past the fielder.
I think that's evidence that, you know, the pitch is obviously, he's had best part of probably 100 overs on it from finals day, and normally with Keaton Jennings, you see the ball come on and just let the ball almost hit the bat, just guide it away, where on that occasion he's tried to hit it and it almost sort of stopped on him a little bit.
Jennings is on 14, comes down the pitch as he likes to do, and just the pitch of the ball, and in the end just able just to plop it back up to the bowler. I loved that contest also earlier between Jennings and Rushworth, 2 players I guess will have known each other well from their Durham days all those years ago. It's not necessarily the case. I'd always want to believe that if teammates, they always got on, and they may well do. But it's not always the case. That is the case. And on evidence seen here this morning, maybe they didn't. But listen, it's a whole different thing. They're trying to do their thing for different teams now, of course. Jennings just sort of watches that one pass. I'm not too sure as he did watch. He just found the right spot and just went easily past the outside of the edge of the bat through to the keeper. 41 for 1. Bohannon on 20, Jennings on 14. But already we're seeing lovely individual battles and contests within the game.
Yeah, definitely between Hamza and Keaton Jennings. Obviously the left arm seamer bowling to Jennings, the left-handed batter. A little bit of shape, and so far Jennings is up to the task. It will be Ed Barnard to continue. Josh Bohannon will be taking strike. The sun has come out here at Edgbaston. We're not scheduled rain today, are we?
No, no. It's going to be all this sort of cloud every now and then. A cloud, bit of sun. Hopefully no rain.
As in comes Barnard with 3 slips waiting and a little bit of shape outside the off stump as Bohannon goes forward and lifts his hands nice and high to leave it alone and let it go through to Burgess.
If you're Lancashire here at the moment, you're okay, aren't you? You're happy enough, yeah?
Yeah, well, what we're looking at, roughly just over 2 and over. It's been very sort of slow, but it's not been easy. I think you've got to give credit to the Warwickshire bowlers. They've not really given a lot away. There's been a couple of drives and a clip and stuff, but as a whole, the runs have been hard to come by. And again, with evidence we said about the wicket, it doesn't feel like it's coming on a lot, so it is going to be a patience game for the batters and the bowlers. As in comes Bernard again, and that one again just sort of stands up a little bit and leaves Bohannon, who sort of gets a thick outside edge, and it sort of trickles backward point, no run scored.
I don't know if this has to be put in the category of for the nerds. Yes, but we do need perhaps just to remind everyone that we are now out of the Kookaburra experiment. That's been and gone a couple of rounds. Just couldn't get the handle over whether people really thought that was worth it or not in the end, the bowlers, the players. So maybe you might have picked up a bit, Ricky, didn't you?
As in comes Bernard again, an edge, and it's gone over third slip. It was short and wide and left Bohannon, and he sort of tried to fend it away, and it just got big on him, and it's a edge over the third slip of Captain Will Rhodes, and it trickles away to the third man boundary for 4. I think if you went out there now and you got both teams and said what ball do you want to use, I don't think a Kookaburra would be mentioned. It's just, for me, if you're going to experiment with the Kookaburra ball, I think it has to be early season, when potentially pitches are maybe doing a little bit more. But for large parts now, we look at the basis of you want to keep as much cricket as possible, you want to keep the standard good. I think if you go Kookaburra, I think you'll see a lot of bowlers breaking down and bowling more overs. And in comes Bernard again, that's a beauty. Outside the off stump, and Bohannon just tried to fended it, and it just beat the outside edge as it went through to Michael Burgess. But ultimately, you know, if I contradict myself a little bit, I think potentially sometimes the Dukes does too much early season.
Yeah.
So you know, I think that they're doing the right thing. They're trying to find that balance. I just don't think using a Kookaburra in the middle of July is the right balance. If you're going to use it, maybe look at it early season. As in comes Bernard again, and onto the back foot and tuck this time, and a dive. We'll call it a dive from Ollie Hannon-Dolby. Almost sort of fell on it, but he has got a long way to go to get down there.
Big lad.
As Bohannon trots through is what I was looking for a single.
But I mean, the idea supposedly of the experiment was for bowlers to feel maybe more confident for when they go overseas in the winter time. Now, quite how 2 weeks is going to help them out on that, I'm not 100% certain.
Here comes Barnard to Jennings to place it back up to mid-off. No run scored. End of the 18th over. Lancashire are 46 for 1. No, I agree. Like, what's 2 weeks going to do? But I suppose with it, they'd be looking at it and say, right, we'll have a little 2 weeks here, and then we might bring in 3 weeks, 4 weeks next season, and then it's a big build-up. Maybe there's a process of how and when they want to make the transition. For me personally, I think I look at certain things that sometimes you look at Warwickshire, and I can say this, and I know Gary Barwell really well. If you look at wickets, he does it right. Okay, he produces very, very good pitches. Now, the problem you've got sometimes is that some ground staff will listen to the coaching team and what pitches they want.
Hamza comes in, left arm in, bowls driven straight to the field at mid-off, no run off the bat of Bohannon. He remains on 25.
And they've got every right to do that, because it might be a case, you know, you look at Somerset a few years ago, they played on spinning pitches because they had spinners.
Yep.
And you look at you know, Headingley of old, it used to be very seamer friendly. So, you know, home advantage, I totally accept. That's part and parcel of the course that you have in county cricket, and sides have every right to do that. From my point of view, what they're trying to do is saying, well, we want to get away from the little dibbly-dobblers that are picking up wickets left, right and centre with a Duke's ball.
Hamza in again, full, and again it's driven to Davis, isn't it? Moving to his right-hand side there at mid-off, so the score remains 46 for 1. Yeah, well, I haven't seen any official response to that. I'm not too sure. I mean, no doubt the official line will be, we're still waiting for all the information to trickle back into us as to whether that's right. But as often is the case, there can be this clash of what's right in terms of long-term international thinking. Bohannon on 25, driven. Again, it can't get past the fielder. This time, forward extra cover. Instead of finding the gaps, they're finding the fielders at the moment. Certainly Bohannon this over, it remains at 46 for 1. Yeah, but you've got that constant debate of, you know, the integrity of the competition, the teams, obviously individual wanting to win the titles, promotion, and all that sort of stuff, up against the long-term thinking, which sometimes seems to be not a contradiction, but a bit of a clash with the aims and objectives of teams out to win matches. in trophies. 2 slips going down. Bohannon on 25, and that one's been clipped away. Nicely played, actually, and it's going to get the better of the long striding legs of Hannon Dalby for 4 runs. Well, we've not seen too many of those. Played very well by Bohannon, and it brings up the 50 for Lancashire, and this after 18 overs, 50 for 1. Lancashire, it's not been easy for them, but so far, what, an hour and 20 minutes into play, been put into bat to lose just 1 wicket. As I say, we think they'll probably be quite satisfied.
Yeah, nice shot there from Josh Bohannon. Again, swinging from Hamza. On this occasion, just a little bit too straight, and he was quick onto it to whip it away for 4.
Let's move to 29. Balls again. This has gone straight this time, and it's a chase for the man at mid-on. Should be able to get to it before it gets to the rope here. Down to our right-hand side, so it's going to be 2 runs. But all of a sudden, Bohannon looks as if he's got it in mind. He wants to get going. He's got himself at 2. That was a little punch there, which for one moment might have had Rushworth a little interested, but up and over the top of him, he had to go running after it. 52 for 1.
I think for me, from that shot there, he's actually practiced to say that he did sort of chip it over mid-on, but then he practiced how he wanted to do it, so it was very intentional.
He's on 31, is Bohannon. A little bit of width, and he finds a gap there again. It's upish, it's going to be safe. It's not going to get to the boundary by what, 3/4 of the way out there on the offside. And yeah, this is Bohannon perhaps showing a little bit more intent out there for a 33 not out and a score of 54 for 1.
It looks like he's got somewhere to be.
It doesn't. As I say, all of a sudden.
All of a sudden, he's got somewhere to be. I need to get a quick score.
It was such Captain Mouse, wasn't it, in that previous over between that pair?
Yeah, just a clip through the leg side and a couple of upper shots. Well, I have got somewhere to be, and I will let Phil Britt.
It's known as the members' room for lunch already, I imagine, Ricky. Just test it all out for me. So, sun shining here in Birmingham, and this is Warwickshire against Lancashire. Day 1, Lancashire, well, their hopes of the title really severely dented. Blackpool and that defeat to Essex, but Warwickshire definitely in the mix. Jennings will just clip this round the corner for 1 off the bowling of Barnard. And it's Barnard's 4th over 3.1 overs. Made 7 runs, he's considered. 55 for 1. Jennings has moved to 15. Phil Britt is alongside. Good afternoon to you, Phil. Sun shining.
Yeah, it's very nice at the moment. Just information that Australia have lost the 2nd wicket. Warner has caught behind off Chris Wokes.
Barnard in, and that's again uppish but safe from Bohannon. Just loops away there. It looks as if somebody has given him a cup of coffee or something.
Yeah,
he's sparked into life.
He's suddenly in the last couple of overs, and he's giving. It's almost like I'm just going to chance. He's hit the 1 over Chris Rushworth, which wasn't that far over his head. He hit 1 over the slips down to the boundary before, over the top of Will Rhodes, and that one was tempting to mid-wicket. He gave him every chance there, just lifting the ball into the onside.
It's 33 not out. Lancashire are 55 for 1. Barnard bowls now from the city end. He's happy to leave that one. It's a good ball from Ed Barnard. Yep. Good length and not too far away from that off stump, but confident leave from Josh Bohannon. Easy for me to interpret like this, but we were talking about the need of patience perhaps on this pitch, and to be mindful and to be watchful, and Bohannon maybe just taking a view that actually that was becoming a real negative impact on his game, and he was really starting to feel uncomfortable with it, and therefore wanted to break out a little. Let's wait and see. Again, he's awaiting the delivery from Barnard. This time it's driven, and driven for no run, too wide, mid off.
Mind you, having said that, he played some terrific shots there in the 1 over, 2 beautiful cover drives, and intermixed. He has had the odd period where he's played really, really well. He's looking to push it on though, Kevin, isn't he? He's beginning to try and force it.
It seems that way. Wonderfully gifted, talented, skillful batter. He waits now. Ooh, and he plays. Does he get anything on that? Yes, he does, and he's gone. Taken by the keeper, and they're just a little bit too adventurous to a good delivery from Ed Barnard. And it's 55 for 2, but Hannon has gone for 33.
Yeah, just trying to force, perhaps trying the shot, force a ball which was a little bit too much. It came up at him and tucked him up a little bit. A little bit tight for space, and just nicking it through to Burgess, and off he goes. Just as we were saying, it was a strange innings, that one. He looked potentially, I thought, to be really, really good, but disappointing way to go. Sort of innings which I would associate more with sort of Alex Davis, the way he plays, pushing it on, and just when you think he's beginning to get on and get the runs, he's on his way back, and we see that a number of times. But I've seen Bohannon bat several times, and it's the first time I've seen him which hasn't been quite as coherent as normal.
Well, what you could certainly read into it in the last few deliveries he was facing over at 2 was he was adding a certain amount of jeopardy, more jeopardy
Yeah.
to the innings, which made it, dare I say, a little bit more interesting to commentate on as well, liven things up. But that jeopardy, I'm afraid, in the end,
Did for him. didn't it?
yeah.
Good bowling though. It's been a good spell from Barnard. Got the ball to move, and he's in his 4th over, just 7 runs off him, and now he's got the reward of the wicket. As we say, the sun's out, and at this point in time, some black clouds coming right over the ground.
Yeah, I think it's going to be that sort of a day, Phil, where it'll make an appearance with the sun for a short time, and then
There's a little bit of rain possible around 1 o'clock.
Oh, 1 o'clock. Oh, we'll
That's
take that.
fine. We'll
Yeah,
take
yeah,
that at
we'll take
lunchtime.
that. You come along at 1. Salt is the new batter, 55 for 2, and that's very wide from Barnard, and even a new batter that's gone out there in Phil Salt, and the sort of attacking positive batter that Phil Salt is. He's not going to be tempted. So Hamza is going to come on and bowl, we presume, continuing this little bit of pressure put back upon Lancashire now, which, I mean, full credit to the bowlers, you're 100% right, but I just think some of this pressure has been brought on Lancashire by themselves because they felt they needed to perhaps be a little bit more attacking. 55 for 2, Salt and Jennings are not a pair. Jennings on 15, I shall move out, and Clive Eakin will come
Well,
in.
in fact, actually, he's going to bring in Chris Rushworth again. So Chris Rushworth, his first spell of 5 overs, he got that early wicket, getting Luke Wells, and he's now returning to bowl from the pavilion end. It's going to be 2 slips for him. Burgess continues to stand up to the wickets. As Jennings is facing Rushworth in bowls, and back goes Jennings and plays the ball square on back down the wicket. No run, 55 for 2 it remains. Jennings, who is on 15, Salt to get off the mark, and Warwickshire just picking up that wicket in the previous over. So just as Bohannon was really trying to take the bowlers on.
Yeah.
Clive Eakin back with us.
Is it your end or mine?
It's I'll carry on with this one.
Okay.
There's Rushworth in bowls in the game, defended stoutly back by Jennings, back to the bowler.
But Hannon stood his ground when they appealed for the catch, waiting for the umpire's decision, but I don't think he felt quite the same as Luke Wells, who was obviously very disappointed. It might be because of Wells' dismissal of Hannon. Well, I'm not walking then, but I don't think there's much doubt he did get an edge on that one.
So 55 for 2 as the sun goes in again, and Rushworth in bowls back, and that steering is just behind square on the offside. And so there's no run.
So Ollie's still signing the autographs for the school kids in the corner.
Well, it's that time of year, isn't it, where the school parties now will come in. They're all on their day out somewhere. Actually, I think there's 1 or 2 school parties in by the look of it today, which is good. So, Rushworth in bowls. It's driven beautifully through extra cover, and that won't get stopped as it crosses the ropes, and that's beautifully driven by Jennings down to the extra cover boundary. So 59 for 2. Jennings moves on to 19, and just slightly over-pitched by Rushworth. boundary. We haven't had a lot of boundaries this morning. The outfield pretty slow. It's very, very green. When you think what the colour of this outfield was this time last year, it's totally different. It's Rushworth in, bowls to Jennings. It's turned behind square on the onside. They'll think about the second, but don't go for it as the ball's returned back into Burgess. 60 comes up, Jennings goes into the 20s.
Well, it just feels like the sort of surface, sort of outfield where forcing a result on this pitch might be hard work for either side. That might be why Lancashire were looking to press on, try and speed the scoring.
We had 107 overs on this wicket in the T20 game, so that's what, about a day and a quarter, yeah, something like that, just under a day and a quarter. As Rushworth makes complete what will be his 6th over into the right-handed Salt, who is pushing this into the offside, but having to readjust quickly as the ball which came back at him ends up harmlessly into the offside. It's the end of Rushworth's first over of his second spell. 60 for 2. Lancashire, Warwickshire having won the toss and chosen to bowl, picked up those 2 wickets.
Yeah, it has a feel of an even morning now. If Lancashire can get to lunch without any further damage, even if they lost one. She did need that wicket. Barnard's coming into bowl to Jennings, who takes a couple of little steps forward as the ball drifts away, and that's going to be a decision now for Michael Burgess as to whether he stands up again. He's staying back at the moment, but Keaton Jennings wandering forward. Didn't play a shot at that. It's pretty good, albeit circumspect. On 20 now, 61 balls. Elsewhere, the Test match, Australia 69 for 2 at Old Trafford. They still haven't started at Trent Bridge, but they are planning to at 1:10 between Nottinghamshire and Hampshire. Again, Jennings walks forward. Again, he opts not to play a shot. Surrey 57 for 1 against our old rivals Middlesex at Lords. Kent 63 for 3 against Essex at Chelmsford. Essex looking ominously good at the moment in terms of their form. Somerset going fairly briskly at Northampton, 71 for 1 in the 22nd. And it's been off and on at Headingley, but Yorkshire have used what time they've had on the field pretty well, as in comes Barnard to bowl. Let's play back to them, there's no run. Sussex are 24 for 3. They've only had 10 overs there, and they're off again for rain. Derbyshire 61 for 1 against Durham. Worcestershire 55 for 1 against Leicestershire. Personally, I don't care about Major League Cricket, so you can look those up yourself if you want. Put them on a channel I don't have, so it's no good to me, is it? Anyway, 2 slips in the gully. As in comes Ed Barnard from the Birmingham end. It's got a bit grey again. That's played away through the covers by Jennings. That's a good shot. It's been chased. He's going to run. Amble through the first and then turn and started sprinting the second, because it looked for a moment as if the ball might not roll all the way to the boundary, such as the lush outfield, but it did in the end. He gets the 4 that the shot deserved, and he's on to 24, 64 for 2.
Again, that was a lovely shot. It nicely timed. Very, very slow outfield. I think the grass, probably with the wet, they've probably not been able to get it clipped as low as they would normally like, but it's certainly taking some hitting to get it out to that fence.
This next one, Jennings leaves as it drifts away. He's on 24. Players out today. Luke Wells survived a big LBW shout, which did look a decent shout, but then next ball was caught behind down the leg side. Evidence suggests he may have been unlucky. That was off Chris Rushworth. He was out for 6, 8 for 1 in the 7th. And then Josh Bohannon just edging Ed Barnard to be caught behind for 33, 55 for 2 in the 20th. It's now 64 for 2 again. Jennings comes down the pitch. I think he keeps his bat inside the line there. as it goes past the outside edge to the wicket keeper. It's the end of the over, 64 for 2, 22 overs bowled, and a half hour to lunch.
He's got that down to a fine art, Jennings, coming down the wicket. And when you say coming down the wicket, it's not just a pace, it's two or three paces. He's ending up probably a couple of yards outside the crease playing or leaving the ball and just letting it seam across and away from him. That has brought Burgess up to the stumps just to try and prevent him to do it. Anyway, a new over starting. Rushworth starts again into the right-handed foot. Salt, he's in and bowls. Salt is hitting this one off the top edge into the ground, bottom edge into the ground, and it runs to slip, and there's no run. In fact, I think it may come off the keeper down to Rhodes. Slip. It's the second slip. There's no run. Still having to give the ball bit of a rub. As, the players got towels, so retrieving the ball from the damp outfield. There's Rushworth in, bowls, and this is squirted away through the vacant gully area by Salt. He's going to get a couple of runs as the ball is retrieved. And I'm just looking to see who went to fetch that, because they slipped as they got the ball, and making their way rather painfully back to backward point. But Salt was back for a couple there, took the second one really quickly as fielders slipped. Rushworth turns and Salt waits. He's in, bowls, and this is played out to the offside. Davis does the fielding, coming in from mid-off to do it. .66 for 2, Salt 2, Jennings 24. And Warwickshire, remember, won the toss this morning, chose to bowl. They've got 2 wickets. Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon, 2 men to go. Jennings at 24, Salt on 2 as he waits. It's Rushworth who took one of the wickets. This one is looking to run it away through the backward point area. Salt that misses it, goes through to the keeper standing up. There's no run.
Trying to keep across all that's going on at all the championship matches. If you scroll down the BBC Live County and Championship page, I'll keep you across all that's going on. Alex, George and Gary in charge today. Follow events and comments from all championship matches currently underway.
Rushworth in bowls, and this is left outside the off stump. Burgess unable to take it quite cleanly and just tidying up. There's no run. Well used, that page, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
It's a really good way to keep view on what's happening.
The ground staff were sort of sitting on the hover cover. They seem to now have relented and walked away, so I think the danger's past the time being.
Rushworth in bowls, and that's played nicely off the back foot by Salt away through that extra covered field position. It's going to just Alex Davis was after it. He was never quite going to make that one, and in the end, as the boundary rope approach got closer, he in the end went for a desperate dive, but his dive coincided with the ball arriving at the rope, so Davis ends up sprawled across the rope. A bit damp down there as well, I think. So he's probably just wishing that he may have hit it to a different part of the ground. It's part of the ground which doesn't get the sun on it very much, so consequently it never quite dries out. It's in the shadow of the new stand.
10th for this morning by Lancashire, first for Salt. So they managed to get the scoring rate up to pretty respectable pace now, 70 for 2 after 23. Ed Barnard comes into ball 24th over. That's driven straight down the ground. That'll be more runs. Jennings just misses the stumps at the non-striker's end. Ollie Handobi will cut it off. It's an incredibly slow outfield, and they'll sprint through for 3. I must have thought that was 4 when he hit it, but he had the good sense to run anyway, and has got 3. 73 for 2. And, the school kids want to. Teachers have got umbrellas up now, they've gone back down again now, so we're all right. They enjoyed seeing Ollie, who's just been signing autographs for them, chasing the ball down. Sun out now, 73 for 2. Lancashire, despite the loss of Bohannon, have continued to progress. They can get to lunch 2 wickets down with a reasonable score on the board. I think they'll see that's a pretty good bowling effort being put in. Barnard, right arm over, bowls, and that's defended by Salt out to the offside.
I don't think those umbrellas that keep the sun off them today, although at this moment the sun's out, at this moment in time, that dark cloud quickly moved away and it's blue sky overhead now. It's one of those days, I think, that if we do get any rain, it's going to blow through quite quickly. Although the breeze, having said that, has dropped from what it was when play started.
In comes Barnard to bowl. Salt pushes it to the offside. There is no run. I must say it's a little disappointing that Michael Pepper didn't play in the Essex-Lancashire game in the last round of matches, with a Pepper and a Salt playing in the same match. So there would be no end of fun for the commentators.
Pity Phil Mustard's finished as well, isn't it? Otherwise we could have had that lot.
Mustard and onions playing together before,
Yeah,
I think. In comes Barnard, and Salt plays one down from waist height into the ground. It's fielded by Danny Briggs. There's no run. I'm still waiting for Dan Moriarty to come up against a Holmes somewhere. Ollie Handobi's fetched a handful of sawdust to put on where Ed Barnard's front foot is landing. Just a little bit of a problem with moisture out there. Looks like Hamza's preparing for another ball before.
Last blast before the lunch, do you think?
Yeah.
Rushworth's bowled 2 overs from this end in his second spell. Whether you're going to give Hamza another blast?
This one is hit in the air and just beyond the reach of mid-on. Ollie Handobi at full stretch couldn't quite reach it. There was excitement from Ed Barnard as that was miscued somewhat by Salt. He'll get 2 runs. At the end of this over, I'm going to bring Scott to place you, Phil.
Yep.
That's okay. And are you in the museum it's lunchtime?
I shall be. Yeah, I shall go straight there now.
Splendid. So I might get a few parties to school kids.
Well, you may do, because the pitch is over. Normally, when the pitch is over towards the Wyatt stand, as we look to our left as we look down from the pavilion, we tend to get more people about. If it's over the other side, they don't bother to walk around. So we may get quite a few today. We will see.
In comes Barnard to bowl, and that's a good accurate delivery. Solidly defended by Salt. It's the end of the over. It's 75 for 2. Lancashire with Salt on 8, and Jennings has batted through the session so far on 27. We'll come back to Scott Reed. I was just saying, Scott, a great missed opportunity for you that Michael Pepper didn't play for Essex in the last match.
Yes, yeah, a world of fun with that, couldn't we?
Absolutely.
I think it did happen in a game. Would it have been a 100 match maybe last summer? I think it did happen. We had the Salt and Pepper. I can't remember if it was a 100 game or not, but I'm sure it happened in a match, you know, last summer or the summer before. Here's Rushworth from around the wicket, balls and cut away by Jennings, but bouncing out to point, and there is no run. 75 for 2. Jennings on 27, Salt on 8. With around about 20 minutes remaining of the morning session. Lancashire losing 2 wickets Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon. Wells for 6, Bohannon for 33. Rushworth into his 8th over, 1 for 22. For Lucas Jennings again, solid looking front foot defence by the Lancashire captain. Straight to cover, and there's no run.
There's just about stayed away for this morning session. Some doubt about whether we'd start on time, but we did eventually. No interruptions. Quite a breeze blowing. The Warwickshire flag, no Lancashire flag here, but the Warwickshire flag is blowing pretty keenly.
Oh, the missing Lancashire flag. He's been missing all. He's been missing all season. Rushworth to Jennings. Big appeal for LBW. Jennings having to defend from the crease with Burgess standing up. Everybody went up. Keeper, bowler, slips. Shake of the head by the umpire, not out. Big shout, just edging up towards lunch for BW. Rushworth standing there, staring back down towards the batter, the striking end, and work out why the umpire's given that not out. Sets off again to Jennings. It's wide above stump and left into the gloves of Burgess, and there's no run. 75 for 2. Another one more out just before lunch. Warwickshire. Lancashire will be relatively pleased with the morning session. They're putting to bat, and if they're only 2 down with 80, 85 on the board, I think they're pretty happy with that, Lancashire. Warwickshire probably need another one to really justify that decision to bowl first. It's turned out towards the leg side by Keaton Jennings, picked up at mid-wicket, and there's no run. It's on 27, so 1 ball left for Rushworth. This is the 25th over of the Lancashire first innings. So far this morning, just the 4 seamers used. Rushworth to Jennings. It's a good looking shot, carved away. It's a good stop, just backward of point. And there's no run. Ed Barnard with a very good piece of fielding. It's hit firmly by Jennings, bending his knee, trying to carve the ball away. Barnard did well, low to his right to stop the ball. End of the over. About 15 minutes until we get to lunch. 75 for 2. Salt on 8, Jennings on 27.
Behind Albee, he's going to replace Ed Barnard, 1 for 16 in his 6 overs. Barnard got the wicket to Josh Bohannon for 33. Ollie Hand Albee wicketless so far, but 6 overs have only cost 12 runs. He'll be bowling to Phil Salt. For the Birmingham end once again. Interesting morning so far. Lancashire have done pretty well as long as they get through these last 15 minutes before lunch. 2 slips in place. Hannon Dolby, right arm over, bowls accurately, and Salt plays at the mid-off.
Yeah, I think that it'd be a good morning that for Lancashire if they get to lunch as 2 down. They're pretty happy with that.
Around about 3 and over, which these days is almost pedestrian, but it's not the easiest pitches to score quickly on, and the outfield also you probably have to add. At least half a dozen runs, if not 10 to 12 runs to the total with the slow outfield. Hannon Dolby, right arm over bowls, and that's accurate and solidly defended. Use and arse, but Salt got plenty of bat behind that, played it into the ground for Hannon Dolby to field off his own bowling.
Phil Salt with a promotion here in the batting lineup. Lancashire having to rejig their batting lineup because they've made the changes that they've made. There are 5 changes in total, including Dane Villas, who probably would have come in had he been picked. Probably would have come in at
Hannon Dolby, Salt plays that from leg stump onto the leg side for no run.
So yeah, probably would have batted at 4, Villas, but he batted at 4 against Essex. Jones at 5. Salt batted at 6 in the last game, but both Villas and Jones not playing this week. Salt, who has opened the batting this season, and he's batted at 6. He's now batting at 4, so he's a little bit up and down the order. But he's been in really good form this season with the red ball since he's come back into the championship side.
Alan Dolby bowls, and that's played out to the leg side for no run.
Just shy of 300 runs for Salt, average of 58, but he's only played the last 3 championship matches, of which in those 3 games, 6 innings, he's got 1 century and 2 50s. So he's had a really good couple of weeks with red ball cricket. Been not featured in April with being away at the IPL, returning for Lancashire for the Blast, and now playing in the championship.
2 fields put out on the leg side boundary now, one at square leg, one at wide long leg. Alan Dolby pitches it up, it's played out to the onside. There's no run. I'm not sure if the selection of Mir Hamza for this game. We now use 18 players in the championship this season. There's going to be a few players who have only played 1 game this season. Glenn Maxwell have only played 1. Dom Bess was signed as an emergency loan against Essex, only played 1. Whether Jake Lintott gets another game between now and the end of the season remains to be seen. Henry Brooks may, he's only got 1 at the moment. In comes Alan Dolby. And that's solidly defended. An accurate over that from Alan Dolby. Kept Lancashire quiet, 75 for 2. Padding being brought on here, so we might see a little bit of Danny Briggs before the interval, I think.
Well, it's worth a go, this, isn't it? Not just because it's the kind of edging towards lunchtime, let's have a go with a bowler type situation, but you factor in that this pitch has been used in T20 finals day, so it's kind of 130 overs old already. Definitely worth seeing what Briggs can do here before lunch. You'd think that both frontline spinners in the 2 teams, Briggs and Morley, are going to have an important part to play as the match goes on. It's certainly worth a little go from Briggs, not just because we're edging towards lunch on the first day.
Back from injury, Danny Briggs. Injury near the end of the group stages of the T20 Blast. You should see how Lancashire approach this. Just sort of block it out, or do they maybe see there's an opportunity to play 1 or 2 shots?
Well, the captain's on strike for Briggs. His left arm over the wicket. Worked away to the leg side. And there is no run gathered by Rob Yates. He's at mid-wicket. There's a backward square leg. That's Mir Hamza. Deep square leg in Hannon Dolby. Jennings using his feet, coming down towards Briggs. He defends to the leg side. There's no run.
You mentioned Rob Yates. I was disappointed in Rob Yates in the last game at Canterbury. I mean, he scored a huge century and he took a couple of crucial wickets, but he didn't take a catch all game.
Briggs, a little flattering quicker to Jennings, has defended, no run.
He'd taken a ridiculous number of catches before that match. Didn't take a single one against Essex. It was very disappointing.
Yeah, he's clearly letting his standards slip, isn't he? Briggs to Jennings, and that's worked out to Yates at mid-wicket, no run. 75 for 2. Leg slip, cover, mid-off and a deep backward point. Briggs to Jennings, down he comes, a little step towards the bowler and worked safely away to mid-wicket. No run.
So yeah, he remains stuck on 22 catches after the Essex game. He's only 50 ahead of his nearest Warwickshire rival now.
Jennings coming down towards Briggs. Worth an appeal, I think. Final ball of the over as Jennings tries to again work it to the leg side. end of the over. 75 for 2, so Briggs starts with a maiden.
So I was including the wicketkeeper in that stat. Michael Burgess has now finally overtaken Rob Yates for catches. He had been behind him for much of the season, but his 2 catches today has taken Burgess's tally to 24. He's got a stumping as well. Although colleague Richard Wilford insists that should have been down as a run out, but it has gone down as a stumping officially. 75 for 2, and Ollie Hannon-Dolby to bowl from the Birmingham. What are we going to get? We're going to get probably 2 more overs in before lunch. If Lancashire can be even 75 for 2, they'll be very happy. Hannon-Dolby into Salt. Defends that to the offside. There's no run. Right in a good line, Ollie Hannon-Dolby. He's getting the ball to do much, I'm not sure.
Did you mention Australia are 2 down now?
Yeah, we have mentioned that, yes, I think. And it's Chris Wokes that got Warner, not Stuart Broad for a change. Hannon-Dolby bowls, and that's played onto the onside. There's no run. 98 for 2 Australia after 23 overs again. It's moving at a pace. Watched quite a lot of the... Well, I actually listened to quite a lot of the women's match yesterday. It was a terrific series, the women's Ashes series. Really great effort by England to tie the series, albeit they don't get the Ashes, but to tie the series and win both the white ball series was a terrific effort. Warwickshire's Amy Jones keeping wicket brilliantly on that final match. Hannon-Dolby to bowl the size, bowl him! Inside edge, I think, onto off stump, and Salt goes for 8, so Warwickshire do get a third before lunch, which puts a slightly different complexion on things, and Lancashire 75 for 3.
Yeah, big, thick inside edge back onto his leg stump. Salt departing. That is a big breakthrough, that. He has been in really good form for Lancashire in the last 3 championship matches in which he's been available to play, having missed the first round of championship games this summer away with the IPL. He's been in outstanding form. He's got a bit of a promotion, batting at 4 in this game. Significant breakthrough that for Warwickshire on the stroke of lunch, and needed that, I think, as well. Lancashire 2 down with about 80 on the board. It's been a pretty solid session that for Lancashire. Needed that 3rd wicket for me, the Bears, before the lunch break, and it's an important one. An in-form batter in Phil Salt. Thick inside edge back onto his leg stump.
So, Darryl Mitchell, the new batter. 18 test matches for New Zealand.
Could be his last game, this. There's a suggestion that maybe it will be. He was with Lancashire up until the end of finals day, and I think they managed to agree for him to stay on and play another one. I'm not so sure if he'll play next week against Northamptonshire. I don't know that for certain, but might well be his last match. He's been outstanding for Lancashire in the Championship and the Blast. He's been a really, really good signing for them, both with bat and with ball. He's played a significant role this season for Lancashire.
I'm sure he's thrilled to be coming in 5 minutes before lunch. 3 minutes before lunch. So 3 balls to see off this over. So we get up to the other end. And Dolby balls with 3 slips in place. Mitchell lets that go. Side off. Nagging line by Hannah Dolby, but well judged by Darryl Mitchell.
Just looking at the last few overs, I think that was 3 maidens on the spin, wasn't it, that Warwickshire had built up, so a little bit of pressure perhaps, maybe.
Yeah.
Just before lunch, 3 overs on the spin, 3 maidens on the spin, maybe Lancashire looking to try and just assert themselves a little bit. There's a bit of width there for Salt to try and go after.
Michael Burgess has come up to the stumps here for Darryl Mitchell. Hannon Dolby, and that's edged and
Did that bounce just in front of Will Rose at second slip? Must have done. He's got the ball in both hands. There were oohs and ahs, but obviously bounced just in front of him. Probably goes down as a good stop in the end. But it was an edge, 75 for 3. So this last ball of the over, watch if they can nick another one before lunch and suddenly changes the session dramatically. Alan Dalby bowls, and that's solidly defended by Mitchell. End of the over, likely to be one more before lunch. 75 for 3 are Lancashire.
Well, a fourth there would have been a super way, wouldn't it, for the Bears to have got to lunch. It dropped short. I was on commentary with Ricky a bit earlier on this morning. We're talking about the slips. We're feeling relatively close. In the first morning of a championship match, the slips were quite tight in, which might reflect, I mean, relatively tight in, obviously, but which might reflect the pace of the pitch, and that edge dropping short again.
It was actually a good stop by Will Rose. Dive to his right, just squirted on the ground in front of him. What to do, so 75 for 3, and Andy brings the ball. What will be the last over before lunch? You want to join me for the last over before lunch? Might as well, Ricky, as Mitchell comes in to bowl. Don't worry about the news in your ear, I'll jump in when I'm needed. Interesting morning session. That wicket puts a slightly different slant on it.
Yeah, I think it's a patience game. It's a wicket that's obviously hard to score on, so for batters it's a case of being patient, but equally for the bowlers as well, that it's not going to be a wicket you're going to blast the batters away with.
Brings balls, it's pushed out to the onside. There's no run. Even session, would you say now? 75 for 3, or will Lancashire still be the happier of the two teams?
No, I'd say pretty much even, with the 3 wickets for Warwickshire.
Brings in, it's just pushed out to mid-on, there's no run.
I think from Lancashire's point of view, they'd be disappointed that they weren't far away from going in at 1 down, and then obviously 2 quick wickets has really brought Warwickshire back into it, having won the toss.
Watchful stuff from Keaton Jennings. It was his 84th ball, and he scored his 28th run as he turns it round his pads for a single. 76 for 3. To Mitchell. It's a slip and a leg slip. Doing a few stretching exercises or jogging. He doesn't have to worry now. It's definitely the last over before lunch, so there's no particular merit in time wasting tactics. Is that you go? Oh, he's hit that one straight over the top. Where's that gone? That's gone for 6. Where did that come from, Ricky?
Well, that is a fantastic shot, and that literally just outlines his intentions that it doesn't matter when it is in the course of a game, that he's still going to be nice and positive and play his natural game.
Mid on and mid off has stayed up. So, see if he'll do it again. This time he opens the face of the bat, runs it down to third. Bit of excitement, but I think that was a deliberate shot, and he's going to get 2 runs. And that will take us to lunch at 84 for 3. So decent morning's cricket. You've got about 20 seconds. Sum that up, Ricky, before I do my report.
Yeah, look, very even session. I think Warwickshire will be very happy that they got those 2 wickets just before lunch. From Lancashire's point of view, it's a case of coming back after lunch and trying to build a platform with Keaton Jennings and Mitchell at the crease. Try and build a partnership, and for Warwickshire, it's a case of doing pretty much most of the same that they've been doing in the morning session.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to do an update and then we'll have a lunch break. This is Clive Egan at Edgbaston. We're at lunch on the first day of this county championship match, and a fairly even session in the end. Lancashire 84 for 3. They were going pretty well after being put in, but Warwickshire managed to a little over half an hour for the after.
Welcome back after lunch for the second session of Warwickshire versus Lancashire. Edgbaston, Lancashire put into bat 84 for 3. Players out this morning. Luke Wells caught behind off Chris Rushworth for 6. Josh Bohannon also caught behind of Herb Barnard for 33. And Phil Salt. Bowl by Ollie Dolby for 8. I'm Clive Egan. Like I say, got Ricky Clark with us. That was an interesting morning session. The way Daryl Mitchell finished it suggests that he's not going to hang around.
Yeah, it was either a case of him heard about the Edgbaston lunches and didn't mind if he got out, or if he's showing intent and how he's going to look to play. But even sort of morning session, I'd say. Obviously, a couple of wickets now will change that into Warwickshire's favour. For Lancashire, it's a case of building a partnership with Jennings and Mitchell and trying to get themselves to a decent total in their first innings.
And it's going to be Ollie Dolby to bowl the first over after lunch. We'll give it him so far. Comes in to bowl. He's bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Jennings, who turns the first ball round back and square leg for a single. Jennings looked pretty solid this morning. He's on 29 now. It's not done anything extravagant, but he's looked pretty solid.
I think it's a case he just, just doing what most openers do, is just bat. He's had a couple that he's tried to, he's had a bit of width on a couple he's tried to sort of go at, and obviously we've alluded to the nature of the pitch. It is a used pitch and had quite a few overs on it already, so it's just the way for him is trying to go too hard. He's just gone back into his bubble, and we've seen him sort of come down the wicket sometimes. That's why Burgess comes up to the stumps, but for him it's just a case of just batting and playing the ball on each merits.
He's asked, I think, Michael Burgess to come and stand up now to Jennings. So Burgess takes hold of the helmet. Says, thank you very much, Ollie.
It's not often the seam bowler will be asking the keeper to come up, isn't it? It's normally like they come up and you're trying to push them back.
Yeah. Alan Dolby bowls. Oh, he's appealing for an LBW here. Alan Dolby's convinced, but the umpire isn't. Sure how much support he really got from his teammates there, Ollie Dolby. They've got their backs to us, so difficult for us to judge from here.
Yeah, good error from Ollie Dolby there, just trying to drag Daryl Mitchell forward. Obviously with Burgess coming up, that's the delivery he's been looking to try and get, like just running it back, hit him on the pads, keep him in his crease and challenging those stumps.
Comes in again, and Mitchell lets that go. 3 slips in place. Ed Barnard doing some loosening exercises. So's Mia Hamza as well. Just saw a replay of the LBW shout. Alan Dolby bowls, it's driven to mid-off, and well taken single that. Mid-off has had to run around. Alex Davis had to run around a little bit to gather that, and they scampered through for a single. Looked at a decent shot, major speed, got his pad outside the line by the time it hit him.
Any chance of batting there as well? It sounded a little bit woody on the way through.
Yeah.
It was a good line, good area.
I think this is it. Let's see, probably see a completely different delivery now. I think it's Dolby is in now. Bowls, and that one, well, it's come off the wicketkeeper's glove, and it's going to go for a bye. It's gone through the slip cord, drifted away from Jennings, who didn't play a shot at it, and deflects off Burgess's gloves, and they get through for a bye.
Yeah, inside edge for me there a little bit, just sort of deviate. It just didn't sound right, obviously, with our effects mic, which I heard, I think a bee was near it earlier.
Oh, was it?
It was buzzing in my ear.
Turned the buzz off.
Look at that.
to Hannah Dolby. Last ball of the over. 29 overs bowled in the morning session. Hannah Dolby bowls, and that's played to mid-on, but it won't beat the fielder there, so there is no run. 87 for 3, Lancashire after 30.
Yeah, good first over back after lunch from Hannah Dolby. He'll be looking to bowl in partnerships with Mir Hamza, who's going to start from the pavilion end. Is it called the pavilion end?
Yes.
It is the pavilion end, yeah. Bowled nicely in his first spell. Got the ball to swing back to Josh O'Hannon consistently with a shape. He's now going to hope he keeps that shape to the left-handed Jennings, who sees a field of 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, cover and a mid-off, and mid-on a square leg just in front and a fine leg in front of him. As in comes Hamza. Over the wicket to Jennings. Jennings comes forward, Nick, and gone. We said earlier on this morning that with Jennings coming down the wicket, he ended up going hard at the ball, and he has nicked it straight to second slip, and Sam Hain has done the rest. 87 for 4, Lancashire.
That's not a bad start after lunch for Hamza.
It's a great start.
5 overs before lunch. That's a big wicket as well. Keep Jennings holding one end up nicely. There he goes.
Said this morning, Clive, that obviously it is a feature of Keaton Jennings' game, but you've got to be careful, because when you do come down the wicket with someone who's moving the ball, your hands will ultimately go hard at the ball, and you end up playing balls that you don't want to play, rather than staying in your crease and letting the ball come to you and hit it under your eyes. And it was a lovely delivery first up from Hamza. Got the ball pitched up, got a nice shape on it. It's one of those edges as well as slip. You just love those. It just sort of looped towards you into the breadbasket of Sam Hain, and he did the rest. So a lovely start for Warwickshire.
He's played 3 test matches for Pakistan. Hamza is now 30 years old. Not particularly successful test matches, only took the 2 wickets at an average of 132, but his first class record is pretty impressive. Before this match, in 95 first class matches, 379 wickets at an average of 22.
Very impressive.
Yeah.
Considering on some of the pitches he would be playing on in the subcontinent, very sort of flat and docile and not a lot on offer. So for a seamer to have that record, it really is incredible. Fundamentally why Warwickshire no doubtly went for him.
Yeah, his last test match wasn't long ago, actually. Played against New Zealand in Karachi back in January. There's a 5-year or 4.5-year gap between his debut and his second test. I think this is his first foray into championship cricket.
It will be George Bell facing his first ball from Hamza, and he tries to drive as the ball is full again, and swinging back to George Bell, and sort of a thick inside edge that flicked up onto his boot and then just trickled out towards third slip. No run. He's got a lovely action as well, Hamza. Just comes in very rhythmical, good strong action, gets that front arm going down towards the target, which allows that high point for his bowling hand to get the ball swinging back. As in he comes again, and the ball is just outside of stump. A little bit wider on this occasion, left alone by Bell.
Yeah, he's replaced Hassan Ali. I think that's regarded as a pretty successful overseas player, apart from the fact that he rather inconsiderately got himself called up by Pakistan a bit earlier than Warwickshire had expected.
It's a bit selfish, isn't it?
Yeah. So that's the problem. If he does particularly well, then you lose him. But he was a good presence about the place.
Here comes Hamza again, full this time, and nicely played by George Bell. Back up towards Hamza, who sort of half stops it as Dan Mosley comes in and does the fielding for him. He has got some lovely swing here, Hamza, getting the ball to run back to the right-handers. Just wonder how long he'll leave it before he pushes one across. turns again. Into Bell, again, nicely driven. Bit of shape, up to mid-off, no run scored.
He's got 92 on his back. The only significance I know that number is the number of teams in the Premier League and EFL, or the old football leagues, with 92. Count the 92 grounds if you get to every ground. So perhaps he's a football ground hopper.
That would be good, wouldn't it? While you're wearing 92. Love the football on the grounds. As in he comes again to George Bell. That's wide, and he has pushed it across this time. And the umpire is going to signal wide, I would have thought, as they run back for 2. Hayne in pursuit, and they come back for the 3rd. And it will indeed be wides. So he did push it across, but he didn't anticipate how much it would go, and it carried on going. And you saw the slip sort of scarper there as the keeper Burgess was diving to his right, and he's taking his glove off, and Sam Hayne comes up just to see if he's all right. It's one of those that just hit him on the fingertips, and that is sore for wicket keepers.
My theory about why he might be 92 could possibly quash when you find out he was born in 1992.
There
so
we go
it's
then.
A bit more likely to be the reason why he's wearing 92.
Similar to someone who wore 81.
Ah,
yes.
yes.
As in comes Hamza again to Daryl Mitchell. Over the wicket and onto the back foot goes Mitchell. Plays it out to point. No run scored. End of the 31st over. Lancashire are 91 for 4.
Good over then from stray delivery, but decent over. Warwickshire -1 on the over rate on the scoreboard. I don't think we'll be too concerned about that. I'm sure we'll see Danny Briggs in a little bit more as the innings goes on. Australia 113 for 2 in the test match in the 28th over, so they're rattling along. Yeah, 91 for 4. I mentioned Chris Rushworth when he took the wicket, gone back to being the First Division's top wicket taker, and his nearest rival, Brett Hutton, couldn't even get on the field. Well, Hutton did eventually get on the field and took a wicket with his 5th ball. Alan Dolby bowls, that's left, there's no run, so he's got 1, so he and Chris Rushworth are now joint top First Division wicket takers with 42 apiece. That's played into the ground to point for no run by Bell. Well-known batting name in these parts.
There's a screen at lunch I saw that had the most runs on it, and Ian Bell was not quite at the top. An amazing player for Warwickshire and England. A bit of coaching at Derbyshire now.
Yeah, that's right.
Batting consultant.
In comes Alan Dolby to bowl, solidly played back to him. Alan Dolby practices his football skills. One thing potentially to watch out for today is Somerset are currently batting. James Rue is due in 2 wickets' time. He could be the first to 1,000 First Division runs today, because he
on 975, is he?
952.
952
in the championship.
Fortunate enough to watch him last week score his double 100. What
I say he got about 800 of them in that game, didn't he?
What an exceptional player he is at 19.
Alan Dolby bowls, has played out of mid-off, there's no run. Comes down the pitch, does a bit of prodding. Should really have a bit of stability now, you feel. Especially with the loss of Keaton Jennings. Certainly George Bell's 9th first-class match. Got a couple of 50s to his name. And then Dolby Wilson, 3 slips in place, and he's gone. Caught at third slip, straight into the hands of Will Rhodes. And Warwickshire have got 2 shortly after lunch, and they're beginning to get some ascendancy here at 91 for 5.
That's fantastic bowling from Ollie Hannon-Dolby. Predominantly, he's into his 10th over. We haven't really seen him try to swing the ball until that occasion. He pitched it up and it shaped beautifully away. Enticed the drive from George Bell. And was it Will Rhodes, I think, at third slip did the rest.
Yeah. Come to win off catch for Will Rhodes, his 8th of the season. Lancashire, who were 55 for 1 at one stage, have lost 4 wickets for 36 runs now. Some concerns for them. George Balderson is next in.
That's the ideal start for Warwickshire after lunch. They would have had a little debrief and a little chat. What do we need to do? And realistically, it's much of the same. Just be patient, put the ball in the right areas, and they've done exactly that.
Dolby, I think, has been particularly accurate, hasn't he? Throughout. Just frustrated Phil Salt a bit. Salt eventually getting an inside edge onto his off stump. So a left-handed bat in George Balderson. 3 slips in place. And Dolby with his tail up here, 2 for 14. This is his 10th over. Ever reliable from Warwickshire. Relatively late convert really to the red ball game, but it's been hugely successful. He bowls, and that's played to mid on for no runs. A long time he was only really getting selected for white ball matches for Warwickshire, but then a few years ago, the little run in the red ball game and took the opportunity very impressively, and has not looked back since. 91 for 5.
It will be Hamza to continue. So he got a wicket with his first over back after lunch. Beautiful delivery to the Lancashire captain Keaton Jennings, that took the edge and flew at a nice height for Sam Hain in the slips. We'll be looking to try and do similar and get rid of the dangerous Daryl Mitchell, Lancashire's overseas player. I think comes Hamza. Pushed across, driven nicely, a little bit uppishly, and it's racing away to the cover boundary and will be 4. So the batsman will be pleased that he's managed to get a boundary, but as a bowler, I'll still be very happy with that. Just pushed it across and a little bit uppish, and he has got 2 slips waiting for any mistake.
Yes, you sense that Mitchell's going to have a bit of a go now.
Hamza turns again away from us here, 92 on his back. He puts it in a good line and length as Mitchell comes forward and pushes it up to mid-off. Alex Davies does the fielding and gets his shirt ready. It's a common theme now, isn't it, where the shirt goes over the hand and then you sort of shine it in the palm, try and get a bit of shine on it. Obviously saliva's not allowed to be used anymore, so it's a bit of forehead sweat or something like that, and you can just get a bit on the ball, and any sort of assistance you can get to help the bowlers. In comes Hamza again, into Mitchell, and onto the back foot goes Mitchell, plays it out to cover, no run score.
No more sucky mints anymore. And,
Did that happen, did it?
didn't Ian Bell get into trouble for it once?
I'd imagine lots of people got. Just trying to keep your breath fresh, I think it was. Mitchell, that that slightly open stance to the left arm hander, and in he comes and driven nicely up into the covers, and Captain Rhodes does the fielding. No run scored.
Nice clear sky now, relatively, still a few clouds around.
It's got a bit of a, you know, the Simpsons feel about it, with all the fluffy clouds and the blue. I might have to take a photo of that and put it on Twitter. It really looks like the Simpsons. As Hamza turns again into Mitchell. Onto the back foot goes Mitchell, plays it out to cover, no run scored.
It's not moving quite as quickly as they do in the Simpsons, but they are moving. Right, the clouds.
Got floodlight in it as well.
So far so good, we haven't lost any play. Stratton once or twice, but we're doing okay. The match is moving on.
Last ball of the 33rd over as Hamza comes in and pushes it across, and Mitchell leaves this alone. End of the over. Lancashire 95 for 5.
Third wicket for England. Stephen Smith's gone. LBW to Mark Wood for 41. And it was a review, so a good review by England. It was originally given not out. Slips for Ollie and Dolby. He's taken one of the wickets to 4 since lunch. To Paulson. He's just faced one ball so far, and Dolby round the wicket to bowl to him. Leaves that. Taken by the wicket keeper. Remains 95 for 5. Update coming up for BBC CWR, BBC Radio WM. And this is Clive Eake and Edgbaston. Warwickshire made a great start to the middle session of the first day's play of their championship match against Lancashire. Lancashire now 95 for 5. Warwickshire taking 2 wickets soon after the interval. Mir Hamza, the Pakistan Test player who's going to play in 2 championship matches for Warwickshire, struck with his first ball after lunch. A lovely delivery was Keaton Jennings' edge to Sam Hain at second slip to go for 29. And Ollie Allen Dorby's bowling very well from the Birmingham end. Then had George Bell edge 1 to Will Rose at third slip to go for 9. Daryl Mitchell, Lancashire's New Zealand batter, looks as if he wants to play positively. He's on 13, but Warwickshire right now will feel they're on top with Lancashire 95 for 5. And Hannah Dolby bowls, and that's turned round his pads by Balderson. That's fielded. There's no run. Elsewhere, Hampshire 30 for 2. They've only had 13 overs at Trent Bridge. Surrey going well, 100 for 1 against Middlesex, 35th. Kent 104 for 5, and the 37th against Essex at Chelmsford. So Essex and Surrey both going quite well in their respective matches. Somerset 127 for 2 against Northampton. And they're still off for rain, but they're going to start again at 10 past 2 at Headingley. As Hannah Dolby comes into bowl, and that's defended, there's no run. Sussex are 24 for 3 against Yorkshire. They've been on and off there. Derbyshire 100 for 2 against Durham. Let's read these scores from you. How many counties you play for, Ricky? It was 3 in the end.
It was only 3, yeah.
Okay.
We don't really count Derby, it's only there 8 months.
Worcestershire 94 for 4 against Leicestershire. Here 95 for 5. And Dolby to bowl 3 slips. And that's left. Of course, you played for 1 twice, didn't you? So.
Oh, that's sorry, yeah.
Yeah. A few moves. You don't really get a transfer fee the way you do in football, do you, when you change teams?
Depends what you negotiate, I suppose, in cricket. No, I didn't.
I shall bring Scott in here at the end of this over, so he can try and console Lancastrians after a difficult start to the middle session here. Hannah Dolby to Balderson, who drives that, doesn't really time it, but he gets it away safely enough. It goes out of the covers for no run. So Lancashire 95 for 5 after 34 overs, and Ricky Clark will be joined by Scott Reed.
Will be Hamza to continue. As the umpires get together and just looking at the ball. A common theme in the county game that the ball can sometimes go out of shape quite quickly. I've had a look at him and said to Warwickshire, get on with it.
Which season was it where the balls were going out of shape after about 6 overs? They were being changed about 3 or 4 times a session.
19, was it 19 or 20 or something like that? I remember they were getting changed, and what was happening was, I don't know if I should say, but I will say.
You started that, Rick.
I started till you finish. I was on mastermind. As I'll continue in a sec. As in comes Hamza. Left arm over the wicket into Mitchell outside the off stump, left alone. Yeah, it was getting to the case where the batch of balls that were spares, they were balls from the season before, and they were good balls. So it was going, well, look, these are going out of shape and they're not brilliant. Let's not look after it too much. And they go to the batch of balls. Next thing you know, you've got a nice hard shiny ball and you can run through side. So you know, every county was sort of looking at that. Because you had the batch of spare balls that were from the season before, and obviously that needs to keep Dukes on their toes. As in comes Hamza again, onto the back foot goes Mitchell, no run scored.
I seem to remember that season they did seem to get better. It started like the first month or something of the year, and they were just, everyone was saying these are rubbish and they were being changed all the time, but then by the end of the season they seemed to have solved
I think there was a certain test match where Jimmy wasn't very happy, right. I remember. And he was like, what are these, like that? And
that did it.
I think the manufacturer of those particular balls was like, hang on, we've got to sort this out.
We've upset Jimmy.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. As the sun has come out here at Edgbaston, in comes Hamza again, outside the off stump, left alone by Mitchell. No run scored.
Well, it's not been a great start to the afternoon for Lancashire. He's in their captain and then losing George Bell as well. So there's a bit of work here to do for the Red Rose with the bat.
Alderson, good player?
Yeah, he's had a really good season actually. Yeah, he has. He did play last week against Essex, and I think he was unlucky. He went for de Grandhomme instead of Balderson. I think he was unlucky to lose his place. But yeah, he's had a good year, both with the bat and with the ball.
As Hamza turns again away from us here, brilliant end and driven, and that was a thick outside edge, and it will trickle away to the third boundary, and it will win the race. Well, the intentions before lunch from Daryl Mitchell, from the penultimate ball, he ran down to Danny Briggs and hit it for 6, and his intentions are exactly the same. That was pitched up by Hamza, and he literally tried to hit it up into the commentary box where we are sat. And he got a thick outside edge, and it went down to third man for 4.
It's not where he was aiming, but I'd love to see a wagon wheel of Mitchell from this season and the boundaries he's scored and how many have been straight. I suspect quite a lot. He hits it powerfully straight down the ground.
He's literally gone 4-6 though there with that. Is that how he's sort of been playing, is it? Yeah, well, fair enough. Yeah. He's in the mould of Bazball as it is outside the off stump, and he leaves this one alone.
Yes, he's. I think he would fit nicely into Bazball.
Is it?
Yeah, I think he would. I think he'd be a bit of a Bazball dream. Darren Mitchell. He's been brilliant. He's been such a good player for Lancashire. Obviously, he comes into this season on the back of a stellar year last year, didn't he? I mean, he had a fantastic tour of this country with New Zealand, and he had a good winter with New Zealand as well. Got runs in their one-day series, got a couple of centuries, and he's just continued that this year for Lancashire. He's been terrific.
Fantastic player. And one that Lancashire will be looking to get some runs today as he drives, and it's a thick outside edge, and it goes through the vacant third slip area, and that will race away for 4. That is the 100 up for Lancashire. They move on to 103 for 5 after 35 overs.
Yeah, I think they're quite keen to get Daryl Mitchell back for another season if they can, or if they I don't know what New Zealand's international schedule looks like next year, but I suspect if they could get him back, they would be pretty keen to do so. He's been a real big player for Lancashire. Now, I suspect, obviously I'm not privy to the dressing room, that he's quite an influential player in the dressing room. And from your overseas, you want players that, I guess you want players to offer clearly on the pitch, but also to have a presence off it as well. And I get that impression that he's quite a significant player in the dressing room, and certainly some of the younger lads can look up to. So Dolby bowls to Bolson, who drives, but to Davis at mid-off, and there's no run.
I think that's what you want from your overseas player. It's not just the weight of runs or wickets that they bring to the county. It's how can they help younger players coming through with their experience. How do they fit into the dressing room? You know, are they approachable? Can you talk to them? Everything you want from an overseas. It's not just what they do on the field, it's what they can actually contribute off it as well is very important. And I imagine that many counties look at that as well, to see personalities and the characters of overseas players.
It must be getting trickier and trickier to try and get overseas players, especially for any length of time. To try and get an overseas player to come and play for a couple of months even must be quite a select slim band. Just defended by Bolson, steering it safely down towards gully, and there's no run.
I think particularly if you're looking for good cricketers that you want to get in for overseas that are internationals, because they'll be going away and playing international cricket with their countries. And again, if they're multi-format as well, that say you want them for just 4-day cricket, but they're also very good in a T20 form as well. They'll be going on to different competitions as well that sort of encroach on the county season.
A bit of an issue here behind the bowler's arm. I'm not sure what's the problem.
Must be the door at the top, is it? It's just shining through or something. And yeah, it is. That's there. Just by area 15, you got one of the windows is up and it's just beating down, and that would just sort of glare into the batter's eyes, which always used to be a common thing actually when I was playing here, that they'd leave them open to get the air in, but at the same point it used to be beating down with the sun and it just glaring into your eyes.
Managed to close the windows.
He'll go home happy tonight as well. Got a ripple from the cloud for pushing that window down.
Good work. Alan Dalby to Balderson. Tackled into him and he defends. Oh, no ball signalled by the umpire. So remains on naught. Score moves on to 105. 4-5. There's a big white side screen, and behind that the big white sheet basically draped across quite a few seats and covering some of the windows in the hospitality boxes on the far side. And Dobby from around the wicket, driven by Balderson, quite at the meat of the bat. Picked up extra cover by Danny Briggs. There is no run. 5 for 5. 21 to Mitchell and 0 to Balderson. Lancashire have had 3 overseas players this year, because Villas is now classed as an overseas player, having been a local player, a compact player for the previous 4 years when he was captain. He was defended by Balderson and there's no run, and then de Grandhomme and Mitchell. So there's been a bit of a New Zealand theme to Lancashire. There's actually quite a few New Zealanders around the county championship this year. Worked for New Zealand players to play quite a bit of the domestic season here in this country. It must be a difficult job for directors of cricket to try and identify the right players and the right characters to get into your team, even if it's just for relatively short periods of time. Dolby comes in and just loses his rhythm. He's wandering back to his mark. Balderson comes down and scrapes something off the surface. He spotted something. Mitchell leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. 3 slits behind Balderson, and a point, and a cover, and a mid-off, and a mid-on, and a mid-wicket, and a fine leg. So this is from the city end, the Birmingham end of the ground. Hannon Dolby around the wicket to Balderson, who's calmly on the front foot, smothers the ball away into the offside, and there's no run. So 5 for 5.
Shaping up nicely, Balderson. It's the first time I've seen him. Very compact left-handed player. Lets the ball come to him, plays it under the eyes, and it was very organised.
Has opened the batting for Lancashire this season and in previous years as well, but I think they feel he's a little more comfortable in the middle order. He's pushed away off the front foot.
Yeah,
No run.
350s to his name this year, averaging 38.5. It's a good start for him.
He made his debut in the curtailed COVID season, the 2020 season. Got his chance with Lancashire losing quite a few players to that bigger England test squad that they had for the bubble test matches. He got his chance in Lancashire's first team that year, and yeah, he looked really impressive. He speaks really well. He's captain England at various age group levels. And I think when you speak to him, you get the impression he's kind of proper captain's material. You know what I mean? He's an impressive character. He will bowl a bit as well for Lancashire in this match.
I was just saying, 11 wickets so far this season. Decent economy, 3.5. Change to the field. Deep point goes out, and backward point then comes into like a gully. And a deep square leg comes into a mid-wicket. In comes Hamza outside the off stump of Mitchell, who leaves it alone and watches it go through to keeper Burgess. No run scored.
Did we spot 3 wickets down in the test match?
I think we did, yeah. Was it Steve Smith?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. To Wood. Apparently it was a review. Abu Dhabi. I take it Jimmy always bowls from the Jimmy Anderson end, is it? He never goes from the other end.
Not always.
Not always.
No. And you feel obliged to now.
As in comes Hamza onto the back foot, goes Mitchell and plays that out to the deep point, and they trot through for a single. Alderson onto strike.
That must feel a bit weird to bowl from your own end.
Yeah.
That's going to be bizarre, isn't it?
Incredible, isn't it? Jimmy Anderson from the Jimmy Anderson end. This will be a test for George Balderson. He's got the left arm Hamza, who his first ball after lunch got the ball to swing beautifully away from Keaton Jennings to take the edge. As he comes with sits push forward as the ball didn't swing as much. It's challenging those pads of George Balderson, who was up to the task and come forward and played it through to mid-wicket, no run score.
Right on the money again, isn't he?
He is. It's just, yeah.
He's right on you, isn't he, all the time?
Yeah, it is. I think it's the case that his action, as I sort of mentioned it earlier on, his release point is so good that it allows his wrists and fingers to be right behind the ball, and that can actually get the seam in a good position. And that's why we're seeing him swing it so well as he comes in again, and a little bit of shape just outside the off stump, left alone by Balderson on this occasion. But again, for the Lancashire batters, it's just a case here of like, look, we're coming up to the 37th over of this ball. There's not a lot in this pitch, let's get it right. We've just got to bat time and be patient, because when you get the bowlers into their second and third spells, you're going to get a few tired balls and a few freebies, and you can capitalise then. And we're already seeing that not as much swing since that first ball after lunch from Hamza to Keaton Jennings. As he turns again, Balderson waits, and the ball swings, and that's a beautiful shot from George Balderson. A non-drive down the ground, one of the hardest shots to play, and he has played it emphatically. Lovely shot.
Yeah, good shot from Balderson. Gets him off the mark, that too, doesn't it? 17th delivery faced. It's his first runs. Good way to get off the mark. Handsome looking player to watch when he gets going, Balderson.
Beautiful shot. I say the hardest shot to play in the game. I can think of harder ones, but Very lovely shot, good position. Punched it down the ground. And then comes Hamza again, and forward comes Balderson, and she plays it up to Midon. No run scored. End of the 37th over. Lancashire are 110 for 5. Mitchell on 22. Balderson on 4.
Yeah, Warwickshire win the toss, opting to have a ball first. To get Lancashire 3 down at lunch. There's that wicket of Phil Salt just on the stroke of lunch. Felt like a potentially crucial moment in Lancashire's first innings, that to get rid of Salt just before lunch, and then certainly has been backed up by the quick dismissals of Jennings and Bell in the afternoon session. 110 for 5. First innings runs have been a challenge for Lancashire this season. It's probably one of the reasons why they're not challenging for the title this year. They've fought back well in games, and they have been the better side in quite a few games, but it took until game number 6 for them to get their first win. They drew their first 5. Not helped by struggling for some runs in the first innings. This is down the leg side. It's a great stop by Michael Burgess, who's standing up. Brilliant stop by the keeper. Low to his left. Gets a glove on that. And, would have gone for almost certainly 4 byes, I would have thought. Great piece of athletic wicket keeping by Michael Burgess.
Not sure if that was a plan there from Hannon Dolby. It looked like he was sort of apologised for the delivery, but it was a case of trying to get him stumped down the leg side.
To Mitchell, who's driving, but off the inner half of the bat, looking to push it through the offside. The ball deflects away to mid-wicket. Mitchell gets a single, moves on to 23, 111 for 5.
I know Tim Murter at Middlesex has that ploy as well, with John Simpson standing up. They have a little signal for that leg side stumping when the keeper comes up.
I take it you're going to have a pretty exceptional keeper, aren't you, of which Burgess and certainly Simpson are,
yeah,
to be able to pull that off. Robertson waits as Hannon Dolby comes around the wicket. Plays forward in defence, and there's no run. It's been a topic of cricketing conversation, wicket keepers this summer, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. I think if you look in the domestic game, it's one thing that you see is keepers coming through that can bat as well. It's like James Rue at Somerset. Again, a fantastic player with the bat, but also a keeper, and apparently he's got a younger brother who's up there as well as a keeper batter, so
Runs in the family.
Runs in the family, yeah.
It's left by Balderson, albeit he did tease the bowler a little. It looked for a second like he might play at it, and then just held the bat about waist height and watched it go through to the keeper. There's no run. Both batters come down and punch gloves. It's Mitchell, certainly by far the senior of the two out there. International cricketer. Paulson just making his way in first-class cricket. It's Hannon Dolby. To Balderson again. It's driven. He's going to get 4 runs down to the third-man boundary. For George Balderson, it doubles his total. He moves on to 8. Lancashire are 115 for 5. Ball left of the 38th over.
Interesting to see if this pitch deteriorates as the game goes on. You expect it would, but it just, again, there's very rarely have you seen any shots that have gone for 4 have been convincing. Obviously, Balderson had one last over with a nice on drive, and there's been a couple from Bohannon as well. But everything it just seems difficult to time. So you think it will deteriorate a little bit more.
He's played that nicely. Balderson off the back foot. Little extra bounce from Hannon Dolby, and he just guides it down in between backward points and third slip. Safely eased down towards that gully region for a single to keep the strike. He moves on to 9. It's 116 for 5 with Mitchell on 23, Balderson on 9. It's the end of the over from Hannon Dolby. He's bowled 13 overs, 2 for 22. Rushworth 8 overs, 1 for 22. Hamza, who's been replaced from his latest spell, 9 overs, 1 for 45. Ed Barnard 6 overs, 1 for 16. Danny Briggs a couple of overs before lunch, going for 9 runs, and now Rushworth returns. To add to his 42 wickets this season.
He was averaging about 17, I think, going into this game. We've started off with 41 wickets at 17. It's been a fantastic signing for Warwickshire. As he will come back into the attack, facing Hamza. He's going to go over the wicket to Balderson, the left-hander, as he pushes it across with a gentle loosener, we'll call that, as it's just about got to keeper Burgess. As the umpire comes down, just have a look, just to say, are you running on the wicket? I imagine Rushworth saying there, look, I'm getting a little bit old now, just give me a couple to get loose, please. That's what I used to say. Amount of times I was like, Rick, you're on the wicket. I was like, give me an over. The hips have got to warm up. As in comes Rushworth again, onto the back foot goes Balderson, plays it to cover, no run scored.
And did it work that? Did
well, sometimes I'd still run on and go, give me 2 overs, give me 3 overs. And then they go, you're still on. I'm coming off in a minute, it doesn't matter. I had this sort of big jump in that I didn't really want in my action, if I'm brutally honest, but it's just a natural thing. I'd jump in and it was just a lot of effort to move my big frame to get off the wicket a lot of the time. And always try to sweet talk the umpires. As in comes Rushworth again. Outside the edge. No, just outside the edge. I thought he nicked it for a period there, but it's a beautiful delivery from Rushworth, just pushing it across the left-hander with Balderson, and he went through to keeper Burgess. So he's got 2 challenges here, George Balderson. He's got Hannon Dolby coming round the wicket and challenging his stumps and his pads, and then Rushworth from this end, the pavilion end, pushing it across, trying to challenge his outside edge. As he comes again, and again just pushed across and left alone by Balderson on this occasion. No run scored.
I presume, without giving names away, I guess there were some umpires potentially that you could sweet talk a little bit more. There was some that you could.
Oh, there was lots you could, but there was also lots you couldn't.
Okay. you picked your umpire.
Yeah, you had to see which ones rocked up and
ex-bowler.
Yeah, what side of bed they got out of or something like that. Yeah. As Rushworth turns again and into Balderson and cut away this beautiful shot there from George Balderson. He had a little bit of width on offer. It was short and wide, and he has punished it, and it races away to the deep point boundary.
Don't have to be wrong that much, do you, to be put away. Just a little bit short and wide from Rushworth, who's kind of shaking his head as he wanders back to his mark here. Nicely put away though by Balderson. Good looking shot for 4.
He's got a little bit of movement in the air here, Rushworth. There's actually just sort of pitching the stumps and going across, and obviously if you get it slightly wrong, you are going to create a little bit of width, but got a little bit of movement. Trying to challenge that outside edge again as in he comes, and nicely played by Balderson, who comes forward and defends it and scratches away at his guard. End of the over. 39 overs gone. Lancashire 120 for 5. Mitchell on 23, Balderson on 13.
I mentioned James Rue, who's edging up towards 1,000 runs in the championship this season. 952 is the leading run scorer in Division 1. Tom Wesley 891 in second place, and Josh Bahanam 735 runs. He's third in the Division 1 top run scoring list. Rushworth and Hutton top of the wicket taking charts with 42 each. Tom Bailey, that's 37 for Lancashire. Ricky Clark has left us for a break. And
Did you pull him up on the fact that he allegedly went for second at lunchtime?
I didn't know. I'd forgotten about that.
He might. I mean, he had a chance to be there at 12:30 and he was still in the queue. I wouldn't have let that happen.
No. He'd even stood outside the door waiting for it to open.
What? That has been known in the past.
Ed Barnard into the attack, so a double bowling change. Barnard replacing Hannon Dolby, left by Mitchell. And through to Burgess, and there's no run.
You mentioned Rue, he's not batting yet. Bartlett and Kodakadmo not out there for Somerset. Somerset 148 for 3 away to Northant. Well, that's some story. Still a teenager. I mean, we were good as kids, but we weren't that good.
It's crazy, it's a fantastic season. Barnard to Mitchell. It's defended. Barnard boots it, side foots it, right footed.
Oh, it was a lovely layoff, that was, wasn't it?
To be fair, it was, yeah. I think he's picked out his captain beautifully there.
Yeah.
Little side foot, little 1-2.
He comes from Shropshire, but I know he's a Shrewsbury Town fan. But if he is, I mean, we could sign him up.
Absolutely. Don't you have to be a Shrewsbury Town fan if you come from Shropshire? Barnard to Mitchell, left and taken by Burgess, and there's no run.
A lot of that North Shropshire lot, Stoke. I know.
Disappointing.
Well, it's not disappointing. It's infuriating. Chasing the big time, but there's no need. Glory.
What division are the mighty Shrews in now?
League One.
League
But
One.
don't worry, we've got ourselves a director of football now.
Oh, that's
Oh,
exciting.
we're going places.
Oh, right. Barnard to Mitchell. It's defended out towards mid-wicket. There's no run. Is he still Stevie in charge?
No, he's moved on.
He's moved on.
I think it might have been as a result of the appointment of a director of football.
Oh,
I'm not,
right.
not to be quoted on that, because
No.
I really don't know.
No.
But something happened there. Something happened.
Stevie's gone.
For those that don't know, Steve Cottrell.
Steve Cottrell. Barnard to Mitchell. Plays forward and defends. Stride down the pitch. It bounces once and is picked up by Barnard off his own bowling. And there's no run. 120 for 5.
Not too far from here, of course. Over there.
Over where?
Shropshire.
Just over there.
Well, a little bit over there. The route to here, though, of course, is down to Worcester and back up for the cricketers like Ed Barnard.
And Moy. Oh, he hit that back over the Barnard's head. It will be safe. Mid-on and mid-off are up. Took his bottom hand off the bat there, Mitchell. It seemed to get more height than distance, really.
He was a bit of a worry, I thought, to start off with.
Me too.
Got enough on there.
He came back for 2. It's the end of the over. 25 to Mitchell, 13 to Balderson, 122 for 5.
It's dry, at least. We're funny fish following cricket, because all the talk is, well, you've got to get on with it because it's a washout on Saturday. And as soon as somebody says that, somebody says, but remember what happened last Saturday? We thought last Saturday was going to be a washout as well. Yeah, but this one could be. Well, it could be. Then again, it might not be. Oh, dear. The game's taking its own natural course at the moment. Could rain on Saturday. Well, it could do. Might not. No, it might not. Mitchell's on 25, Balderson 13. Am I okay to sort of say Lancashire's chances now the title? Pretty much. They got a game in hand, but that big defeat, big result.
That was a big
against
loss.
Essex.
Big
Having
loss.
really, you know, they've helped create an interesting title race because of that victory at Surrey the other week. But it's all those draws for them. Balderson on 13 as Rushworth comes in into the offside. No run.
Yeah, it was a big win for them, wasn't it, last week against Lancashire. They held out for a draw, Lancashire, then with a game in hand. Yeah, but I mean, I don't think.
But even then, all those draws, they left Lancashire off the pace really anyway.
50 points behind them.
It's going to, you know, Surrey are just stumbling a little, just a little. Balderson 13, Rushworth again bowls, and 4 defensive batting power together into the offside square for no run. London derby this week at Lords. Surrey 110 for 2. Rory Burns has not had a good season. However, today he's not out 60.
Excellent.
I knew you'd be pleased. Sibley, formerly of here, of course, now back at Surrey, made a 3. Latham a 38. Come on, Rushy. Come on. In he comes to Balderson. He's bowling his 10th over, round the wicket. And again, behind that, didn't know a lot about it, though, I don't think, Balderson. As was mentioned before, terrific signing Rushworth. Right there at the top of the wicket takers. Scott went through the chart. Not a mention for ABBA anywhere in his chart there, but
I should have done it more.
Those are the only charts I'm interested in, the ones that had ABBA in them.
Moving up 2 places.
You've got the pattern.
Thank you.
Yeah, you have got the pattern.
It's James Rue.
Balderson again facing. 3 slips go down as Rushworth comes around the wicket onto the long side. There'll be no run. Oh, it's got a little bit brighter. It's going to be that sort of a day today. It's going to be a little bit of bright with lovely, bubbly white clouds, little fluffy clouds over on the city by the BT Tower.
Oh yes.
Just about to see your executive suite, one of the top level hotels over there, Scott.
It's a lovely suite.
Booked out every summer for a couple of weeks. The city is looking very grand, with it, as always, across these city centres. Lots of cranes in there. That one's been cut away very nicely, actually. A little bit of width and Balderson's onto it. Not too sure. Is it going to get to the boundary? No, it isn't. Just pulled back up. A relay throw. Come through for 3 in the end. Moves to 16. Takes the score up to 125 for 5. 1 ball left to this over. Was a lot and has been a lot of rain, of course. This outfield is not going to be racing away. It's not going to be flying over there. I thought he played that really nicely. 16 off 33 balls. Mitchell on 25 at the other end. 125 for 5. Is it me, or is it loud sort of booming music or something?
It sounds like there is, yeah.
Coming from somewhere, I don't know where. It's as if a festival has appeared. Musical festival, but strange noises. Oh, I tell you, it could be from the park behind us.
Oh.
As Rushworth is in to Mitchell on 25. Down like fairly late as Mitchell, but safely pushed into the offside. And no run, completes the over. Now the sun definitely shining upon us. Here's another. Well done, Rushy. I love the old calls. Encouraging as best they can, their bowlers. Kent 139 for 6 against Essex 147 for 6, actually. I know we're a little way off that run in September, but I'm looking at Essex and thinking they're strong contenders for the title. And with all due respect, when you say that, you know, actually you're saying with no respect, and they should be probably. But they've got Middlesex at home, they've got Hampshire at home, and then away to Northants. That's one game for me which might be tricky, Hampshire, but they've got them at home, where who knows, they might be able to just somehow create a little bit of magic dust there for old Harmer. So I think of all the teams chasing the title, as things stand, they've got the best run in September.
Barnard around the wicket, eased away by Balderson through the offside. And he comes back for 2. He's on to 18. It's 127 for 5.
Surrey have got, I think, 2 tricky games.
Okay.
Warwickshire at home, Hampshire away, and in the middle, Northants, who are finding life a bit tough. Warwickshire have got Surrey, surprisingly enough.
As Barnard comes into Balderson, who plays forward in defence, and there's no.
This, of course, is their game in hand period as well in September, when they're going to make, because they got 4. Everybody else has got 3 of those teams. I'm going as far as Hampshire, really, in this title race at the moment. But Warwickshire away to Surrey, then I'm giving them the points against Northants again. Although you will always argue that Northants and Middlesex, 2 teams they're facing, will be fighting hard to avoid relegation. Does that mean on create pitches that might be not so?
It's edged to the left of third slip. Run away towards the boundary for 4 runs. It may have just dropped a little in front of Sam Hain at third slip. He's got 4 runs for Balderson. Takes a total to 131 for 5.
You know, you want them. You want your opponents really perhaps have nothing to play for, or very little bit. Northampton and Middlesex will be scrapping relegation. So Warwickshire at home to Northampton, followed by an away visit to Middlesex at Lords. The final game at home to Somerset. In Somerset, their season might be over by then, in effect, you know, mid-table.
Barnard to Balderson. It's left. Taken by the keeper, no.
Also missed at Hampshire if they, at Hampshire, God, they've got a run in that you wouldn't want. At home to Somerset, away to Essex, and at home to Surrey. That's a toughie. It's a toughie for Hampshire. Already you imagine that they're perhaps a little bit off the pace, too much. But that's September. We've still got this and next week rounds to go before the summer break for their summer sport.
Barnard to Balderson. He's off the front foot, and that's pushed away to the offside. There's no run. 131 for 5. Lancashire have got Northamptonshire to play twice. Middlesex and Kent in their running.
See, there's some winnable matches there. It's those draws at the start, Scott. I'm sure they're aware of it.
I'm sure they are. When we do break for the summer sport,
Yeah.
Lancashire's opening one-day cup fixture is at 7.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Balderson a little bit of a fiddle at that. As Barnard sends down the final ball of his first over back into the attack. Playing a miss from Balderson, taken by the keeper. End of the over, 131 for 5. Mitchell on 25 and Balderson on 22. In fact, I think it's 2 weeks today. Game against Essex at Semper School.
Booked yourself somewhere nice, have you?
I couldn't get in. I've left it too
What?
late. Yeah, I left it too late.
No.
Couldn't. My usual B&B, fully booked. Rang them up, said can't fit you in.
They should have rung you first before they gave away that last room.
No, I was a bit upset because a lovely breakfast as well.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't there either. With you at breakfast. I mean, I was there for the first game a
Yes.
couple of seasons ago, and it was one of my favourite days. Do you remember?
I do. Yeah.
How many ice creams did I have that
I
day?
think you're very excited.
I was very excited. Well, it was because you were on the tractor, or what it was, being driven around.
Oh, on the heavy roller.
Yeah,
thing.
on the heavy roller. Yeah, you did a heavy roller turn.
On Phalanx TV.
Yeah.
Got you going there.
And I love those moments. Mitchell's on 25 and defended into the offside. No run. So 131 for 5. Mitchell remains on 25.
And that's when we had Rob Jones fielding in front of the commentary box, and he was chipping in with some of the commentary, wasn't he? Remember that?
I think you'll find that right at the cutting edge of broadcasting there, Cole and me. Because Cole got his cameras right on it, so they filmed the conversation. Leading the way, mate. Leading the way. Say no more. Mitchell's on 25 and Rushworth bowls again. Full. Oh, a little bit of shape there. Very full, and it's left by Mitchell. He's having to play a watchful role here at the moment for Lancashire. They've got a few problems at 131 for 5. Put into bat. No, but I remember it was a glorious, wasn't it a glorious, beautiful day? In fairness, we always need good days, but you need a good day there at Sedbergh.
You do.
Fair enough. I enjoy that. But all the other games, your home games at Emirates Old Trafford.
That's true. Yeah.
I think plenty going on here at Edgbaston as well, in the Royal London as well. Mitchell on 25, defended again to the onside, and that starts in a couple of weeks' time. We've got another round of championship matches, and then the Royal London One Day Cup. Back together again in September, Super September.
I hope it is.
So do I. I'm more encouraged about it being a Super September, with Surrey just slightly stumbling with the loss to Lancashire and the draw against Nottinghamshire. So it's opened up the race a little bit. Mitchell facing again, and behind that into the offside. Lots of noisy activity outside. It's actually a lovely spot here, Edgbaston. I mean, you've got that lovely view across the city centre, but then you've got the park just behind us as well. Terrific little location, just nestled in nicely. Close enough to the city centre for it to be convenient to get to. Just a little bit out as Rushworth again comes in. Fall. Oh, at edge and low down. Low down at first slip. Oh, that was close.
Oh, for example, I mean, he didn't go at it too hard, Mitchell, but again, there are quite a few edges have not carried. I think when Ricky Clark was with us a bit earlier on, he said that eventually you'll see in this match very few fielders behind the batter. They'll all be in front. You'll have potentially one slip at most, and you'll have most catches in front of the batter. He thinks it's that type of pitch as the game goes on.
Rushworth will be encouraged by that. In again and bowls. This has gone high and straight. Two fielders coming round, but it's going to fall just out of the reach. How far has that gone? Actually, it's gone way out to the reach. It's actually just gone this side of the boundary rope. It's a 6. It's been looking to play that. We saw that earlier from Bohannon as well, didn't we? Looking for that straight punch. Being fully committed to it. So Rhodes came chasing it. I think for a moment he thought maybe he had a chance, because it did go high, went high, and you just wondered whether it got enough on it, but it has. It's a 6 to finish off the over, and it's 137 for 5, and Mitchell moves to 31. Balderson on 22.
He's strong down the ground, Mitchell. He's played that shot a lot. I don't know how many 6s he's hit straight in his time, both in red ball and white ball cricket with Lancashire. Because I bet it's a lot. That's probably the way he's got his boundaries more often than not. It's a shot we see a lot from Mitchell. Gets full value for it there. Balderson again just pushing forward, the ball just wobbling away from the outside edge of the bat to the gloves of Burgess. There's no run. 37 for 5. Balderson on 22, Mitchell on 31. Just a little bit of a partnership developing, and Lancashire need one. It's worth 46 between these two. Just playing inside the line towards Balderson. Goes through to the keeper. Again, there's no run. But this is Lancashire's biggest partnership of their innings. The previous highest partnership, Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon making 47. Actually, this is just a run shy, isn't it? 46 so far between Mitchell and Balderson. 2 slips and a gully. Barnard to Balderson, that's driven to the left of Davis, who's at cover. Through he goes for a single, moves on to 23. Score to 138 for 5.
Slips a little bit excited there, safe enough, and actually found a little bit of a gap through extra cover. But you know, they thought maybe there's just a little bit of movement. They just could have caught the outside edge of the bat and just edged through to the slips. They got enough on it to produce the shot, find the gap for the 1 run.
The right-hander Daryl Mitchell back on strike. 2 fielders set back on the leg side boundary. Barnard to Mitchell. He defends from the crease. Just pushes the ball away into the offside. There's no run. Mia Hamza comes up from extra cover to field. Sun burning through again. Rob Yates and Sam Hain at first and second slip in conversation. Davis at deep square leg. Briggs at fine leg. It's Barnard running in, bowling to Mitchell. He's able to work that away off his hip. And, Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire skipper, gets across the ground to his right from mid-wicket to field the ball, and to stop it with his boot actually. And then he picks it up, but by the time he's done that, Mitchell and Balderson have got through for a single. 39 for 5.
Do you know who proud Salopian Ed Barnard supports football-wise? Newcastle United. And I'm not talking about Newcastle upon Lyme either. What's going on there?
How does that work? In around the wicket to Balderson, who leaves, and taken by the keeper Michael Burgess. It's the end of the over. It's 139 for 5. Mitchell on 32. Balderson on 23.
We've got a bit of a cricket connection as well over there with the football, because the fellow who writes about Shrewsbury Town for the local newspaper, or whatever you call that, digital, whatever, Shropshire Star, is a fellow called Ollie Westbury, who once played for Worcestershire at one time, so a former professional cricketer is now writing about football over there. Does a very fine job. 139 for 5 then. Rushworth going to bowl this 12th over. Looking here, certainly they're on top against Lancashire, but they need to break this partnership. 2 slips, and he bowls to Mitchell now, and behind defensively. That's pushed into the offside. Alan Dalby's bowled 13 overs, 2 for 22, 4 maidens. Hamza 9 overs, 1 for 45, 1 maiden. Newcastle United supporter Ed Barnard hasn't quite updated, but I think that's 9 overs, 1 for 26, 1 maiden. Briggs 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 9. Of course, there's every chance this fellow might support Newcastle United. He comes from that part of the world. Rushworth in bowls and behind defensively again. He'll either be Newcastle, Sunderland, one or the other. Grim, I'm sure.
Well, he's born in Sunderland.
So Newcastle then. You reckon? Yeah, I reckon it has to be.
Cannot be Sunderland. You're born in Sunderland, you've got to support Sunderland.
There's a little bit of interesting dressing room rivalry then that maybe nobody would have quite realised.
What's Ed Barnard's connection to Newcastle?
Well, Mitchell's on 32. Bowls, and that one comes back in at Mitchell. Lovely delivery, but Mitchell was equal to it. Pushed up to mid-on. These things happen, don't they? I mean, not normally associated with, you know, you being a football fan at a certain period when the club was doing really well somewhere else in the country, and so your Arsenal, your Man United, Man City. In fairness, Newcastle United up until recently have not been that successful on that front. So it'll be a family connection of some sort, maybe.
When was he born? Yeah.
Rushworth to Mitchell. Bowls now and taken high and nicely by the keeper.
Yeah,
Good keeper, Burgess.
95 he was born, so he's too young for that kind of Keegan type.
Oh, but, well, every bit, yeah. I hadn't even bothered looking at that, but definitely, yeah. 2 balls left of this over. First day of this, I suppose you call it penultimate round of this little block of championship matches here now. All the teams need to make sure they finish this little block as strongly as possible. Rushworth bowls. Oh, into the pads. Just about gets through. Not too sure where that gap was. Just behind the keeper. But it does go through. And then all sorts of disruption, because you've got the Royal London One Day Cup, you've got the 100. So not only disruption to the players within your setups, but the coaches. You know, the coaches all of a sudden go off and they coach somebody else, another team, and they keep, you know, and a lot of these Royal London One Day Cup squads have a coach who perhaps has been working with the second 11 or the academy at other points in the summer. They take over that role, and then they all come back together again in September, and for a lot of them they need to make sure that they hit the road running again straight away following that break, and that's not an easy thing. Mitchell facing on 32, goes forward, lifts the bat out of the way. He's happy to leave that one. 139 for 5, and Rushworth's bowled his 12th over. This board always does you, because you're just looking up for those final figures. It's too quick for me, Scott. Too quick for me. He's got me beaten. To update you on Rushworth's figures. After 11.4 overs, he was 1 for 35. I can tell you that much. But a decent job by Mitchell and Balderson. They've got to stick at it, though, haven't they? Just as we've thought maybe other partnerships have been starting to take root, wickets have been lost.
It's Barnard to Balderson. He's driving. The ball's picked up at point, and there is no run. 39 for 5. Yeah, that's a good point, that, in terms of you see different players and also different coaches coaching the one-day teams. It was kind of Graham Onions in charge last year of Lancashire's
That's
on 18.
great experience for everybody, including Graham, of course, in that instance.
Barnard bangs in one short. Balderson looks over his shoulder towards the square leg umpire. They single one for the over. Yeah, Carl Cricket and Graham Onions were the coaches in charge. I'm presuming that Glenn Chappell's away with the 100 again. He was with the Manchester Originals for the first couple of years.
I've never seen Glenn Chappell more animated when he was on the bench with them last year.
Was he into it?
Oh,
Is it?
yeah. Well,
Barnard to Balderson, it's left.
he's always into it. And maybe it's just that we don't see as much television coverage as we do of the 100, surprise. But he was really, he was unlike Glenn Chappell in the fact he was quite animated with it. So, you know, his passion is always there. You know that from your interviews, and we've known him as a player and into a coach. But he was, I'm not going to say he was jumping. Well, I am. He was jumping up and down. Yeah, he was jumping up and down. Yeah.
Barnard to Balderson. Oh, that's a really good ball. Just nips away past the outside edge. He's bringing Balderson forward. He's challenging Balderson's off stump and trying to find that outside edge. They've still got 3 slips in place. That's the tightest one so far. A couple have been a little bit too far wide. A couple he's played inside the line. That's a really good ball. Could easily have just nicked the edge of Balderson's bat.
Yeah, there's a mixture of good fortune and good application here, I think, from the batters. Some good deliveries.
To Balderson this time he can leave, just a fraction wider of the off stump, so he doesn't need to play the line of the ball. Allows it to go through to the keeper, no run. Right, so Chappie was getting into the originals.
All right.
Why not? I'm assuming he's an original again this summer.
Takes some keeping up with, doesn't it?
He does. Yeah, he does. He does. Final ball for Barnard. To Balderson, again off the front foot and defending. Straight to Alex Davis at extra cover. End of the over. So we've had 46 of Lancashire's first innings. 139 for 5. Mitchell on 32. Balderson on 23.
Yeah, it's an interesting duel at the moment. The duel being between bowlers and batters, not necessarily as individuals, because Lancashire will be just delighted not to have lost a wicket in recent times. It was a very tricky start to this afternoon session for them, so for that to have settled down okay, but they need to keep the board ticking along if they can as well. It's been that sort of dilemma for them, how to do so whilst holding on to their wickets. Mitchell on 32 and Rushworth again in the bowls. To the offside, and Clive Eakin is now alongside. I mean, you've been, I know, keeping an eye on both teams here, but you know, Warwickshire have been asking some difficult questions. The batters, they've had their moments of good fortune, but they can't break this partnership at the moment.
No, it's a good partnership of the innings so far. They had lost 4 wickets for 36 runs after being 55 for 1, so this has been a very important settling down.
Rushworth again, second ball of his over in, and bat on that into the offside. They'll have to be quick, but in the end, by the time the ball has got to Alex Davis at mid-off, safely through for 1.
There's a bit of a sideshow going on across the championship in terms of who's going to be first to 1,000 runs in the county championship this season. Because there are 2 batters who are next in their respective matches, who are within striking distance. So James Rue is the first division batter who's closest. He's on 952. He's next in for Somerset.
Balderson on 23. Rushworth around the wicket to him, goes back, punched into the offside, no run.
But, Lewis Deploy to Derbyshire has been held up by a big 3rd wicket partnership because he's next in that game. And he is on 979. So it could be down to who's next in against
Well, it could be. I'm just thinking, we're talking about that. We're in the middle of July. I've known times before where we've been looking at by the end of May. Rushworth again, back to that. Balderson into the offside, no run. Who can get there before the end of May? Never mind
Graham Hickey's
June.
getting close, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. But, this is, of course, championship runs. I don't know whether any of them.
Yeah, well,
The first class stats seems a bit harder to get hold of these days.
I guess that is a really good point you make, though, because there would have been university first class matches, or maybe an MCC game they might have been involved with.
Yeah.
140 for 5 as Rushworth is into Balderson. And oohs and ahs, because initially I think he was looking to drive that. He sort of squeezed it out behind square on the lakeside for 1. And this is a 50 partnership of 91 balls between Mitchell and Balderson. So much needed by Lancashire. Clive's just told you what sort of predicament they found themselves in, losing those 4 wickets, but now 141 for 5 and 50 put on by this pair. Balderson's on to 24, Mitchell 33. I've got one more ball which I may get in before Clive has to do his update.
You should do. You got a minute 20 seconds. No, we'll fill in.
He'll replace me in a second, yeah. Rushworth coming in past the umpire into Mitchell, who's on 33 and gets bat on that against a little bit lucky, maybe just sliced slightly into the offside. 141 for 5 then. Mitchell 33, Balderson on 24, and Phil will replace me. End of the over.
Thank you, Kevin. So Lancashire rebuilding here. A fluctuating day. Ed Barnard to continue the bowl. It's been updated about half a minute. She's just lost 2 wickets and an over against Notts. 68 for 4. In comes Ed Barnard to bowl to Balderson, who drives that. Doesn't get it past Hamza. And the covers, isn't it? This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where after a great start following lunch, Warwickshire have been held up somewhat. The first 50 partnership of the match so far has led Lancashire to 141 for 5. Daryl Mitchell, the New Zealander, on 33, and George Balderson on 24. It's not for the want of try, and Warwickshire have bowled pretty well since the interval and caused a few problems. Perhaps haven't had the fortune at times, but these 2 Lancashire batters are getting things back on track. 2 wickets so far for Ollie Hannon-Dalby, 1 apiece to Chris Rushworth, Ed Barnard and Mir Hamza. Lancashire with another single and moving on to 142 for 5. Ed Barnard from the Birmingham end. Kent in some trouble against Essex. Essex going well again there. Chelmsford. But Essex 176 for 7. Barnard, just to get this 6th wicket, just 2 slips in place. It's a little shuffle forward as Mitchell now pushes it out onto the offside for a single out to the fielder in the deep. 143 for 5. White cloud overhead now, it's come and gone. Floodlights have not been required so far today. So Barnard comes into bowl. 2 slips in the gully, comes round the wicket, it's a bouncer. Taken by the wicket keeper. He's 143 for 5.
Danny Briggs just looks as though he's starting to warm up. He's going to get ball those couple of overs.
Mitchell hit him for 6 of the penultimate ball of the morning sessions. It'll be interesting to see whether there's a contest there.
Let's see. Establish his rights early on there, hasn't he?
Barnard bowls. That's
left by Balderson. It's a no ball. Is it got no ball there, or was that just his
Yeah,
arm out for
I
another
think so.
reason?
I think he's
second
signalled.
Dolby ball one earlier. Texas scored 145 for 5. Joe for a no ball, of course. Domestic cricket, one from everywhere else in the world. It's a little bit of an anomaly. There we are. In comes Barnard round the wicket, and that's the left by Balderson.
Tempted to push at that one. It's the bat sort of moved towards the ball and then hastily pulled away, but was not entirely comfortable with that shot.
Barnard from the Birmingham end. Bowls, and that's flicked off his toes by Balderson. Well fielded by Hamza out in the deep. The ball was travelling quickly. It's one run, 146 for 5. On comes a helmet, and I suggestion that Danny Briggs is coming back into the attack from the pavilion end.
Yep, he's going to resume. 146 for 5. It'll be Balderson. He's bowling 2 to start with. Balderson moved on to 26. These two doing their best to start to put some runs on for the visiting side. Then he brings back after being out for about 5 weeks. Well, virtually the whole of the T20 campaign, wasn't he? He played right at the beginning.
Wasn't it quite near the end of the T20 campaign?
I can't remember.
I think it was quite near the end of it that he picked up a hand injury.
No, actually, you're right. Sorry, yes, you're right. So, I seem to remember Mansley's more than Briggs this year, with success this year in the T20. Yes, he did play quite a few, you're right. Anyway, here he is in to bowl his first ball of the afternoon session. It's just turned back round the corner and sort of a backward square leg. Does the fielding. There's a slip and there's a short leg as Briggs in bowls. The left-handed bowlsman plays this one away into the offside. Michael Burgess comes hopping round from behind the stumps. Does the fielding.
Yeah, he played in 12 group matches.
Oh, he played a lot more than I thought then. Again, and bowls down the wicket comes Balderson, and awkwardly pushing this ball to mid-wicket where Yates does the fielding. And there's no run.
Well, it's just before the championship match against Essex, wasn't it? That's why they drafted Don Wilson for the Essex game. He did bowl us 4 overs. I can't remember the match. It was here. I can't remember where they were playing, but he left the field after bowling us 4 overs.
He gives this one plenty of air and some pushes it again to Yates at mid-wicket. There's a deep mid-wicket. There's a short extra cover. Deepish mid-on, deepish mid-off, and a deep backward point as this one. Again, it's played forward with soft hands and just run away behind square on the offside, but Burgess again pops round and does the fielding, prevents the single. Briggs in, bowls, gives that plenty of air. It's turned down into the onside, drops down safely, it goes to backward square leg. End of an over. Hayne, for a second, looked a little interested at short leg. But, I think going.
So, these two continue to push Lancashire on. It's a relatively modest scoring rate these days. Just about 3 and over, just short of 3 and over. Used to be a pretty reasonable scoring rate these days. Teams tend to go quicker than that. 2 slips for Ed Barnard. He's got 2 fielders on the leg side boundaries. He bowls to Mitchell. Leaves that one. Bounce it from Mitchell. Gets back out of the way. Will Rhodes now be a limber up? He's not yet bowled himself in this match. It's pretty clear that he's planning to bring himself on shortly.
didn't bowl much in the first half of the season because I think he was still protecting an injury, but
that's left. 5 bowlers used so far in this match. So Yates' golden arm yet. Tracy Roberts managed to scored a career best with both bat and ball in the same game, which
yeah,
I suggest doesn't happen too often. Obviously, I'm not including debuts, but if you say players that played at least 15 matches, that'd be too often that they get a career best with bat and ball in the same match. Barnard balls, and that's push out the outside. They're going for a quick single, and Alex Davis have picked that ball up cleanly. He might have had a chance to shy at the stumps. Unfortunately, he left the ball behind, and they get through for a single, 147 for 5.
yes, it was. Looked as though the odds were on Davis's side there. If he could have picked it up, he swept on it, but just I think he was so intent at looking at the wickets that he didn't get the hand to the ball. And in the end, it was, they got home safely.
Around the wicket, left-handed Balderson. Drifts away, but it started wide of off stump, so Balderson's happy to leave it.
We had a good game between these sides here last year. I don't know whether you were doing the commentary on that.
Lancashire chased down quite a big
Yeah,
target at the end.
Luke Wells had he scored a big 100, didn't he, to get Lancashire home. But, it was a good performance.
Barnard from the Birmingham air, that was outside off stump. It was a little less wide, but still easy enough for Balderson to leave. Slightly becalmed of late, but they've got Lancashire back into some sort of position here. Just going out deep. Alex Davis now going out a bit deep, sort of halfway back at mid-wicket. Barnard bowls, and that's played down to the ground well. It's a fourth slip area where Will Rhodes has fielded. He's got 2 slips and a little bit of a gap for the third slip fielder. Comes Barnard to bowl to Balderson. Drops a bat on that, plays it to point, there's no run. End of the over. And 50 bowled now. 149 for 5.
Just looking out over the Birmingham city centre, I'm intrigued to know. It seems to be building an awful lot of new high skyscrapers over there. It's there's cranes everywhere you look over the back there, but it's I've no idea what some of those the new ones are. Some really tall buildings going up. We shall have to see what we can find, but a terrific amount of work going on over behind the ground. The Briggs here is in to bowl his second over of this spell, and this one is run away into the offside by Mitchell. 149 for 5. Comes again and gives that plenty of air and swept in the air. He's going to be caught backward off the top edge. Briggs gets Mitchell. He went for the sweep, got a top edge, and it flew to backward square leg, and it's the 6th wicket. So the partnership is broken, and Danny Briggs gets a wicket in his 4th over of the spell. So 149 for 6, and just as that partnership was beginning to get Lancashire out of trouble, just mistimed, and the intention was right. It was just the application where it just caught the top edge and flew up in the air, and in the end a very comfortable catch. So, applause. Sim and Lancashire lose their 6th wicket. Warwickshire get their 2nd bowling point of the session.
Well, Daryl Mitchell always looked as if he was going to have a go at Briggs. Hit him for 6 off the penultimate ball of the morning session. Didn't quite get that one right. Warwickshire will be grateful to have got that wicket.
Umpires having a long old chat between as the wickets fall.
Those two were together for 18.5 overs. Added 58 in that time.
So Danny Lamb is the new batsman. He comes in to replace Daryl Mitchell. He'll be facing Briggs, who's in again, bowls the first ball to him. This one, he goes to cut it away, and the ball goes into Michael Burgess's hands. And that could so easily have been a wicket with the first delivery to Lamb. And Scott was saying he hasn't figured in the team a great deal this season.
No. Sam Hain, 2nd catch of the innings. He's now got 6 for the season.
It was a nice, comfortable one, wasn't it? You would like them all to be like that. This next one sees Lamb pushing forward into the offside, and there's no run. 149 for 6.
Rob Yates is slipping a bit in the catches department. I mentioned he went the whole game at Canterbury without taking a catch.
Lamb in bowls. Briggs in and bowls, and Lamb goes back and jabs the ball out into the offside.
I should check whether he's still the top catcher, excluding wicket keepers, of course, in the first division. I'll have a look.
This next one is left outside the off stump. It goes through to the keeper. Good tidy over from Danny Briggs, and removing Daryl Mitchell, New Zealand Test player, as 149 for 6. Lancashire.
Yates, despite not having caught for a match and a bit, he's still 5 ahead of his nearest rival, who's Dom Sibley. He spilt a few in his time here in the slips.
In fairness to Dom Sibley, he took some crackers
He dropped a few as well.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's got 17.
We've never been able to find a real nut of bucket hands like that bloke we used to have who came up from Surrey and played for us. Yeah. What was his name? Clark?
So Barnard in to bowl to Balderson, who leans back, plays a nice shot there down to 3rd, but there is a fielder there, so you just get a single for it.
Yeah, it's funny though, isn't it? The balls, it's like an iron filings to a magnet with certain players. That ball follows them around the ground. I was looking at Steve Smith in the last test, and wherever they put him in the field, they hit the ball to him. It's incredible how it happens.
So 3 slips down for the right-handed Danny Lamb. So Barnard, right arm over at bowls, that's left. Wicket's been nicely shared by Warwickshire's bowlers. 6 wickets, 5 different wicket takers. Only Ollie Dolby is 2. 1 apiece for Rushworth, Barnard, Hamza, and now Briggs.
Well, Will Rhodes was warming up, wasn't he? But
changed his mind.
Changed his mind, yeah.
Barnard into bowl to Lamb. Ooh, tickles at that one. Warwickshire is gone. He's gone. Just the faintest of edges. Finger goes up. Lamb doesn't look particularly surprised. Tucks the bat under his arm. He's out for naught. And Barnard has his 2nd wicket. And as with earlier in the innings, 1 has led to a 2nd, and it's 150 for 7.
Lamb he wasn't at the wicket that long to make a real impression, but he looked tentative right from the first push at Danny Briggs, and that one, it was a nothing sort of shot really. It was no great foot movement, dabbed at the ball, pushed at it, and a little bit of weight movement, nicked the edge, and there was a definite swing away. You could see it as the ball passed the bat We're right behind the wicket, looking straight down over the top of it, and clearly got an edge through to the keeper, no doubt about that one.
Just before that, actually, they brought up 150, which came in 309 balls. So the third 50 took 98 balls, which was the same as the second 50. They only lost 1 wicket in that third 50, so they've gone at about the same rate since they got to the first 50, which took a little longer. It took 112 balls. So it's consistently around about sort of 3 and over rate. But Daniel Lamb goes. And Burgess has his third wicket behind the thumbs. He's actually overtaken, finally, Rob Yates for catches in the season as a Warwickshire wicketkeeper. Michael Burgess, during the course of this game, he's got 3 now.
Has he had a stumping this year?
Yes, 1. Well, yes, he has officially. I think I might have the championship match I'm talking about. My colleague, I wasn't at that game. My colleague Richard Wilford is convinced it should have been a run out, but it's gone down the book as the stumping. So yes, he has got a stumping to his name. Tom Bailey comes out. Lancashire going to get some sort of total on the board. 50 partnership for the. Ended up being 58 for the 6th wicket, but now they've lost 2 wickets for a run. And Barnard's into Bailey. 3 slips in place. And that one comes into Bailey, but he does well to fend that away from his chest and run it down to 3rd, and it's going to go away for 4. The outfield might have just speeded up a little bit as the day has gone on. Sam Haynes sprinted towards it. Couldn't quite reach it. He thought better than to dive for it, and it goes for 4, 154 for 7.
Yeah, it's it definitely seems a little quicker. Mind you, I suppose it's bound to, because this morning they were having to wipe the ball when it came back in from the outfield, whereas I think now that's probably the top's dried.
This next one is left. Michael Burgess has to dive in front of slip to take it. Another dying there after it went past the batter. Bailey wearing a great shirt hanging out.
How do you think Ed Barnard's done on his first season?
I think he's gone about his work pretty calmly, hasn't he? I don't think he's necessarily set the world alight, but I think he's done an efficient job.
Yeah.
He comes into bowl, that one bounces away. Taken by the wicketkeeper, end of the over, 154 for 7.
Yes, nice tidy over again. Got the wicket, kept the ball on the spot. He's bowled well today. Yeah, I would agree. It's that it perhaps would like to have seen a few more runs from him. He had a couple of games where he was really beginning to get the runs flowing, but it's been.
I'm going to look it up again now. I remember sort of saying that last match, and then I looked up his figures, and actually they were better than I sort of thought. I think he had a. Let's have a look. So with the bat, he scored 302 runs. It's an average of 38.
No,
not too bad.
It's Briggs starting a new over, gives that plenty of air, driven down the ground by Balderson, but only to Chris Rushworth, who's a deepish bit off.
He's only had 150, but that was a 95.
There's Briggs in again. Balderson. This one is hit down this time to Alex Davis, who's deeper at mid-on. He's sort of really well back inside what would have been a fielding circle.
He is behind Jake Lintott on the batting averages, but that's a little bit unfair. Well, it was before today 12 wickets, so he's now got 14 wickets. He was averaging 43, so done okay.
Briggs in bowls, no shot offered by Bailey. He just lets the ball go through to the keeper. No run. I think the weight of runs and wickets which he got while he was at Worcester. Ooh, that one is turned sharply. It will go down as a chance, but the ball hitting Hayne at short leg rather than him able to get the hands to it. It flew off the bat from Bailey as he pushed forward, and had Hayne taken it, it would have had to have gone straight into the hands. This next one he pushes to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Played 10 T20 blast matches, didn't make many runs, just 81 runs, an average of 10. With the ball, he only bowled 9 overs.
Is that all he bowled in the T20?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, I'm a bit surprised by that.
This
6 overs, 6 overs.
This next one is cut away to deep. Is it a couple of points? Or a single?
It's supposed to be 10 games, he only bowled 6 overs. 1 for 54. So, yeah.
Yes, well,
Maybe he didn't get the opportunities to shine as much as he might have liked in that competition. Should we bring back Ricky in for you, Phil? That's okay.
Thanks,
and then Scott will replace me in 5 or 10 minutes or so. We've got admin lurking now. So 156 for 7. And we're going to see Hamza back into the attack. And he's bowling from the Birmingham end for the first time. So Barnard now 2 for 39 in his 13 overs. He's enhancing his bowling figures so far. Bit of excitement going on downstairs. No idea what that's about. Afternoon, Ricky.
Afternoon, Clive. Afternoon, everybody. It's been action-packed after lunch.
Isn't it? Yeah. That's what we had since lunch, so it's 16:72 for 4 since lunch, so definitely Warwickshire session so far.
Just the reward they've got for being patient and putting the ball in the right areas. Obviously winning the toss this morning and deciding to have a bolt. And went into lunch, you would have said it was very sort of even Stevens, but now Warwickshire very much on top.
Hamza bowls right into the toes of Bailey, who digs it out well, and we'll get a run down to long leg. He's on to 6. 157 for 7.
See Hamza changing ends here. He got some good shape from the pavilion end. Let's see what you can get. I can't really see any flags that suggest any breeze down there, but
oh, the Warwickshire flag has calmed down right down now. We had some breeze this morning. That one, well, that was a bit edgy, and it went past the vacant third slip area, and they're going to sprint through for 2. They had to go some as Dan Mosley fielded it down on the third boundary. He gets 2 runs, Balderson, onto 30, but it was a little edgy. No third slip in place.
yeah, I think it's evident that the wicket is still a decent pitch. Obviously Warwickshire are very much on top, but just the 2 slips in position and then pretty much a ring field on the offside and a third man in as well, and that will now change.
Warwickshire have got their 2nd wicket at the Test match, one earlier for Chris Wokes, and now Moeen Ali has got minus Labuschagne LBW for 51. This next one's left, there's no run. That's the 2nd LBW England have got through a review, so there's good umpires in that England team. But I don't suppose you've got much use of the review system in your playing dead? No. Would you have liked that? Would you? Would you be like a Stuart Broad, you think, and wanted to review everything?
Was out.
Yeah.
I always used to say to umpires that I only appeal when it's out. I used to have like a laughing appeal that.
In comes our Barnard. That's driven to the offside. There's no run. I always love those. It doesn't happen very often. I've seen it happen once or twice where the bowler's appeal has been a really sort of half-hearted, you say, jokey appeal, and then the umpire's fingers go up.
Umpires Ben Debenham and Tom Lungley in this game.
Bowles. That's back to square leg for one again. They're going for the second, and they have to hurry. They get there. Well, determined running from Lancashire. The last couple of shots. Another 2 for Balderson. It's on to 32. A grunt from Hamza Ali. He's going to end up. I don't think the umpires can do what they can do in tennis and do what happened to Djokovic. Was it in the semi-final when he was pulled up for distraction because his grunt came so long after he actually played the shot that the umpire decided that it interfered with his opponent.
Oh, right,
He wasn't best pleased. Hamza Bowles, that's left, there's no run, and we laughed about it in the end because he won the match. But anyway, 161 for 7. And Scott, do you fancy coming and join Ricky? Have a little stint with Ricky?
It will be Danny Briggs to continue. 1 for 11 off his 5 overs. Got the all-important wicket of Daryl Mitchell, who's caught Hayne in the 45 position. A little bit of rebuilding needed from Lancashire, and they just need someone to stay with George Balderson. Really, he's looked very assured and playing to his strengths. Will be Briggs into Tom Bailey, round the wicket, outside off stump, a little bit of turn, left alone by Bailey on this occasion.
Yeah, he's batted well, hasn't he, Balderson? Played very nicely. Can they find a partnership? They need one, Lancashire here.
Briggs in again, straighter this time. Forward comes Bailey and pushes it onto the offside and decides against a quick single. No runs scored. I think his running as well has been, particularly that last over, you know, he's been very proactive and energetic with his running. As in comes Briggs to Bailey and pushes it out to point, just off the front foot. Again, no run scored. Round the wicket again, Briggs. Forward comes Bailey, and similar pattern to the first 3 balls of the over. As he plays it into the offside, no run scored. Straight and chip back, just on the sort of half volley there from Bailey. As he tried to turn it, it just straightened on him a little bit, but went back to Danny Briggs. No run scored as 45 goes back to a deep position, and this one is left alone. End of a very brief and quick over there from Danny Briggs. I'll get a timer on him for that one. Lancashire are 161 for 7. Nice maiden there from Danny Briggs.
Yeah, he rattled through that.
He did.
6 balls, didn't he? Goodness. No messing. Good day all round with the ball so far for the betters, isn't it? Rushworth 1 for 37 from 13. Anand Dolby 2 for 22 from 13. Hamza 1 for 50 from 10. Barnard 2 for 39 from 13. And Briggs 1 for 11 from 6 overs. So good contributions all round by the bowlers. It is Hamza, left arm over, bowls to Balderson. That's nudged away off his pads towards mid-wicket. And just to back up your description of Balderson's running, again he scampers through for a quick single. Just turning it up towards mid-on, getting through for 1. So he moves on to 33. 162 for 7. Big wicket that, wasn't it? The sweep and the top edge from Mitchell, caught by Sam Hayne off the bowling of Briggs. Significant breakthrough. Mitchell out for 35 with that. Hamza to Bailey. Muscled out through the onside towards Briggs at deep mid-wicket for a single. Bailey moves on to 7, and the score now to 163 for 7. To bring Balderson back on strike. So it has been hard going for Lancashire. 7 down, 163 on the board. At the minute, Warwickshire's decision at the toss to bowl first has been vindicated, with Lancashire 163 for 7. Hamza to Balderson. A shot off the front foot, caressed away through the covers. Briggs is chasing after it. He will get to it, and they might run 3. No, decide just to settle for 2.
I think Balderson wanted 3 there, but he's a little bit quicker than Tom Bailey.
Big fast bowler saying, I'm doing enough work later in this match. 2's enough. 65 for 7. I asked him last week at Blackpool, because him and Will Williams are pretty much kind of neck and neck in terms of wickets, and whether there's a bit of a battle between the pair of them as to who can finish top wicket taker. Hamza's bowling left by Balderson through to the keeper. There's no run. Bailey actually last week just pulled a little bit further ahead of Will Williams, but Bailey's got 37 wickets and Williams has got 31 wickets. So it says, is there a little contest between you both? He said, not really. We're both just desperate to get off the field and put our feet up. Not really bothered who takes the wickets, as long as one of us does.
It's done quickly and we're off. Yeah, I must admit, it is very much a fast bowler's trait that sometimes you do the hard work and the captain says we're going to make them follow on. Yeah.
Forward up goes Balderson, just easing the ball out towards the offside for a single, and takes your total on to 30 at 6. It's now 166 for 7. He's got that wonderful kind of, he's from Preston, Tom Bailey. He's got that kind of wonderful, almost, I was going to say almost bitter kind of northern kind of, that type of, you know what I mean? It's a long old day, just want to get off the field. He's got a role to play with the bat at the minute before his main work a little bit later on. Here's Hamza to Bailey. That's short and that's pulled down towards fine leg. And through he goes for a single. And he moves on to 8. Completes the over. 167 for 7. Tom Bailey 8 not out. And George Balderson 36 not out. We've got 40 overs left in the day, so we've got 8 until tea, so we'll be late to tea, but 8 overs remaining of the afternoon session.
Yeah, Lancashire will be looking for George Balderson and Tom Bailey to build this partnership. George Balderson 350s to his name this year, and Tom Bailey with a higher score of 48, so they'll be looking for something a little bit similar. As in comes Briggs round the wicket to Bailey, who comes forward and pushes it into the covers. No run scored. Forgot to put the timer on Danny Briggs there, didn't I? I have to do it next over.
Next one, yeah. Can't be more than 2 minutes, the last one.
As he comes again, and forward again comes Bailey. Again, out to cover, no run scored. Sam Hain in at short leg and Captain Rhodes at slip. This one's down the leg side and just clipped into the mid-wicket as Ed Barnard chased and put a boot on it, an old school boot to stop it after his spell, and then come through for a single. 168 for 7. Bailey moves to 9. The left-hander George Balderson comes on to strike, and Briggs comes in and it's tickled down the leg side. It will race away fine as they turn for 2, and that will be it as Hamza does the fielding. Just wonder if there's a little bit of rough outside the off stump of George Balderson, and Danny Briggs has come quite straight with his line just to get it out, and he comes straight again and tucked into the leg side just behind square. No run scored, but again it's very brave for a bowler to chuck it outside into that rough when he hasn't really got the protection through the offside. Potentially like to see that deep point come up and that extra cover go out, allowing to aim at any foothold just out there, and as they look for a quick single, and Barnard came quickly in to stop the single. End of the over. 57 overs gone. Lancashire 170 for 7. Balderson moves on to 38 and Bailey on to 9.
Set off there quickly, didn't he? Balderson, and Tom Bailey said absolutely no chance. It's like 3 paces down, but I'm not so certain there was a run there. I think Bailey was leaning on his bat and wasn't moving. Balderson was trying to scamper through for another quick single. 174 for 7. It's difficult to second guess, isn't it? When what might constitute yet to be quite a competitive first innings total, especially when you start the game on a pitch that's already had 100 overs bowled on it. So and there's still 3 wickets left for Lancashire to try and see if they can get this certainly north of 200. It's left alone by Bailey as Hamza starts a fresh over from the Birmingham end through to the keeper, and there's no run.
It's always that great saying of wait until both sides have batted on it, I suppose, isn't it? That you have to see what the score on the board is, if it's good, competitive, below par. At the moment, these 2 batters have got lots to do.
It's Hamza in the sunshine, turns and sets off again. 2 slips in place, Yates and Hayne, a first and second slip. Hamza bowls to Bailey, short, and a big seam bowler ducks underneath that through to the keeper, and there's no run. Short sleeves on, squad number 8 for Tom Bailey. Wanders away towards square leg. Toward the bat. I think he's got 8 first-class centuries to his name. No, sorry, first-class half-centuries to his name.
I was about to say, what's he doing coming in number 9?
I'm a big fan of Tom Bailey, but I think I might have just over-egged the pudding a little bit there. I think it's 8. As Hamza sets off again to Bailey, a fuller ball straight up, which he has to turn away off his pads towards square leg for a single. Takes him on to 10. 171 for 7. Let's have a look. Yeah, 8 50s in first class cricket. Top score of 68. Gets another single nudged away to the leg side. As that brings Balderson back on strike. Top scorer in the innings for Lancashire. Jennings 29, Bohannon 33, Mitchell 35, and Balderson 38. Everybody else is actually, with that single, barely moves into double figures. Two slips in the gully. Left. There's a tremendous yelp from Hamza as he releases the ball through to the keeper, and there's no run.
I'm saying he would have fitted in well at Wimbledon last week.
Oh, yeah. Goodness, gave it plenty there. Can get a bit distracting, can't you, watching the tennis when you're hearing that.
So apparently it's to give them power.
Okay.
So you exhale as you're going through the shot.
Okay.
That's what they say.
There is a theory behind it then.
Yeah.
Hamza to Balderson. It's a nice shot. Just leaning forward and running it off an open face of the bat down towards third man. Scurries back for 2. Moves on to 40. 173 for 7.
Yeah, not that I was in the gym a lot, but the gym instructors always just say that you should to push like the weights up. Okay. So if you're on a bench press,
yeah,
it would be exhale out and sort of, yeah.
Give it all you've got as you push it up.
Yeah, so then it just allows that extra momentum through, and I think it's similar with tennis. Obviously, with bowlers that like to put a bit more extra behind it, grunt a little bit. Can't say I've done either in the gym or when bowling.
to Balderson, that's where it's off his pads out towards the leg side for no run, where Alex Davis, who received his cap this morning. So congratulations to Alex Davis, receiving his Warwickshire cap. Little presentation on the outfield this morning. I think I saw his mum here as well, so it would have been lovely to if his mum was here to witness that. It's the end of the over. 173 for 7. Bailey on 10 and Balderson on 40.
Briggs to continue. And again, I forgot to put the timer on. Oh. Slacking as he comes round the wicket to Bailey, and Bailey comes forward and just trickles out to short leg where Sam Hayne does the fielding.
I'm going to get it set up.
You set it up.
I'm going to take responsibility for this.
Thank you. a very difficult task for me, that one, to remember to put a timer on. As in comes Briggs again. Forward again comes Bailey, out to cover. And Rob Yates does the fielding. Again, no run scored. Down the leg side this time and clipped by Bailey just to the 45. Just a little bit straighter from Briggs on that occasion. But again, building up the dots, building up the pressure as he turns and comes in again, and forward comes Bailey, and again just eases it out to the offside. No run scored, 2 balls left in the over. Over 8 on the scoreboard saying -1. I'd imagine that's going to come into a favourable situation for Warwickshire soon, as Briggs comes in again and pushed out to the offside, and Yates dives to his left and stops a single.
Good work by Yates, wasn't it? Huh?
It was going to a weaker side. Last ball over from Briggs as he comes in, and shorter this time, and cut away to deep extra cover where Ollie Hannon-Dolby does the fielding. End of the 59th over. Danny Briggs 1 for 16 off his 8 overs. Lancashire are 174 for 7.
It's tea at Old Trafford, England against Australia in the Test match. So Australia 187 for 4 after 49 overs at tea on the first day. So the wickets of Warner, Court Bairstow bowled Wokes for 32, Khawaja LBW to Broad for 3, Labuschagne LBW to Moeen Ali for 51, and Smith LBW to Wood for 41. So Travis Head and Mitch Marsh will resume after tea. Head on 47, Marsh on 1. So Australia 187 for 4 at tea on the first day. 3 LBW dismissals in that first innings so far. Is Hamza, short ball to Bailey, but down the leg side, gathered by the keeper, and there is no run. Watching a little bit of the Test match upstairs for 10 or 15 minutes, and well, it wasn't a massive amount of turn for Moeen, but it's day one, but there's a little bit of grip there for him, but there was bounce for him.
Yeah, always a very firm pitch I found at Old Trafford, which makes it incredible how the likes of Jimmy and Glenn Chappell and stuff have bowled there for so long. Every time I bowled at Old Trafford, literally knees, shins, ankles were in bits for the best part of 2 to 3 weeks. It was rock solid. You go there with fresh spikes, and then by the end of it, you look at your boots and they're right down to the near bit. It was a very firm pitch to bowl on.
It's Hamza to Bailey, and that has him pushing away off the back foot. Beats him, it's through to the keeper, there's no run. It is one of the challenges that Lancashire do have when it comes to trying to win the title, is trying to win games, win 4-day matches at home. The title win in 2011 was exclusively at Outgrounds as they developed the ground.
It was Liverpool, was it?
Yeah, Liverpool mainly, yeah. That's short, and that's muscled out through the onside by Bailey. And there's a couple scampering after it, including Alex Davis, who's tearing away. His little legs are pumping as he tries to catch up with the ball. He does really well. It's a lot of grass to cover. He's done really well to get to it. On the scamper, Alex Davis. And Bailey comes back for a couple more, so he moves on to 13, 176 for 7. Trying to win 4-day matches.
I remember at Liverpool, it seemed a little bit for the seamers, and then spun incredible amounts for the spinners. It was another thing I remember, unbelievable lunches. It's always the thing you have to remember.
Yeah, that's the key one, isn't it? It's punched away by Bailey off the front foot. Nice shot. Oh, he's timed that beautifully. I suspect that's... Oh no, it doesn't reach the... Oh, it does. In the end, it does just about reach the rope. It's 4 runs for Bailey. It's a brilliant effort. That...
Ed Barnard.
Ed Barnard, yeah. Thank you. He was going tearing after it towards the point boundary. It's a big hit, that. All on the ground. we mentioned a few times today, it's not a rapid outfield. So it was one of those where the fielder, he's being teased a bit by the bowler. You're always thinking, I can catch that. And he almost got to it. Just beat him. Maybe he looks absolutely goosed. As he makes his way back towards backward point. He had Hannon Dolby with him in support. 4 runs for Bailey. He moves on to 17, 180 for 7. Here comes Hamza to Bailey up onto his toes. Just drops the ball away into the offside, and they get through for a single. 181 for 7. Yeah, that title-winning season in 2011. You mentioned spinners. Chappell and Hogg got plus 50 wickets plus each, and Keady, I think, got 60 wickets that season.
I remember Warwickshire going up to Liverpool, and it was Keady and Kerrigan, I think it was, who had us in all sorts of trouble with serious spin.
Final ball of the over. Here comes Hamza to Balderson, who's driving. An element of risk in that. There's a few slip fielders going are interested as he drives, perhaps not under complete control, but gets a single for it. Moves on to 41. It's 182 for 7. Right, that's time Danny Briggs. 182 for 7 with 4 overs left until the tea break.
He's bowling to Balderson. I reckon if it was to Bailey, it would be a really quick over if he got it on the money and just defending it all the time. I think Balderson might look to be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, that's going to ruin everything for us.
We going under 2 minutes?
I'm going under 2 minutes.
Under 2 minutes. Deep point, and he comes over the wicket to George Balderson, who comes forward and defends it out to short leg. No run scored as Rob Yates is just going through a few looseners with his off spin. Over the wicket again, and onto the back foot goes Balderson and just plays it into the offside. No run scored. Shorter this time down the leg side, and Balderson went to pull it and missed it completely. Good work from Burgess down the leg side, who's been pretty good so far today with his glove work, and he's standing up to seamers early on, and good work against spin, and again he goes down the leg side and takes it nicely. 4 balls gone so far. 182 for 7 Lancashire. Also on 41 from 91 deliveries, and just for those 2 deliveries, just a little change in the field as Sam Hain goes from short leg to leg slip. As in comes Briggs again, and it's short and wide outside off stump and chopped away to point as they trot through for a quick single. How are we looking time-wise? What have we got?
1 minute 30.
Turn and bowl, come on. Sam Hain, what are you doing? We're timing it. We're trying to be under 2 minutes. He knows. Sam Hain is, as he comes into silly point. In comes Briggs again, and forward comes Bailey. Tucks it to mid-wicket. End of the over. A quick over of 1 minute 56. Would have been quicker if Sam Hain wasn't delaying tactics.
Messing about.
He knew. Lancashire 183 for 7. Bailey on 18 and Balderson on 42. At 61 overs gone. Hamza is going to come out of the attack, and it will be Rob Yates with his off spin. Hamza a little bit expensive. I don't think he's bowled what his figures suggest of 1 for 67 off his 13, with just the 1 maiden, but in the context of the game and other bowlers, it is a little bit expensive.
Yeah, it looks like, having watched him bowl his 13 overs, 1 for 67 is expensive, as you say, in comparison to the others, but he has looked a proper threat, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He almost kind of willing to sacrifice a few runs because he the way he bowls. There's Yates to Balderson. Forward in defence, and there's no run. I can tell you that they're at tea at Chelmsford because Kent have been bowled out for 207. You'll know that the bowlers who've done most of the damage.
Sam Cook.
Correct.
And Harmer.
Not on this occasion. Yates is he's into Balderson off the back foot and turned away into the onside, no run. It's Cook and Porter. Harmer bowled. He bowled 21 overs. Harmer on that in the first innings on the first day. 1 for 73, but 3 wickets for Porter, 3 for Cook. Balderson's pushing this one into the offside for no run. So Kent have been bowled out for 207. Essex seem to be on a bit of a charge at the minute. Forward again goes Balderson. That's pushed away into the offside. Gets a single, moves on to 43. 184 for 7. They're also at tea in Nottinghamshire with Hampshire 84 for 6. 3 wickets for Lyndon James. 84 for 6 includes a 49 for Nick Gubbins. Forward goes Bailey in defence. There is no run. There's 2 other games in Division 1 that's still into their afternoon sessions, aside from this one here. As Rob Yates bowls to Tom Bailey, who plays a forward defensive, and again there is no runs. That's 184 for 7. Bailey 18, Balderson on 43. Surrey are 187 for 3. Rory Burns, the latest wicket to fall, out for 79. Surrey taking on Middlesex at Lords this week, and Somerset against Northamptonshire 218 for 4, having just lost the wicket of Tom Kohler-Cadmore. George Bartlett 49 not out there.
As in comes Briggs over the wicket to Balderson, just pushed into the mid wicket. No runs scored. The sun has been out for a considerable period of time this afternoon, which is always good to see. As forward comes Balderson again, out to the cover this time, and no runs scored. A couple of Warwickshire coaches just doing a lap. In comes Briggs again, tucked onto the leg side. Fielded by Hamza, again no run scored.
Is it one direction for wickets and another direction for runs?
Yeah, going a wicket walk, I think they call it. As Briggs comes in again, and forward comes Balderson out to the offside. No run again scored.
No, they're being greedy, the Bears, because they've already taken 7.
They're trying to run their cake at tea, probably just get a few steps in. Briggs turns again and wider this time to Balderson, who comes forward and pushes it out to cover, where Barnard does the fielding. So both sides are ready for tea. As in comes Briggs again, outside off stump and left alone by Balderson. End of another quick over from Danny Briggs. That's 63 overs gone. A maiden for Briggs as Lancashire 184 for 7.
You were quite close to the front of the queue at lunch, weren't you? Actually, me and Kevin were a bit disappointed that you could have been a little bit nearer the front.
I could have been.
Yeah.
Yep.
You had time to be there actually when the doors opened.
Yeah, it was one of those where Clive said to me, "Oh, you just go downstairs and you can grab what you want, and then just they sign for it." I was like, "Okay." And I was like, "Is anyone else going to come?" But a few of you had like the reports to do and that, and I thought, "Well, I haven't got a report to do. I'm going to get to the queue and get my fish and chips."
Here comes Yates in the balls to Bailey, who plays forward in defence, and there's no run. This will be the last over before tea. Ricky, can you replace me with the commentary because Clive's coming in? Thank you.
Easy going, okay. Yates over the wicket to Bailey, who pushes it back down the pitch to Yates, who picks it up and gives it a little shine. So we're 4 balls away from tea. Big appeal, and it's outside the line for me as Yates pushed it through a little bit quicker. But Bailey come forward, and probably a little bit of baton there as well. And
it's a keen appealer though, isn't it?
yeah, it was a keen. 3 balls to get through for Tom Bailey. In comes Yates again onto the back foot and touches his leg side. Could be a run out. Hamza throws it. Oh, see. Was a little bit off with the radar as Bailey tucked it to the leg side and Hamza threw it to the bowler's end, and Balderson was a long way down. And it's just off target from Warwickshire's point of view. But they don't really want any risks taken here from Lancashire, and from their point of view it was handy that Hamza had his radar off. Otherwise it was anywhere near Yates at the bowler's end, it would have been a short run out. As in he comes again with 2 balls left of this session, and Bailey comes forward and plays it into the ground. No run scored.
That's exactly 100 runs in the session at the moment for 4 wickets.
Forward comes Bailey, and that will be the end of the afternoon session. Lancashire 184 for 7, Bailey on 18 from 42 deliveries. Alderson 43 from 102. So there'll be 32 overs remaining for our evening session, and Warwickshire will be looking to come back in and get wickets as they did in that afternoon session after tea.
Thank you, Ricky. I'm just going to do an update in about a minute, and then we'll be back after tea. It's been interesting. That was an interesting session. That wickets fell in clusters of 2 for Warwickshire. Either side of that, some resistance from Lancashire. Warwickshire probably be the happier for 2 teams at tea. 100 for 4 in 35 overs that session. Seconds. The players walk off. Umpires last to go off. Team by Michael Burgess. Burgess' 3rd catch of the innings, but since then some resistance. Tom Bailey on 18, George Balderson on 43. Warwickshire's bowlers have persistently asked questions, but Lancashire fighting back a little bit. 34 added for the 8th wicket. They're 184 for 7 at tea.
Shout, Liam. Lady, please. Shout now. Ruby, shout now.
Good evening. Evening? Well, it's an evening session, isn't it? So we'll call it evening.
Post tea.
Post tea.
Hello. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. Hello, well, welcome to
I can do the
Edgbaston.
rest if you want. I can say it's 184 for 7. Bailey's on 18, Balderson 43. And it's the first day of this championship match involving Warwickshire, very much in the mix against Lancashire, probably struggling to keep in the mix.
Couldn't put it better himself.
Yeah, and it's been an intriguing day, Clive, because of the fact that Warwickshire won the toss. They put Lancashire in, and Lancashire found it tricky to get partnerships going. Had one a little bit earlier on today, and then we've seen this still relatively, well, he is young, that batter, George Balderson, battle his way to a 43. Bailey, Tom Bailey, is a very useful cricketer to have. I mean, obviously mainly a bowler. He's been doing good things for Lancashire in recent weeks. He won them the game, not on his own, obviously, but played a massive part in that victory at Surrey a couple of weeks ago. Took wickets last week at Blackpool, even though that was a defeat as well. So two, you know, really useful cricketers for Lancashire. But at 184 for 7, it sort of shows it's not been that easy for Lancashire today. Not easy at all.
Sort of gone in clusters for Warwickshire, isn't it? Early wicket, then they were held up. Lancashire were looking quite good at 55 for 1 the morning session. Then there were 2 wickets, so last 10 overs before lunch, and then 2 straight after, and then a partnership, then 2 in quick succession again, and now certainly the beginnings of a partnership here. Sun shining now as Danny Briggs comes into bowl. The Balderson drives that. There's a fielder out there about 3/4 of the way back at point, so it'll be a single. Did miss a run-out chance just before tea, Warwickshire. Hamza's throw had been a little bit more accurate. If he managed to throw the ball to Rob Yates right over the stumps, then it probably would have been a run-out.
Had a lot of ground to make back up again, didn't he?
Yeah,
When he got there.
Okay, Briggs slipping a short cover, and that's slightly miscued by Bailey to backward point for no run. So in comes Briggs again. Loops that one up a bit. It's just nudged forward by Bailey to mid-on. Bailey on 18, Balderson on 44. So Balderson the highest score so far. He is 4 defensive. He's fielded at short cover. And there is no run. Here's Briggs again. Back from injury, flattered delivery, which is defended back to him. There is no run. Wicket shared about by Warwickshire. Couple of piece to Barnard and Alan Dolby. 3 other bowlers have got 1. That's a 4 defensive by Bailey. Up to point, there's no run. End of the over, 185 for 7. Lancashire 65 overs bowled on a day when Stuart Broad has got his 600th Test wicket for England. Pretty impressive. Got Travis Head out. 217 for 5 over Australia.
Well, the sun is shining. We've had a day which has been, I'd say, predominantly cloudy. It's been overcast at times here, but the sun is probably, and the weather at its best here right now. But it was cloudy this morning. In fact, quite a lot of rain again falling early morning, but cleared up in time for us to get a prompt start at 11 o'clock. So well done to Gary and the ground staff, as always, for their hard work and getting the covers off and on at just the right times ahead of play at 11 o'clock. And the forecast isn't great for the end of the week, come Friday, come Saturday, so perhaps they do need to get on with it. But Balderson here for Lancashire on 44, 185 for 7. Barnard bowls, worked away leg side, for no run, out towards the square leg fielder, although he's well in front of square. You've got a slip, and then Sam Hain is a few yards out further out to the left. We call that fall slip, or moving towards the gully area alongside Burgess, the wicket keeper. And you've got a deep backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deepish square leg, and down at fine leg as well. Barnard comes around the wicket again. That's a lovely drive on the offside of straight. We'll go off in pursuit of that, try and pull the ball back in, should get to it. He'll turn, throw coming back to the bowler, so some decent running as well. Didn't perhaps get quite the timing, although the ball isn't going to still fly across this ground at the moment because of the rain that has fallen over the last day or two here. I'm sure that it's certainly not bone dry, and it's certainly not squelchy, but it's probably not running as true as it could, but perhaps didn't quite get the timing. Certainly had found the gap nicely.
It's got a bit quicker as the day has gone on the outfield.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it should have dried out. It's been fairly breezy again today. And we have seen the sun, as we are doing right now from time to time. But still, it's not flying across. There is it, skating across the ground. 188 for 7. Bailey on 18. Fairly late down on that into the offside. Davis is doing the fielding. And no run. In terms of scores elsewhere, which do have a big impact on Warwickshire and their aspirations for the title. This game in hand, but Essex made a good start against Kent, having bowled Kent all out for 207. They've just begun their reply. They're 8 for no wicket at the moment. And they came Surrey 194 for 3 away to Middlesex. Bailey on 18 gets back and turned away onto the leg side for no run. Burns out for 79 now, but Smith and Folkes, what a pair they are, capable of doing some great things. And in no time at all should it be needed, but they've still got plenty of time there. But Smith's on 48, Folkes on 14. Sorry, 194 for 3. Somerset 226 for 4. James Rue not out 6. How many runs did he need for 1,000?
I was going to mention that. I'll come back to that in a second.
Bailey on 18. And a little edge. Did that carry? Did he get anything on it? Maybe. Well, I thought he was starting to walk off there for a moment. I don't think that carried.
No, I think you're right.
But I think by his walking it tells us there was an edge, and I think that between them, Burgess and the slip cordon there have said that didn't carry. They didn't go out in celebrating fairness, but unless I'm mistaken, I thought Bailey was making to walk off there.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you. I think the reaction of the wicketkeeper and fielder suggests that didn't carry.
188 for 7, and that's played square, racing this time a little quicker out there towards the Eric Holly stand. But again, it may not have the legs to get to the boundary. It's chased down by Alex Davis to come back for 3. I think they're going to get 3 for that. There's a long distance out there. And it's completion of the over. With the Lancashire score now at 191 for 7. Bailey's on to 21, Balderson 47.
So you mentioned James Rue. Give me another time. I'm going to do an update in a minute. Who needs 50 odd, I think, to get to 1,000. It's a race between him and Lewis Deploy of Derbyshire to be the first to 1,000 in the Championship. And I had said that both were due in next. And Deploy has been held up by a 3rd wicket stand. But in fact, the 3rd wicket has fallen and Deploy's still not in, and since he's captain it's up to him, so he's denying himself possibly the chance to be the first to 1,000. He's probably completely unaware of it, although cricketers sometimes are quite good at being aware of those sort of things. Yeah, Rue has a chance to be the first in the Championship. Briggs to Bailey for defensive, no run. It's 191 for 7. Briggs round the wicket now to Bailey. Flattered delivery, Bailey pays back to it. Oh, it's a misfield. It was a difficult one for Hamza, but he's dived over the ball. He will get to it, so they'll get 2. The misfield probably cost him just 1 in the end. Or was it 3?
I think it's 3.
Yeah, 3, yeah, so it cost him 2.
I was just going to make the point that, you know, that we're playing fairly central here, aren't we? And there's an awful lot of running. Well, one of the reasons playing central is because this is the T20 finals pitch, of course.
So I think they've got the old measuring speed measurement things there, but I don't think they're on today. That's played through mid-on for a single. It's 195 for 7. I'll just wound this stream back to see if I can see that catch, but I think I wound it back too far. That's causes a bit of excitement. It's in the air for a while as Bailey turns it around his legs, but it bounces well short of Ed Barnard at mid-wicket. And in comes Briggs for defensive, no run. And slipping short cover in place. That's a 4 defensive into the ground. There's no run.
Yes, they're having a bit of fortune here along the way, Lancashire. Warwickshire, no doubt, will feel they have had those opportunities to maybe have bowled them out by now, but...
I've just seen the replay. Michael Birch's dice is right. I mean, it does look on first sight as if he might have taken it, but immediately he shakes his head to bowler Ed Barnard and also signals to the umpire that it didn't carry. Yeah. So good for him.
Yeah, yeah. Well, initially I wasn't too sure whether he got anything on it, but clearly he did. For 7. You'll do an update in a bit, are you?
Well, I'm hoping to, but I'm needing to do something technical first.
Oh.
I'm getting the wrong program at the moment.
Oh. I'll just keep quiet.
So you talk for a bit.
I'll talk for a bit, okay. 195 for 7. I think you're going to be on now.
Right, good. I will be doing an update shortly. $195 for 7. That's a good delivery there from Barnard, just goes past the outside edge. Yeah, Trish, it's 195 for 7. It's been a sort of stop-start day for Warwickshire. They're taking wickets in clusters. They'll still be reasonably happy having put Lancashire in, but they are being held up by a stand of 45 so far between Tom Bailey and George Balderson. Got an early wicket, then were held up by Josh Bohannon and Phil Salt before 2 wickets just before lunch and 2 just after lunch, put them in the ascendancy and got 2 more in quick succession later. The wickets being shared. Ollie Hannon-Dalby's got 2, Ed Barnard's got 2, 1 to the spin of Danny Briggs, 1 on debut for Hamza, the Pakistan test bowler, and 1 to Chris Rushworth. They've been bowled pretty well. The ball's doing a bit, and they'll be reasonably happy, even though they're currently being held up by the 8th wicket stand. Lancashire 195 for 7. It's you, isn't it? So that was defended up to the offside.
Well, you got there in the end, Clive.
Got there in the end, yeah.
Got there in the end. Mind you, I overheard a comment there from a sports presenter making a very astute point. There's a lot of cricket about at the moment. An awful lot of cricket.
I might just send a little memo. So it is a cricket season, right?
No, but even so, he's not wrong. There is a lot of it.
It's played out to the gully area by Balderson for a single. He's on to 49. 196 for 7.
And within that, of course, you throw, some pretty high-profile stuff, including the women's Ashes, which, of course,
I really enjoyed them. It was a really
got a lot of interest
series.
and following. So that's what they mean by that. But
did very well to win the
one-day
series.
T20 as well.
This one's just pushed out by Bailey for no run. 196 for 7 then are Lancashire after 68 overs. No further damage done since tea. Tom Bailey on 24 and George Balderson on 49.
Yep. And we do have a lot of overs left today. A lot of cricket left today. 28 overs remaining today. Quite why we've run so late, I don't know. But I'm not complaining. Got nowhere else to be. And if we do get to the end of the day without any interruptions, bearing in mind just how wet things were this morning, I think that's be a great return today. But it's Danny Briggs to continue from this pavilion end in the bowls. Now one spins back into the left-handed Balderson, who punches it out in the offside to bring up his 50. Well done, George Balderson. Much needed, good knock. This 112 deliveries, 4 fours. He's had to do a lot of running out there as well. So not only an important partnership being built here with Bailey, but also that 50 for him. Little landmark, and takes Lancashire to 197 for 7. Once again, it's Briggs, but around the wicket this time to the right-handed Bailey, who say comes forward, he defends it. He's a fairly tall lad anyway, but doesn't necessarily put in that big a stride to defend it. He's got a lot of close attention. He's got the wicket keeper, he's got slip, he's got silly point right in his eye line there. There's Briggs in bowls, and LBW appeal, not out. It flies out there on the leg side. I'm going to think for a moment that perhaps that was deemed to be going down, or whether he just got any sort of bat on it. But either way, umpire not at all interested. Once again, Briggs bowls, and again full. Bailey again punches it just to the left-hand side of Sam Hain, who's there under the helmet at the moment. No doubt offering as a batter. Sam Hain, lots of useful tips to Bailey. Bailey on 24, leans back, a little bit of width, and I thought he was looking, well, I'm sure he was, to cut that square on the offside. It's ended up at extra cover. So another dot ball. One ball left to this Briggs over, and he's bowling to Bailey, who's on 24. Again leans back, it sits up nicely, but again he just slams the ball in the ground down towards extra cover. So no run, end of the over, and Lancashire at 197 for 7. Bailey on 24 and Balderson having brought up that half century. 50 not out in a day which has been a bit of a struggle here for Lancashire. But if they can carry on like this for another hour, an hour and a half, 2 hours, and they will consider the day not to have been too bad for them. And therefore that's their challenge really, try and get through to the close. They need to keep this board ticking along. I mean, we've seen, I think, a couple of wickets fall with Lancashire batters getting frustrated, not wanting or being able to be that patient. But here we see patience from Balderson.
Some nibbles of that one outside off stumps, taken by the wicketkeeper. So often the case, though, isn't it, these days in the modern game, that the second 5 wickets produce more runs than the first. Lancashire were 91 for 5, so they've already added 106 runs since then. 2 more wickets. Just a little frustrated. Anxious to try and finish Lancashire off and see then how they fare on this. Barnard round the wicket. Balderson hits it off his toes. Just playing slightly across the line, hence the oohs and ahs, but he played it confidently enough for a single. He's on to 51. It's 198 for 7.
Poor old Danny Briggs was moving quite swiftly there on, and required further instruction and help from one of his teammates. Go, Danny, come on, come on. Man of his experience, he got there when he was ready to get there, and that was quite quick.
In comes Barnard to bowl. That's a full defensive, and there's no run.
Not surprising here for Bailey, but looks a little tentative at times with that shot, but he's keeping it out. Really late on it, but watching it. It's 24, what, off 60 odd balls now? 63 balls or something?
Yeah, 63. He's done an important job for his team, hasn't he? After 2 wickets fairly quick succession. 2 ducks. Barnard bowls are appealing for, well, I say they are, the slip corners appealing for a caught behind. Alex Davis makes a polite request. Bowler was never interested. Barnard, he banged that in short. It was an attempted pull shot by Bailey. Taken by Burgess. Rob Yates and Sam Hain were interested, but Ged Barnard was already walking back to his mark.
Yes, he was. I mean, there was some deviation there, wasn't there? That maybe it sort of struck the top of his arm, or there seemed to be some sort of movement, but clearly not off the bat.
Comes in again, Barnard. And that one drifts away outside off stump.
Or maybe they thought maybe just brush the glove a little on the shot. Something. Maybe they heard a noise or something. But whatever the noise, if there had been one, Barnard had a better front-on view. Clearly saw it either hit something else, or maybe completely missed, but I think it did. Maybe flick on something.
In comes Barnard. To bowl, that one's short into the body there of Bailey. He just manages to push it away. He's doing a crane count. How many cranes can we see today? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
well,
7,
Phil,
8, 9.
Yeah, Phil
10.
was offering this information to us earlier today that a few of them, not all of them, but a few of them will be to do with the. Remind me, the rail line, the H. How many numbers?
HS2.
HS2.
Yes,
that's
HS2.
it.
Yeah.
High speed 2. Please tell me, what's high speed 1? What's that one supposed to be?
Well, I can see 11 cranes in total.
Well, some of them are for that apparently.
Okay.
Which I was very interesting because it's running into New Street Station. But a lot of city centres, we have some pretty decent views over city centres, don't we, from a lot of our cricket grounds. There's Balderson faces and push back up to Bridge. A lot of them are looking like that with cranes everywhere. I mean, where is he? Yeah, Ricky and the Oval. I mean, what a beautiful view you used to get of the Houses of Parliament looking back over there. You can't see a thing now. I mean, every single square inch has been taken up by blocks, flats and apartments, goes back, and that's worked away onto the onside, and they will get a single. I'm presuming that Ricky doesn't own those apartment blocks. No, he. But it's busy.
Can you still see the London? Is the London Eye still there?
Oh, you can see. Oh, it's still there, but you can't see it. Oh,
no.
you can see it.
Used to be able to.
Bailey 24 here. Meantime, in Birmingham, 199 for 7, Lancashire, and a little dab into the offside by Bailey. He thinks about single, and to be honest with you, he needs to be a little bit careful. He wasn't getting a little dozy out there because he was so uncertain whether I was going to get past the field. Instead of standing his ground and watching, he came out of his crease a little and turned round in time. And again, fairly late, but defended it in front of leg stump there.
Yes, it has looked. For much of the innings of a run out might be possible at some point.
Yeah. So again, breaks round the wicket, and Hain having moved from on the onside over to the off, and now he's back again. Moving from one side to the next, and more changes in the field here now, though, because there's only a man out behind square, quite deep. As I say, it's a long area out there towards the Holly stand, and square on that leg side, and this one is just pushed into the off again to finish off that over. So 199 for 7, Bailey on 24, Balderson on 52. And just chugging along here at the moment, this game. We've had periods like that, and you've thought to yourself, well, actually, it's not the worst thing from a Lancashire point of view, and then they lose those wickets in clusters. So they've got to keep this going just a little bit longer. But Balderson and Bailey at present are doing a good job for the visitors.
Well, Will Rhodes was doing some limbering up earlier, but then a wicket fell, so he delayed bringing himself on, but he is now going to bring himself on to bowl from the Birmingham end. He's got a slip, then a little bit of a gap to another slip. And then a fielder at sort of mid-off in the adjacent pitch to the one we're using. And that first one is just pushed out to mid-on by Balderson for no run. So Rhodes is the 7th bowler used by Warwickshire today. All the other 6 getting wickets bar 1. Rob Yates, who got 2 overs. He conceded 1 run, but he's the only one who hasn't got a wicket. Rhodes bowls, and that's played onto the onside for no run by Balderson.
It's been a battling little knock here for Balderson, hasn't it? I mean, he doesn't always look that comfortable out there, but he's played some good shots and along the way. But it's been a scrappy little time for him, but it's exactly what his team have needed. Try and build around him now, these wickets 8, 9 and 10.
In comes Rhodes, or that's a little wide, but he misses out there, Balderson. He plays it well enough, but straight to Hamza in the covers. And is unable to get a run.
Very noisy, very chirpy out there, Warwickshire. Trying to put even more pressure upon this pair.
Anxious to break up this partnership. As in comes Barnard, and that's driven to mid-off for no run.
There were times, you know, there have been instances where you can think that the Lancashire batters have brought on some of their own jeopardy by getting going, by being quite committed, quite positive out there. Here, it looks a little bit more circumspect, a little more tentative from this pair.
Barnard in, and he plays that safely into the ground. Balderson, wearing number 10. It's fielded by Hamza. It's a dot ball. There'll be 2 landmarks to be brought up by the next run, as long as it's this pair that bring it up. In comes Barnard, that's driven nicely enough by Balderson, but straight to mid-off, so there's no run. 199 for 7. You know, should we bring? Do you want to do 1 over, and then we'll bring Ricky in?
Okay.
How about that?
Don't wish to overstay my welcome. That's
Never,
20 minutes.
never
Well,
overstay that.
it's very kind of you to lie through your teeth like that. But still stuck on 199 here. Bailey and Balderson. 24 overs remaining of this opening day, and the continuation of Briggs with his spin here. Clearly, they feel they're asking enough questions of this pair. In terms of the overs, well, that's 72 up, so we've got that new ball coming as well, of course, to bear in mind. So a little bit of that going on, keeping the seam bowlers a little fresh and sitting back and whipping that one to bring up the 200 for the team. Bailey gets a single through extra cover, 200 for 7. It's included 12 extras. Up in the 73rd over here, put into bat Lancashire. Well done this pair for steering them out of those troubled waters, but there's more work to be done here. That single takes Bailey to 25. Balderson is on 52. Left-handed George Balderson comes down the pitch a yard or 2. Briggs does his own bowling. Hollering they are out there right now in their support.
200 came in 436 balls. It's the third 50.
Briggs in again, and again, fairly big stride from the left-handed Balderson to smother that one. No run.
Third 50 has been by some way the slowest. 127 balls for the fourth 50. 127 balls.
Well, that's what I suppose that backs up what I'm saying. There's been a different feel about it all, hasn't there, with the loss of those wickets together. That's nicely played by Balderson. There's a man out there that goes the long way round for it. Eventually stops the ball. That's 2 more runs. 2 more to Balderson onto 54. Takes Lancashire to 202 for 7.
It's now a partnership of 52 between these two.
Again. Slip goes down. Forward short leg. That's Sam Hain out of his grasp. Therefore there's a single. In fact, it beats 2 fielders out there in the end. Just the one. 203 for 7. breeze is blowing, so it should be drying out this ground quite well today. I was making the point, and I agree with him, the ball has been moving quicker as the day has gone on over the outfield. But initially, really had to time it very well to get to that boundary. He's still got to do it quite well even now. Has a very fine stop out there in the covers. And they've done quite a lot of that in finding the fielders of Lancashire today, and not the gaps. 203 for 7. Bailey on 25. Balderson 55.
Yeah, Rob Yates with the stop. Terrific stop, preventing any runs. Thank you, Kevin. 203 for 7. Danny Briggs went for 4 that over, but he's still only gone for 27 in his 15 overs. That included 1/6 he was hit for. So Warwickshire can afford the luxury of keeping him on, and presumably will keep him on at least until the new ball is available, which is 7 overs away. And Will Rose to continue. Welcome back to Ricky Clark.
Evening, Clive. Evening, everybody.
Barnard comes in, it's whipped away by Balderson. That's a good shot, and Dan Mosley does a great job of stopping that, reaching the boundary. They will make 2. He's taken a big divot out of the ground, Mosley, but he's done a really good job of stopping that. So a couple of good bits of fielding from Warwickshire in the last couple of overs. 205 for 7.
Yeah, important passage of play here for both sides, really. With that second new ball available 6 overs after this.
Balderson, inside edge onto his thigh there from him. The ball rolls away. Elsewhere, the test match continues to move on at a pace. Australia 247 for 5.
Stuart Broad, 600 test wickets.
Yes,
in that.
indeed, yeah.
Fantastic achievement.
Yeah. Very good. Hampshire 156 for 7 against Nottinghamshire. At Trent Bridge, just checking. Brett Hutton still has 1 wicket. As this next one's a bouncer. It's left, there's no runs. I think Chris Rushworth is still joint top wicket taker in the first division, and actually I think in the joint top in the championship as well, with 42. There was one bowler in Division 2 that also had 42. I've forgotten who it is now, so I'm going to have to look it up. Also chat they haven't got any today. This next one from Rhodes is driven out into the deep for a single. I might have called the bowler Barnard at some point in this over. I do apologise if I did. It is Rhodes. 206 for 7. Well, actually it was Ben Rain, but now Matthew Potts has joined him, so there are 4 bowlers on 42. It's an exciting race at the top of the wicket-taking chart. Ben Rain and Matthew Potts in the second division, both on 42. 206 for 7. And in comes Rhodes. Right, I'm over the wicket edged, and yeah, bounced just short of Sam Hain. I think it did at second slip. Or was that a chance? Back to us, what do you reckon there, Ricky?
Well, it's weird because no one seems overly bothered by it, and normally you get sort of a few oohs and ahs and hands on the head.
Rhodes in, and that's pushed out to the covers for no run.
Not sure if it hit him fully on the knee, and he's sort of indicating that it's dropped short, but I'll have to have a look and see.
That's the wrong ball. It's a 206 for 7. I might have missed it actually.
Briggs will continue. 1 for 27 off his 15 overs so far. We're looking to try and get another wicket to his name before that second new ball. Warwickshire doing the right thing here, leading up to the second new ball, or would you like to see a Hamza as Briggs comes in and tucked in onto the leg side? Just a couple of overs from a Rushworth or a Hannon Dolby earlier, and we're not talking lots.
Possibly. Briggs isn't going for any runs, so I think that's.
Then he comes again onto the back foot, goes Balderson and punches it out into the covers as Ed Barnard retrieves it.
Hayne did take that one on the half volley, by the way.
On the half volley.
Again, so I don't think that goes down as a chance.
So he's standing too deep.
Well, indeed.
Which is the case here, because he's in at silly point, but not right in the face of Bailey's. He's about 5 yards back as Grease comes in, and Hayne does do the fielding as Bailey just gets on the front foot and pushes it towards him.
Just carry on going through the score. Surrey 220 for 4 now at Lords against Middlesex.
Briggs in again, and again forward comes Bailey, and again pushes it out to Hayne. No run scored.
Second place Essex continuing to have a good day at Chelmsford, 32 without loss, having bowled Kent out for 207.
All quicker this time from Danny Briggs, as Bailey just managed to get his bat down in time, and he's a tall batter as Bailey, and as it was fired into his legs a little bit, you just see his head go in, and he fell over it but managed to get a bat on it, and again no run scored as deep square goes back, and in comes Briggs again and cut. It flies past the diving Will Rhodes, as it was very wide of him, and good running from George Balderson means they come back for 3 runs. End of Danny Briggs' 16th over. Lancashire 210 for 7. Bailey moves on to 28. Balderson 59.
There's quite a race on now to be first in the county championship to 1,000 runs. I just need to get up. James Rue of Somerset needs, I think, to get to 48 in his match, and he's 21 not out. But Lewis Deploy is now in for Derbyshire. And I think he needs to get to 21. And he's 2 not out. As Rose bowls, and that's pushed out to the onside. There's no run. As we have a day at Canterbury, Warwickshire was scoring. It was not a great game because the pitch was too flat. I managed to commentate for a whole day without getting a single wicket. And one thing that did slightly distract us was a race, and probably not quite the right word to say when it's Dom Sibley, but there was a race to see whether Dom Sibley, as Rhodes comes in to bowl, and he leans back and plays that through the covers. Bailey, that's a really good shot. And Alohan Dobber's chasing it, and it may not go all the way. Is it going to stop? No, it just plops over the rope now. So everyone had to do lots of running. The batters had to run. Alohan Dobby had to run, but in the end, it was 4. 214 for 7. So we knew Sibley was. We had to. It was complicated because we were trying to work out with the scorers whether a match against the universities that Sibley had scored some runs in was first class, and there was some discussion about that. We finally concluded that it was, and there was a race between him and Marcus Labuschagne of Glamorgan as who was going to get first 1,000 first class runs. It was, and that's a nice shot again from Bailey. Successive 4s off Will Rhodes. This has got Lancashire moving again. 218 for 7, and Bailey on to 36. So obviously Labuschagne was going at a somewhat quicker pace than Dom Sibley, but I think Sibley did just get over the line minutes before the Aussie did. It kept us amused for a while anyway, in what was not the most amusing of matches, to be perfectly honest, although it was, well, it's a comical match in some ways because Warwickshire had loads of injury problems. They had to sign 3 loans, and then just to add insult to injury, their coach broke down on the way.
Oh.
In comes Rhodes, and that's going down the leg side, and Bailey has a little sniff at it, but it's taken by the wicketkeeper. There's no run. 6th wicket for England, so 254 for 6, and a 2nd wicket of the match for Warwickshire's Chris Wokes. Cameron Green, LBW for 60. Now please tell me they didn't have to review this one, because the 2 previous LBWs they had to review, and no, this time it was, Green reviewed it and lost the reviews. Stayed out. So the umpire's called that. Rose bowls, and he leans back Bailey and scores his 3rd boundary of the over. And this will be a concern for Will Rhodes. Bailey on to 40, 222 for 7.
Yeah, nice shot there from Tom Bailey, his 3rd of this over. He waited for that beautifully and punched it on the back foot to that deep cover boundary over towards the Hollis stand.
He may have a decision to make now, Will Rose, before the new ball arrives. Does he keep himself on after conceding all these runs? He's got a bit more defensive with the field now. He's put a sweeper out. Oh, those 3 boundaries have gone. Ball's a better delivery there, which is pushed out to mid-off and no run. End of the over. Very productive over for Lancashire. 3 boundaries in it. Tom Bailey up to 40. They're 222 for 7 after 76. Can't remember how far I got with the scores. I think, yes, that's right. I was talking about James Rue now. He's still there. He's on 22, but wickets are falling around him. Somerset are 261 for 7 against Northants. Still no play currently at Headingley, although Yorkshire have used what time they've had pretty well. Sussex 62 for 5. Derbyshire 257 for 5 against Durham. Let me have a look at that. And it is Deploy who's out, so the field is now clear for James Rue.
As in comes Briggs over the wicket to George Balderson, who comes forward and just pushes it to the offside. No run scored.
Should mention a century there for Brooke Guest for Derbyshire. 115 not out.
Is he just visiting, is he? Oh, as a big sweep from George Balderson, and Danny Briggs has got his hands on his head and he's got an under edge that has gone down to the fine leg boundary. And they come back for 3 runs, and Danny Briggs was very interested there. It was a quicker ball as Balderson went down for the sweep, and he just got an under edge, and if he had missed that, I'd imagine there would have been a very big appeal, and I think the umpire Debenham at this end would have obliged to give that one out, as Lancashire move on to 225 for 7. Bailey now on strike, he's on 40, and Balderson with that 3 moves on to 62. As in comes Briggs round the wicket to Bailey, a full toss low onto his legs, and he just clips it to the leg side and scampers through for a quick single.
Lancashire beginning to go very nicely now.
Briggs over the wicket, and down the wicket comes Balderson and drives beautifully wide of mid-off. It's the first time we've really seen him use his feet to the spinner Briggs, and he executed that drive perfectly and moves him on to 66. What a lovely cricket shot.
Looks like these two decided they need to score some runs before the new ball is available. We're giving Will Rose some thinking to do.
Partnership moving on to 80.
Just to say, James Rue is out now, so it's going to be a battle for another day.
In a second, as Danny Briggs a little bit wider and shorter, and Rue and Balderson tried to dab it down the third man and straight through to Burgess.
Well, you asked me, but you're the... this is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are being held up a little bit by the 8th wicket pair for Lancashire. 230 for 7. They've added 80 and they've begun to get going as the old ball reaches its last few overs. Tom Bailey on 41 and George Balderson on 66. Warwickshire did have Lancashire at 150 for 7. They were looking good then, but just now these two are taking the fight back to them. Lancashire 230 for 7 after 77 overs. Almost forgot that one. Where was I? Chris Wokes has got another. He's got Marsh out now. Wokes is 3 for 36. Australia are 255 for 7. Scott Reed, when he's ready, he's going to come and replace me. Oh, Rob Yates back in the attack. Golden Arm himself will try and break up the partnership. He bowls, it's pushed out to the offside, there's no run. Yes, I was going to say, you were asking me, but I mean, you know far better than me, so I'll ask you, do you think Will Rose has got this right?
As a captain, you have to go with your gut feel. I just feel that sometimes after tea...
Yates bowls, has defended that to the offside, they're going to get a quick single there for Bailey's on to 42.
I think sometimes after tea, you just say, look, yes, we're getting close to that second new ball, but Ollie Handolby, Chris Rushworth and Hamza, I just need 2 overs each from you. Just before we get to that new ball, can you get me a wicket? Because if you say to Balderson and particularly Tom Bailey, who do you want to face? It probably would have been Briggs and Rhodes and a bit of Yates and a Barnard type thing. I think sometimes you have to look at it and say, look, you've done the hard work, don't let them back in.
4 defensive there by Balderson to Yates. Just conceded 2 runs off his 15 deliveries now. He comes in, walks in, bowls, and it's gone past the outside edge of Balderson. They're taken by a wicket keeper. And Yates, it was marked from the Birmingham end, to bowl round the wicket, and that's guided out into the deep by Balderson for a single. He's on to 67, 232 for 7. Lancashire pushing this total up, I'm thinking 300 or so now, which looked a long way off earlier. Yates bowls, and that's ended up being a bit of a juicy full toss, which he will only be punished to the tune of 2 runs, and they will have to run quickly, but it's played down to 3rd by Bailey. They do get the 2. He's on to 44, 234 for 7. Ricky Clark will be joined by Scott Reed.
Danny Briggs will continue. Just 2 overs away from that second new ball. Lancashire batters in Tom Bailey and George Balderson have really sort of steadied the ship, which is what they needed. 150 for 7. Now sees them 234 for 7. So it's a good partnership as in comes Briggs again. Over the wicket to Balderson, who pushes it into the onside to mid-wicket, no run scored.
Yeah, excellent partnership, really impressive. Balderson's been terrific, hasn't he? It's a really good response by Balderson. I think it was a tough call to leave him out last week.
Onto the back foot goes Balderson, no run scored.
He's responded in, I guess, in the perfect fashion, hasn't he? It's a really impressive 67. It's an excellent partnership with Tom Bailey.
Over the wicket again comes Briggs, onto the back foot goes Balderson. It trickles just past him, just probably another set of stumps away as it trickled back to Burgess, but Balderson looked comfortable. It wasn't going to roll back onto the stumps.
He's looked really calm, hasn't he, through the innings so far, kind of untroubled.
Short this time, onto the back foot goes Balderson, just tucks it into my wicket, no run. I think that you look at this partnership, that the 2 guys out there in a minute in Bailey and Balderson, they've just batted. They have just batted. They've, played the ball on its merits as forward comes Balderson again and pushes it out to the onside, no run scored. And that's all you need to do. I get it that times are moving on with 4-day cricket and Test cricket, and there's a lot of talk about declarations and how people play and all this sort of stuff, but sometimes you have to go back to basics as Balderson comes forward again, and end of the over. 234 for 7. We've got 1 over left before undoubtedly we will see that second new ball taken by Warwickshire. Yeah, I just feel that they've just batted normally. They've put the bad ball away, and there's been no real risks. The only risk I'd probably say is that a couple of times they've not communicated well, and it looked like there might be a run out, but in terms of how they've gone about batting, it's just been very, very simple. And if the ball's there to hit, I'll hit it. If it's not, I'll defend it or leave it. And that's what batting in 4-day cricket is all about.
Yeah, excellent stuff by these 2, and much needed from a Lancashire point of view. This is driven away by Bailey, nicely timed through extra cover. Probably worth 3, I would think. Yeah, turns and comes back for a 3rd. So Bailey edging up towards another 50. He's 47 not out.
Subfielder there, the subfielder's just come on the cover, and he just put his hand up to say yours, and he turned around, there's no one there. It was brilliant.
Oh, it's mine actually.
Yeah, better run after it.
237 for 7. That's off the back foot by Balderson. Guided away through the offside for a single. He moves on to 68. 238 for 7 now, brings Bailey back on strike. 4 balls left, and then I'm sure that new ball will be taken. We're actually trying to wrap up the innings. Forward press by Bailey. There's no run picked up at slip. Will Rose, the captain, short leg in place as well. Yates in, bowls, Bailey drives. One bounce back to Rob Yates off his own bowling. There is no run. Forward short leg. Sam Hain comes to leg slip now under the helmet, crouching down as Yates around the wicket, balls to Bailey. Squirted away through the offside for a single. Bailey moves on to 48, 239 for 7. So 1 ball left of the 80th over of the Lancashire first innings. Good recovery this by the Red Rose. In real trouble when these two came together. Managed to find a partnership. Bowls off the back foot, drives away through the offside for a single, so he keeps the strike. So if the new ball is taken now, he will be on strike for that. And George Balderson, he's 69 not out. And Lancashire 240 for 7. We've got 16 overs remaining in the day's allocation. And Chris Rushworth is peeling off his jumper. So it looks like we're going to see a new ball taken. I don't think there'll be much kind of reason not to take it.
No, definitely. It was always going to be the case that Warwickshire would be taking it, as they were keeping their seamers fresh for this second new ball. And I think we were on commentary earlier on, Scott, where we said that for Lancashire it would be a case of, can Bailey go and get his highest score of the season, and can Balderson do similar? Well, Tom Bailey currently equaling his highest score of the season, and Balderson on 69. He'll be itching to add to that and go past the 91 that he has got as his highest score so far this season. And again, this is a crucial part of the game. You know, sometimes we can see the new ball go a little bit when batters are set, and obviously the bowler's a little bit tired, but at the same point it can pick up wickets, as Rushworth will come in round the wicket to George Balderson. He's got 2 slips, a third man, and he goes just outside the outside edge of George Balderson. Yeah, 2 slips, third man, a backward point, an extra cover, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. So not overly attacking with this second new ball, just the 2 catches in the slips, and he'll be looking to try and get the ball pitching in and around off stump and just moving it away towards those slips from round the wicket. As in he comes again. Full this time, and played nicely by Balderson, who just sort of dead bats it on the front foot, and it goes just backward a point. No run scored.
If these two get their highest scores of the season, then Lancashire will be in a pretty healthy position, certainly from where they were. They'll be absolutely thrilled with that. I think they'll be pretty happy with this recovery today, 240 for 7.
And then they'll be looking for Will Williams to come in and get his high score of the season, and they're in a very good, they might be declaring. I think comes Rushworth again, and driven this time, a thick inside edge, just past square leg, as Balderson and Bailey come back for 2. It's been a feature of George Balderson's inning so far, is how quick he is to turn singles into 2s and 2s into 3s with his quick running, and they all add up. Lancashire move on to 242 for 7. Balderson moves on to 71. In comes Rushworth round the wicket, full this time, and nicely played by Balderson, who comes onto the front foot and just pushes it out and into the covers. No run scored.
That top score for Will Williams this season came in the victory at Surrey. He came in as a night watchman in the match. Battled through the end of the day, and then just carried on the following morning and got himself a nice little 60-yard. It helped to set up a brilliant win for Lancashire at the Oval.
And hopefully Jack Morley can improve his highest score of 2. as in comes Rushworth again. Attempted drive there from Balderson, and again the thick inside edge and sort of trickles to mid-wicket, no run scored. But this has been a very important partnership so far for Lancashire. Just 8 runs away for a batting point for them. Rushworth again round the wicket to Balderson outside the off stump. What a lovely shot that is. Onto the back foot goes George Balderson, and he punches it beautifully square of the wicket away to that Hollis stand, and 4 more runs, moving Lancashire to 246 for 7. Bailey on 48 and Balderson moving on to a very impressive 75. Lovely shot.
And that's 1,000 first-class runs as well with that shot. Nice way to get there for George Balderson. 1,000 first-class runs. It's his 4th time he's got to 50 this season. As we mentioned, a top scorer in the 90s. Twice he's got to 90, actually, in first-class cricket, but unable to go on and get that magical 3 figures. He's reached a nice milestone here, 1,000 first-class runs.
Look very impressive. As we keep on mentioning, he's just gone about his business. It's even the odd ball has gone past the outside edge and he's played a miss, but he doesn't look phased. He just shapes up and faces the next ball and just gets on with it. It's very impressive so far.
I mean, Mex, they say it's a perfect response, having lost his place last week, and obviously runs here this week. 75 at the non-strikers end now as Bailey waits for Hannon Dolby, who's in. Balls, it's worked off the pads by Bailey up towards mid-on. And through he goes for a single, moves on to 49, 247 for 7. This is a young player coming through, and he's still only young. George Balderson, his debut was only a couple of years ago, so he's still kind of very much at the start of his career. He's 22. But in terms of a test of character, it's a good test, isn't it? I'd say would have been, I'm sure, feeling a bit unlucky not to play last week. What's your response? Well, this is pretty good. And then Dolby to Balderson, whose edge has been put down by Sam Hain. It was a low chance to Hain, but it was a chance nonetheless. I don't think it bounced in front. We'll check the replay. It's difficult to tell from where we are, isn't it? It looked like it carried, but I'll have a little look back on the replay.
Yeah, it did carry for me. It was one of those that sort of just stayed at that horrible height, and I'd imagine Sam Hain was thinking, is this going to carry or not? And he just carried on going, and it was low down, and there's no such thing as an easy slip catch.
And Dolby to Balderson. It's guided down towards third man for a single. Moves on to 76, 248 for 7. It did carry, yeah, it was a low chance. He did get both hands to it. Frustrated look on Sam Hain.
It was one of those where it was just back of a length as well, when Balderson's just gone onto the back foot, and as it's hit the bat, it's hit quite high, but then it's just gone sort of down and carried on going towards Hain, which is always difficult if you know it's going to carry or not.
And then Dolby to Bailey. It's pushed down into the offside. Ed Barnard is at point to field, and there is no run. 248 for 7. So opportunity created with this second new ball. Bailey's 1 run away from another first-class half-century. Waits for Hannon Dolby from the Birmingham end with a couple of slips waiting. In to Bailey, and off the front foot, wants a single. There's one there as the ball deflects out to Ed Barnard at point. And there's no run. And there's 2 slips in place. There's a third man, there's a fine leg. And then the mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off cover on point. 248 for 7 with 1 ball left of the over. And then 14 remaining tonight. Partnership continues to develop, but with a little bit of good fortune just a few moments ago with that edge which was put down. 98 run partnership. And then Dolby to Bailey. Comes off the bottom edge of the bat. But it's a run for Bailey. It's another first-class 50 to his name. Off 96 balls with 5 fours. Nicely battered by Tom Bailey. 99 run partnership as well with George Balderson.
Yeah, very good innings from Tom Bailey. It was one of those innings so far, she's still going, that was needed, and this partnership is very crucial in the context of the game with George Balderson and himself. And you alluded to earlier on, he was saying about bowling, he probably thought he wants to get off from bowling, and that's why he's getting his runs. He don't want to come and bowl. As he gets into his stance to face Rushworth, who comes over the wicket away from us, and he comes forward and he's just gone straight through the defences with an absolute peach of a delivery. He's got his 50, he advanced down the wicket a little bit, just tried to smother it, but he just nipped back and cut him in half, and Rushworth sort of looked at him and was like, I do that every day of the week.
It's a beauty.
It was, isn't it?
I love the little step forward by Bailey. Now he's got to his 50. It's a beauty from Rushworth.
One run away from that point for Lancashire, as in comes Rushworth again and onto the back foot, and that has bounced a little bit, and Bailey has pulled his bottom hand away, and it might have just flicked a little bit of his finger as he sort of takes his glove off and just squeezes his hand a little bit, and that did bounce a little bit from a foolish length. It wasn't short by any stretch of the imagination, as he has a little chat with Balderson to take his time and puts his glove back on. But again, that will be potentially encouraging signs for the Lancashire side and bowlers, on the basis of it being a used pitch and potential deterioration. But something else is happening here,
what's
where
wrong with Chris Rushworth?
he's just walking off. It has to be an injury.
It's got to be, isn't it?
He's literally just walking off with his head down, and it will be a change of bowling as Hamza starts doing a few stretches, and it's just, you think that might be a calf or a hamstring.
Just on his follow through, wasn't it?
Yeah, he knew instantly and just walked straight off towards the dressing room, where he'll be straight into the physio room, and they will give us an indication that if it's anything serious or not.
It's his right leg, isn't it?
Right calf, we potentially feel. So that's disappointing for him and disappointing for Warwickshire, but it gives Mir Hamza an opportunity to have this new ball in his hand. He come on first change earlier in the day and got the ball to swing back nicely to the right-handers and swing away nicely to the left-handers. So he will be operating from this pavilion end, and he's going to come over the wicket with 4 balls left in the over. There's 2 slips, a third man, a backward point, a cover, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. As in he comes over the wicket past umpire Debenham and driven nicely by Bailey, and that will race away to the cover boundary for 4. And that brings up the 250 for Lancashire and their first batting point.
Yeah, and the century partnership as well between these two with that 4. So a couple of things there achieved. That batting bonus point, the 250 on the board, and then the century partnership between Bailey and Balderson. 103 runs from 188 deliveries. So well battered, and Balderson eventually has got someone to back with him, which I think when you and I were last on together, you were saying that if someone can just hang around with Balderson, there's a chance for Lancashire to try to piece things back together again.
As in comes Hamza again and swings back beautifully as Bailey clips it through to wide mid-on, and Captain Will Rose does the field and no run scored.
I bet he's pleased he got that ball when he's 54 not out.
I think that's the danger for anyone, really, just speaking from experience being a tall batter myself, that if you get a left armer who swings it back, that head just naturally goes and it is difficult to get it back. So he'll be trying to really sort of focus on getting his body going back towards the target and try and stop that heavy head falling over, which he's done well so far. As in he comes in and again he plays it nicely into the offside. Again Hamza looking to try and bring that ball back. No run scored.
So obviously for the Bears and for Chris Rushworth in particular, it's just a little bit of a kind of gone off a bit of a check rather than anything massively sinister. He's just maybe felt something and just gone get that looked at. The big blow for Warwickshire and obviously for Chris himself, if that is something that's potentially going to trouble him, not just for this match but maybe next week as well.
Yeah, you hope it's nothing serious for him and for Warwickshire's sake. You never know if it's potentially a little bit of cramp or something like that. You hope for his sake, but it never looks good when a bowler sort of walks off straight away and has that inkling they sort of know. You then just hope it's not serious. If it is a tear, it's not a big one. As in comes Hamza again, and this time Bailey goes up and over. It's a thick outside edge really as it drops into the vacant deep cover region as they come back for 2. End of the over. 255 for 7. Bailey has moved on to 56, Balderson on 76.
Certainly not helping Warwickshire's cause in trying to get this innings wrapped up. I probably would have thought that they're thinking they'd be batting by now, wouldn't they, when Lancashire lose their 7th wicket, 150 on the board, and thinking we might have maybe something like 10 or 12 overs maybe to go tonight to have a little bit of a bat. Still trying to get the innings wrapped up. It's a good response this by Lancashire. Goodness, they needed it. And these two have found a bit of a recovery here for the Red Rose. Will be Hannon Dalby from the Birmingham end. He's got Balderson on strike. He's playing and missing at that. A rare loose-looking shot by Balderson through to the keeper, no run. Twirls out towards square leg, puts that behind him. I'll just ignore that for now.
I think that's what's been so impressive from the young man, is that he's played a loose shot, he's missed it, he's gone, okay, I can't do anything about it, I'll move on and wait for the next ball. It's very impressive, and you can see that he's got a very good temperament when it comes to batting.
And then Dalby to Balderson. Nudge away off the pads. Towards backward square leg. Again, this hurry through for 1. And come back for a second. Takes Balderson on to 78 not out. 257 for 7. With 4 balls left of the over. I've got a 5:30 update to do, so I better let... so has Clive. So I'll leave you to it.
Dalby comes into bowl, and that's clipped away by Balderson for 4 more. Next innings from George Balderson, Lancashire really pulling this back now. 261 for 7. Does sometimes get easier in the final session of the day here, doesn't it, Ricky? You think there's an element of that?
It always does. I think a lot of grounds where you go that, obviously we've had the sun out for the majority of the day, and again that's obviously going to make it a lot flatter on the pitch with the sun baking down on it, and if there was any moisture in it this morning, then that moisture's probably definitely gone. But look, it's a good pitch, there's no demons in it. I think some of the Lancashire batters would be slightly disappointed with the way they got out, and these two batting now are showing that it is very easy if you just apply yourself.
And Dalby into Balderson, who plays that. Covers Rhodes. sorry, Danny Briggs fields. It's a dot ball. And it'll be very accurate this morning. Would that be a massive blow to Warwickshire if Chris Rushworth has got a problem, which you think he must have, to have gone off mid-over. He's been so reliable for them this season. But it'll be a blow for this game, and then he's not available for the next one against Middlesex. Craig Miles has been back, played for the second 11 in the current match. So Liam Norwell still not seemingly featuring at the moment.
I think it might have been Scott that's jinxed Chris Rushworth. We were having a chat this morning saying he's just so reliable, never injured. And unfortunately for him, he's walked off with a bit of a calf strain.
It's a bouncer from Alan Dolby, which after ducked under. Chris Benjamin got a century for Warwickshire seconds in the current game at 110. That's quite. And Craig Miles scored 76 off 81 balls. So he's trying to make a bid for the all-rounders role. See if he's the very just start of the Northants second innings. Miles hasn't bowled yet. Johar's got his fourth wicket of the match. He's been getting wickets for the seconds lately, so we'll probably see him during the 50-over competition. Alan Dolby bowls, that's driven into the ground, back to Alan Dolby, then tries an underarm throw at the stumps for no apparent reason, but it wasn't done with great aggression, so no problem. 261 for 7 at the end of the over.
This partnership moving on to 111.
There we go, do an update in a moment. Just talking about the Ashes test at the moment. Test 272 for 7 now, by the way, Australia. Off just 68 overs. Go for a report for BCWM. Well, they have, but they are being held up now. Lancashire 261 for 7. It's a stand of 111 for the 8th wicket so far between George Balderson, who's played very well for his 82 not out, and Tom Bailey, who has survived a chance, dropped low at second slip by Sam Hain. He's on 56. Warwickshire still plugging away. They've just taken the new ball, but they've suffered a major blow in that Chris Rushworth, who's been so reliable for them this season, 42 championship wickets, limped off mid-over with what looked like a calf strain, so that'll be a concern for the rest of this match and possibly ahead of the next match as well here against Middlesex. But Lancashire recovering nicely now, 261 for 7. Carry on with this over, Ricky.
As in comes Hamza. Over the wicket, driven nicely, but not convincingly from Bailey as it trickles to cover.
Blue sky overhead for most of the sky now. It's got better the weather as the day has gone on. Not a single over lost. Another 11 after this one due to be bowled.
As in comes Hamza again, over the wicket, down the leg side and clipped, and that will race away for 4. And Dolby in pursuit, but he's not going to catch that. There was a little clip just offside on the legs, and that races away very fine down to the boundary. Another welcome boundary for Lancashire.
New ball not really doing much for Warwickshire at the moment, is it?
We were saying on there with Scott that there is also sometimes the potential that the second new ball can bring wickets, but at the same point it can go to the boundary a lot easier with 2 batters set as well. As in comes Hamza again, over the wicket and driven beautifully, and it's misfield at cover. We've got half a hand on it as Alex Davies is in pursuit, and that is a wonderful bit of fielding as they come back for 3 runs. There was a little misfield at cover, but Alex Davis was quickly after it, and it was literally, I'd say, inches from the rope, and he sort of threw himself and flicked it back. Amazing bit of fielding.
Third umpire be looking from about 5 different angles now, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
If there'd been one here, but yeah, very good stop by Davis. Just went through Ed Barnard and actually hurt his hand. He's giving his left hand a bit of a shake now.
Always hurts less if you stop it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, she just got sloppy. Might be a bit too strong a word, but maybe not as tight as they were in the field.
In comes Hamza again over the wicket to Balderson, who drives beautifully down and going, what a lovely shot that is. He played one earlier in the innings onside, but that is a beautiful straight drive back past Hamza, and that will race away for 4 as well. 272 for 7. Lovely shot.
A very good innings from George Balderson this. And he's just 22 years of age. Just checking whether that stat I've just seen has been updated as he goes along. No, it hasn't. He's actually passed 1,000 career runs, first-class runs in this innings.
Wide this time from Hamza as Balderson sort of back cuts it and it goes to backward point, no run scored. End of the over. 85 overs gone. We've got 11 overs remaining in the day. Lancashire 272 for 7. Bailey on 63 and Balderson on 86.
28th first-class match, and he hasn't got a first-class century to his name. Balderson, 97 is his best. So.
His high score this year is 91.
So he's gone out the 90s a couple of times then.
He'll be looking to get to those 3 figures. He's been absolutely incredible today. With just how he's gone about his batting, really. It's been more impressive than the shots and how he's applied himself. So
Ollie Iron-Dolby looking for this breakthrough. Ball short, it's pulled by Bailey, doesn't really get hold of it, there's no run. A great job, Tom Bailey, partnering Balderson here. They should be feeling a lot better than they were earlier. Ball that for just 166 by Notts, but they have got an early Notts wicket, 11 for 1 there. Surrey is still going 263 for 5 against Middlesex. Iron-Dolby bowls, that's a fairly wild bouncer. And, Balderson just watches it almost contemptuously as it whistles past him. Essex continue to go well, 70 without loss, applying to Kent's 207. They've got a bit of a relentless run at the moment, are Essex. Beaten Lancashire and Warwickshire in recent games. In comes Iron-Dolby. 2 slips in place. Something really happening. Watch out, that is a loose shot from Bailey. Swings at one, bounced a bit, misses it. It goes through to the wicket keeper.
yeah, a little bit loose on that occasion from Tom Bailey. A hint of shape from Iron-Dolby. We saw him get the wicket earlier on of George Bell that was full and swung, and there was a big drive from George Bell and was caught in the slips. That one had a hint of shape as well, a little bit.
Iron-Dolby here, that was into the batter, he digs it out. There's no run. She did put Bailey down. Characteristic drop from Sam Hay. It was a low chance, but one they'd have expected to have taken. That's off Iron-Dolby. So missed a run-out chance. Back to that, number 14. I forget who that was now.
Hamza just a little bit off with the radar with the throw, yeah.
Right, yeah.
Just needed to be a little bit closer to Yates, and it would have been an easy take to just take the bells off, and that would have been Balderson gone.
Couple of opportunities. That's well, they're appealing for everything here, Warwickshire. Alan Dolby initially was appealing for an LBW, now he's appealing for a slip catch, and he's getting neither.
Yeah, neither for me. I think LBW was going down, and obviously Bailey didn't hit it, so you can't be caught. A good appeal. It was more hopeful from Warwickshire, and particularly Sam Hain, as he obviously caught that one and was hoping that it was an inside edge that would have seen the back of Bailey, and an all-important breakthrough to break this partnership.
It's almost as if you're saying to the umpire, well, if you're not giving it LBW, you must think he hit it then.
Yeah.
So, that one is just pushed, and Bailey thinks about going for a run. There's never one there. He's sent back. Shouts of weight there as Alan Dolby swoops on the ball. Not about over from Ollie Alan Dolby. 272 for 7 though. Lancashire continue on.
Yeah, nice over. Challenging those stumps and pads, with the odd one shaping away as well, so keeping the right-handed Bailey guessing. But it does look an incredibly good pitch. I think the scoreboard's broken, is it, or is it Hamza's stuck on 14.4 overs over there?
Oh, because he interrupted Rushworth's over.
Oh, it is, okay, yeah. My apologies.
It always makes a mess of the.
It does make a mess. I was looking at it, goes that. He will continue. He's been slightly expensive. 84 off his 14.4s, and he comes again, and just the one slip now to Balderson, who comes forward and pushes it into the covers. No run scored.
I remember the Yorkshire scorer John Potter getting cross with Yorkshire captain David Bias when one of his bowlers got injured, and there were only 2 balls left in the over, and Bias didn't bother just getting somebody, he just bowled the 2 balls himself. John Potter said, no, I've got to put you on the bowling stats, I've got to add you to all the just because you bowled 2 balls.
In comes Hamza again away from us. This pavilion then driven beautifully by Balderson and nicely fielded by Sam Hain at cover.
It's also John Potter said to me, he gets fed up of hearing people saying the batter didn't trouble the scorers. He says nothing troubles the scorers more than a batter getting out for naught very quickly.
Into the 7th over of this second new ball. And it's a credit to the Lancashire batsmen, as this field is looking pretty defensive with a deep cover, third man, and a fine leg in place, and only the one slip, who's wide. In comes Hamza again. Wide of off stump and left alone by Balderson. Be interesting to see if Warwickshire do turn to Danny Briggs with the new ball. Only 7 overs old currently after this over. Just to see if he gets a little bit of grip. But at the same point, you look at it and say that most of the damage has been done by the seamers. As in comes Hamza over the wicket to Balderson, short and wide, and Balderson's gone for the cut, and it just bounced on him a little bit as it flies through and sort of rises as it carries nicely through to keeper Burgess.
Well, some good stuff on his Warwickshire debut. Yeah, Hamza. So I think his first taste of county cricket.
And again, driven nicely by Balderson out to that deep cover. So they trot through for a single. Bringing Tom Bailey onto strike.
There's some suggestion that Warwickshire might get Hassan Ali back for the last couple of games of the season, when he can be released by Pakistan. So Mir Hamza's signed for these 2 matches, 2 back-to-back championship matches, and I guess I'll take it from there.
He's got 2 slips in place here for Tom Bailey, a cover and a mid-off, but then a deep backward point. And as we say that, the second slip in Hayne was going to walk to gully, but now, no, he is going to go to gully. As Hamza's going to come round the wicket to Bailey. Hayne's moving more to a fourth slip rather than a gully as Hamza comes round the wicket and driven by Bailey just outside the off stump. Play and miss. Hamza got slightly excited, but dot ball on that occasion. Lancashire are 273 for 7.
A couple of decent overs either end there from Warwickshire to try and find a way through. Shall we bring Scott in to replace you, Ricky? Thank you very much. 273 for 7. We're going to get 9 overs left in the day. So, it'll be quite refreshing. We're going to finish. We're not quite going to finish on time, but it's good to feel a decent time to finish. Lancashire have high hopes of still being batting when they come back tomorrow morning. Alan Dolby comes in, and that's played the offside. There's no run.
Yes, which looked a bit unlikely, that didn't it?
It did. But how nervous is Balderson going to be when he gets into the 90s?
Well, I suspect quite a bit. Yeah. Having twice been out in the 90s in his career already. Yeah, I suspect probably quite a bit nervous. What's his top score? Is it 97?
97, I think, yeah. Alan Dolby to bowl to Balderson. He nudges at that one. Doesn't make contact. Came close to feathering that one to Michael Burgess.
Not been many playing misses though since the new ball was taken, the second new ball was taken. One chance created. Balderson dropped by Sam Hayne at second slip. A difficult chance, went low down to him, but got both hands to it.
Yeah, it's one you'd expect it to take him, to be honest. There's a fairly wild swing. Balderson's just he's getting a bit tired, or whether he's beginning to think about things, but that was a pretty loose shot she gets away with.
There's one a few overs ago as well, which was pretty loose. And Tom Bailey's going to come down. Bailey's coming down for a word. Steady on, George.
Using his experience to tell him not to worry too much. In comes and Orbit's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. 273 for 7.
Yeah, great comeback this by Lancashire. On the ropes a little at 150 for 7. Every chance it could have been wrapped up below 200, but they've found a way to fight back.
Yes, bearing in mind they were put into bat. I feel it's a decent effort as Alan Dolby bowls to Balderson and pushes out on the offside. There's no run.
It's a good over this, isn't it, by Alan Dolby to Balderson. I'd just be able to sense an opening, or at least a potential opening here, with Balderson edging towards what will be a first-class century. A few nerves around, and I'm sure the Bears will look to try and play on that a little bit.
Alan Dolby around the wicket, pushes to the offside. There's no run. 273 for 7. Into that over.
Sam Byrne, the Lancashire physio, is coming out. 12th man jogging out with some drinks as well. But he did get wrapped on the hand, didn't he? When by Rushworth, actually, when the second new ball was taken. He's just feeling a little bit of that. I don't know. It's certainly Bailey, who he's gone to, Lancashire physio, to have a look at whatever is causing him discomfort.
It's just tuning in the big blow for Warwickshire, losing Chris Rushworth.
Yep.
They took the new role halfway through and over.
Yeah, and getting 2 balls into it, wasn't he?
Yeah, so that's a real concern for them.
It is. Whether we see him again tonight, well, I suppose looks unlikely, doesn't it? Only 8 overs left. Maybe assess it and see what he's like tomorrow.
I think I counted, worked it out, the Warwickshire, I reckon.
And as Hamza starts a fresh over, left arm around the wicket bowling, beats Bailey. Through to the keeper, no run.
Would have had 8 sort of recognised first-team players available for the 50-over competition, but that includes Craig Miles, who's just coming back from injury. Looks like he'll be okay, but it also includes Chris Rushworth, who I might have to take off the list now. They've got 9 involved in the 100, 6 with Birmingham Phoenix, Wokes, Moeen Ali, Benjamin Mosley, Bethel and Brooks, and then they've got Briggs, Davis and Hayne with other teams.
Hamza to Bailey. It's chipped up towards the onside to the left of mid-wicket where Barnard's fielding, and there's no run.
So the ones I got on my list who will be available will be Rhodes, Lintott, Hannon Dolby, Yates, Burgess, Barnard, Rushworth, obviously subject to this injury, and Miles. Haven't included Norwell in that. At the moment he's not involved in the second 11 game, so I'm guessing he's still some way off.
One slit waiting as Hamza bowls to Bailey again, it's off the back foot. Worked into the onside, no run.
I could add Ethan Brooks, who's not played first team cricket this season. I guess he's a first team squad member.
That's one of the challenges with that competition, is that teams are sort of affected so differently, aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean, some counties have not got many call-ups, some are kind of losing 8, 9, 10 players, but some of those counties can cope with it with big squads, others can't. Real imbalance to the competition. Hamza to Bailey. Hits him, but it's going down the leg side.
You're right, there has been an imbalance. I've quite enjoyed the competition over the last
Yeah.
couple of seasons. They've attracted reasonable crowds. It's been good to see some other players involved. Warwickshire have actually failed to qualify both years, but only fairly narrowly. They've played some decent cricket with some young players. And I guess the likes of Chase Simmons and Manish Johal will be involved. Maybe one or two others we haven't seen yet from second 11.
Hamza to Bailey, angled in towards his pads, it's defended, there's no run. Yeah, well, I guess that's just give an opportunity, doesn't it, to players who are on the fringe of either the first team or in and around the second team, that they can play some first team cricket. Lancashire runners-up last year in the competition. They lost in the final to Kent. They had a strong team. The majority of the team that the players are playing here this week will be involved. They're not losing many from the 11 that's featuring this week. Hamza to Bailey. Oh, it's come off a bottom edge. He could have easily ricocheted back onto the stumps. Instead, it bounces down towards fine leg for a single, and Bailey's through for 1, and Hamza can't believe it. Hands on hips. End of the over. 7 left tonight. 274 for 7. Bailey on 64, and Balderson on 87.
The issue that Mark Robinson's highlighted with the 100 is those players who are in the 100 but aren't actually playing tend not to get terribly well looked after in terms of coaching goes, because clearly the franchise teams, the coaches, understandably, they're just interested in the competition they're playing in, and it's all about squad motivation, squad bonding as much as anything else. And the players that aren't playing, he said there was one exception, I can't remember which one it was, we said one of the coaches was very good at looking after the players that weren't in the team and giving them guidance and help, but most of them, and it wasn't criticism of them so much, it's just the system really. But, so you've got players who are in the 100 but not actually playing games, and not really getting much guidance or help in the meantime anyway.
And there is potentially an argument to say, well, can you release some of those players and allow them to play some cricket?
Yeah. Barnard is to come into bowl now. Ed Barnard to Bailey. 2 slips in place. Bailey defends it solidly. Lancashire will be thinking towards the close now. 7 overs to go. They're still there, these 2 at the close, and it's been a really good day for them after being put into bat.
Yeah, I think they'd be thrilled already. I think that's a 274 for 7, having been 150 for 7. It's an excellent fight back. They'd be pretty disappointed now if they were to lose 3 wickets in these final 6 overs.
Barnard bowls, that's left, there's no run. They haven't done in England then and declared in order to get Warwickshire in before the close. I'm sure we can't be doing that again in a hurry, are they? So, Lancashire lost a wicket early in the day, and Luke Wells was a little unlucky to be given caught behind down the leg side. As Barnard comes into bowl and he leans back, Bailey plays out to the deep for a single. And if he happens to be listening, he'd be saying, would have been a little unlucky. But anyway, he was unlucky to be given caught behind, we reckon, for 6. And then there was a little bit of partnership before. A couple of wickets fell in the last 10 overs before lunch. Josh Bohannon for 33, Phil Salt for 8. We got to lunch at 84 for 3. We reckon it was fairly even then. Then Warwickshire struck twice straight after lunch. Hamza with his first ball after lunch to get Keaton Jennings' watchful innings. Brought that to an end for 29. George Bell then fell to Alan Dolby during a particularly good spell of bowling from Alan Dolby. Bell went for 9. And then a little bit of a recovery as Barnard comes around the wicket now, and that's guided out by Balderson. There is a sweeper now on the offside. He wants 2, but he's outrun Bailey, who settles for the 1. Bailey actually just doing a bit of stretching there. He's felt something. But then 2 wickets fell in quick succession. Daryl Mitchell for 35 and Danny Lamb for a duck. And then that was took up to tea at 184 for 7. They haven't looked back since. Partnership now worth 126. As Barnard comes into bowl, and he drops a bat on that. He's on 65 and Balderson's on 88. Ground now fully bathed in sunshine, though there are clouds overhead. Haven't required the floodlights today. This one from Barnard is short, it's pulled. He's controlled the shot pretty well there, Bailey, and you'll get 4 runs for it. Don't give it too much, he just sort of paddled the ball around, found the gap. 4 for him, 280 for 7.
Sat up nice, didn't it? Onto it quickly, had plenty of time to play the shot. It's kind of 10 overs with this second new ball now, so 90 overs of the Lancashire first innings, so 10 with a second new ball. Bailey and Balderson, it was important that they were there to try and get through it. It's been helped, certainly from a Lancashire point of view, that Rushworth's not able to bowl. But I guess it's gone perfectly to plan, really, for these 2 through this little period. Can they survive this second new ball? Can they potentially get Lancashire to the close, 7 down? Well, they're 6 overs away from doing just that. George Balderson's on strike, 88 not out. Hamza having to do a little extra work in the absence of Rushworth. He's in and bowling to Balderson off the back foot and punches away through the offside. Chucks through for a single. Moves on to 89, the score now to 281 for 7. Brings Bailey back on strike. field changes with Bailey, the right-hander on strike. There's only one slip in place. There's then a kind of deep gully. There's a deep point. Extra cover. Mid-off, which is Alex Davis, who's chatting away to Hamza. Mid-on, mid-wicket. There's a deep square leg and a fine leg. 281 for 7. Here's Hamza. And left arm round the wicket to Bailey. Flicks the ball out towards the leg side. And any bat on that? It doesn't appear to be. The umpire, yep, going to signal a leg by. It's just clipped away off the pad. So Bailey remains on 89. The score moves on to 282 for 7. Brings Balderson back on strike.
Leg by takes extras to 13. Been 3 overstepping, so that's 6 no balls, and there was a wide that went for 4. I think they ran 3, and plus the one for the wide.
Hamza left arm over to Balderson. Nicely struck off the back foot, but Sam Hain is at extra cover to field, and there's no run.
1 by, now 3 leg buys. That's Lancashire innings. Overs to go as far as bonus points are concerned, so you'll get to the 300. Should get, if they're not bowled out, should get to 468. They need 20 overs. Should, well, have a decent chance of getting that if they're still there.
Wilson again cracks the ball out through the offside towards deep cover for a single. Takes him into the 90s for the 3rd time in his career. 90 not out, 283 for 7.
I wonder how aware Warwickshire are off that, whether there'll be a bit of chipping at him. Alex Davis probably knows, especially about Lancashire.
Two balls left for Hamza in his 18th over. To Bailey. Nicely played off the back foot, cut away through the offside for a single. Takes him on to 70. 284 for 7. 1 ball left of the 91st over. And 5 left tonight.
Yeah, what should become a lot more defensive, just trying to slow the run scoring down, which was getting a little bit rapid at one point. Three fielders on the boundary. Do an update in. You got an update at 6?
Yeah, just after about 5 past.
Okay, got 2 minutes then. Was that decent shout? That's not out. So I'll do my update. Well, this is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire started the day very well, having a frustrating latter part of the day. Lancashire now 285 for 7, so 135 added for the 8th wicket so far between Tom Bailey on 70 and George Balderson on 90, approaching what would be his maiden first-class century. And to add to Warwickshire's woes, and perhaps most concerning of all, they've lost Chris Rushworth, who, after taking the new ball, left the field 2 balls into an over, what looked like it might be something like a calf strain, so that will be of considerable concern to Warwickshire. Hamza's just had a very loud appeal for LBW turned down. Warwickshire not able to make the breakthrough at the moment. Lancashire 285 for 7. Barnard in to Balderson, he leaves that, there's no run. 285 for 7. Interesting day's cricket. Fluctuated back and forth, isn't it? So Lancashire at the moment are in the ascendancy. Round the wicket, There's Barnard, and it's just pushed out to the onside for no run.
Yeah, they'll feel pretty good about things at the minute. Having been put into bat, 150 for 7. The decision to bowl first certainly vindicated. Lancashire feel as if they can get to the close, 7 down, and continue tomorrow morning, then it's been a pretty good day.
Barnard in to bowl, and that's left, and there's no run.
Just these interesting little 4.5 overs now, isn't it, as to what to how George Balderson manages it. Been in the 90s a couple of times before, falling 3 short last season, I think it was, making 97.
Yeah, you won't want to be 90-something overnight,
Well,
I
that's the
suppose.
thing, isn't it? Yeah, that little balance between trying to see if he can do it tonight.
Around the wicket comes Barnard to bowl, and he plays out the deep for a single. Mind you, I imagine Tom Bailey might be saying to him, don't worry about that. Just play normally. If you're in your 90s overnight, so be it. Come back fresh tomorrow and do it. Doesn't want to give it away now. .286 for 7. Two slips in place for Tom Bailey. I should feel he might play the more risky shots at the moment. That's short, he's pulled that, but he's pulled it down into the ground. There is a fielder out there for the miscued pull who fields it off the ground, and Bailey is through for his 71st run, 287 for 7.
We've tried that tactic a few times at Bailey, haven't they? Dropping short and putting the 2 men back on the boundary. Not been caught out just yet. He's pulled a couple of times, he's muscled a few through mid-wicket, but nothing that's been too alarming for Bailey. But yeah, they've looked to try and bowl short to Bailey a couple of times, quite a few times. Barnard in particular, I think.
So in he comes now, last ball of the over, round the wicket. Oh, and it's a little nibble, that one from Balderson outside off stump. He'll be relieved not to have edged that. End of the over, 287 for 7.
Yeah, there's been a couple of player misses in the last half an hour from Balderson. 4 overs left tonight. Like Hamza's spell is coming to an end, because Oliver Hannon Dolby returns for Warwickshire. Can they find a wicket to break this partnership before the close of play? It's 137 runs added now between these two. And Dolby 17 overs, 2 for 31. Stood there alongside his captain at the top of his mark, and just working out who's going where. There's one slip in place, quite a wide slip.
A slightly familiar feel for Warwickshire. This is the 3rd time this season they conceded a century partnership for the 8th wicket. This is the biggest of the previous 2.
There's now a gully in place, fine leg, deep square, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover and back, deep backward point. Bailey just runs that away off the face of the bat, out towards the umpire, who's positioned at point. Gets through for a quick single. 288 for 7. Bailey moves on to 72.
So down on one knee now, as he's stretching him there, Tom Bailey.
This is his top scorer in first-class cricket, so he's maybe just feeling a little tightness as Balderson goes off the back foot and drops it up into the offside for no run. .288 for 7. Second new ball at 13 overs old at the end of this over from Anand Dolby. Turns and sets off again from the pavilion end. Right arm around the wicket to Balderson. He defends. Comes Sam Hain from extra cover to complete the fielding. And there is no run.
21 balls left. I should be very happy if they can get to the close now, although, as we say, Balderson still on 91. Doesn't look as if he's getting too worked up about that.
No. Waits for Anand Dolby. Just takes another single. Eased away off the hip down towards fine leg, so he moves on to 92. 289 for 7. Brings Bailey back on strike. A little bit gloomy, hasn't it, now? The cloud, bit of extra cloud cover ahead, but lights are still not on, but shouldn't need to be on really. Middle of July, 6 o'clock, but it has got a little bit gloomier. She just set in here, hoping for a breakthrough as Bailey off the back foot takes a single out towards the offside.
Ground staff are sitting on the hover cover, but that might just be because there's only 3 overs to go. Maybe if they feel some rain coming, they want to get those covers on quickly, which might be nice if they put the hover cover on quickly so they don't rev it up just at the moment I'm starting my interview, which is usually what happens. I'm sure they watch me. As soon as I start the interview, vroom, it doesn't half make a racket as well.
Short extra cover, Sam Hain just creeping a little bit nearer towards Balderson as Anand Dolby's in. Oh, he's playing, missing. Bounces nicely through to the keeper, and there's no run. 3 overs left tonight. 290 for 7.
So betting that Balderson hit the last 2 balls of the day for 4 to get him up to 100. 92 currently. He's off strike. Is Ed Barnard. Best about his 19th over, so he's worked hard today. 2 for 55. And the bowlers will have to take their share of the work. I think Warwickshire have got a reasonably deep bowling attack. They'll be mighty relieved they managed to get the Mir Hamza signing over the line now. Barnard bowls, and that's pushed out to point for no run by Bailey. So they've still got 3 frontline spinners even without Rushworth, plus Will Rose, and then 2 spinners and Briggs and Yates. So still got options, but obviously losing a wicket taker like Chris Rushworth's always going to be a blow. Barnard to Bailey, some high in the thigh pad. The ball rolls out to mid-wicket, and they're through for a leg bye. Which takes the score to 291 for 7. Standing as a solitary slip, waiting for another catch to come his way. It's Barnard around the wicket to left-hander Balderson, who ducks underneath that one. It's through to Michael Burgess.
The Mir Hamza signing, was that in the pipeline for a little while, or is it?
No, it was, they had, obviously they were faced with losing Hassan Ali. I think there were a couple of options that they were looking at, but obviously getting these things over the line at short notice is never easy. But yeah, they had said they would try and get another overseas player in, but couldn't guarantee managing it. Barnard bowls. It's back to him, there's no run. I mean, they've known they're going to be without Hassan Ali for a while. I think they might have got by without another overseas player. It wasn't for the fact they got a few bowlers injured. As I say, they'd be mighty relieved they took that call now with Chris Rushworth having come off. So it's Barnard to Balderson, who easily ducks under a high bounce, so that wasn't going to trouble him.
Hassan Ali's impact for Warwickshire at the start of the season was pretty much identical to his impact for Lancashire at the start of last season. I think he played 6 matches for Lancashire last year, and he got 26 wickets in that 6-game spell at an average of around about 21, 22, and something similar for Warwickshire this time round.
Did he have an enthusiastic celebration?
He absolutely did.
Yes,
yeah.
Barnard round the wicket to Balderson, who hits that off his pads. He's going to take a step closer there and move on to 93. 292 for 7. We've got 2 overs left in the day.
Yeah, kind of like, a bit like a stand there and arms outstretched, starfish style celebration. It's quite theatrical, isn't it?
Well, it's the most spectacular celebration when it got poor old Joey Everson out for 99, which did clinch the victory against Kent, but I feel a bit sorry for the batter. While he was running all around Edgbaston celebrating Hassan Ali, and poor old Joey Everson was standing there out for 99.
These mean fast bowlers with no regard for how close these batters come to these milestones. That would have been a contrast, wouldn't it? But the batsman kind of slumped over and distraught at missing out on a century, and the bowlers heading out towards Canterbury for some celebrations with his teammates. 2 short extra covers in place. Hannon Dolby to Balderson. He's off the back foot.
It's actually the early season fixture here against Kent. They were held up by that last wicket pair, and it looked like they were going to miss out. So you can understand the celebrations because they were fast running out of overs to get the last wicket. But, he managed to do it.
Yeah, he's not shy of enthusiasm, is he?
I think he's been popular here. There's talk of him maybe coming back.
And Dolby to Balderson. Tempt Balderson there, but left alone. Through to the keeper, no run.
Played some games in the T20 Blast as well. Be interesting, actually. Warwickshire signed an overseas player specifically for the 50-over competition last season. I don't know whether there's any plans to do that this season. As I say, they're down to about 6 or 7 senior players for it.
I think she signed Washington Sundar for the one-day cup. The Indian spinner played some championship matches too. Forward goes Balderson, defending. Ball bouncing out to Sam Hain. Those are 2 short cover fielders in. Hain and Briggs stood maybe 4 or 5 yards apart.
Credit to Balderson, he doesn't look as if he's fretting at all
about
the prospect of being in the 90s overnight. Warwickshire putting pressure on. They've now got 3 fielders in that shielding position on the offside.
Captains joined Briggs and Hain.
Half an umbrella.
Point comes a little bit closer in as well. That's Barnard. And Dolby to Balderson. Defends. And there's no run. Doing what they can to put a bit of pressure here on Balderson, his top scorer of the season. 2nd best scoring of his career. 7 away from a maiden ton. He's just passed 1,000 first-class runs in this innings as well.
Yeah.
Enjoyed a good day. He's, I guess, crucially from a Lancashire point of view, he's been the bedrock of an absolutely vital innings. 142-run partnership between Balderson and Bailey. They're going to have a 4th fielder on the offside, are they? Alex Davis has gone from mid-on. Yeah, so Davis and Rhodes and Briggs and Hain are 4 fielders close in on the offside. There's Backward point's a little tight as well. There's a deep point, third man, there's a mid-wicket, there's one slip. So 4 Warwickshire fielders crouching down, staring at Balderson as Hannon Dolby comes in and bowls and swats the ball out towards the leg side and gets through for a single. It was a slightly casual start to that run, and then they hurried up a little bit. It's Dan Mosley got to the ball at mid-wicket. Balderson gets a single, so he moves on to 94. And it's 293 for 7.
It's almost as gloomy as it was this morning now. We're nearly there at the end of the day. And Lancashire are going to come back and bat tomorrow. 293 for 7, and the Test match Australia are 293 for 7. Identical scores. Dolby bowls is pushed out to the offside for a single by Bailey. He's on 74. So one over to go today.
Yeah, he's looked pretty chilled out and calm and reassured.
See if he doesn't try and hit one for 6 this over there.
It would be a little out of character, wouldn't it? But there's been the odd loose shot towards the back end of the day by Balderson, but we'll forgive him that. I think it's been a long day and he's batted beautifully.
I wouldn't be surprised if Bailey protects him and just sees this over out. We've Balderson on striker's end on 94. Ed Barnard bowls, and it's turned around as pads by Bailey for no run. Lancashire put in by Warwickshire, so they'll be pretty happy. It's not been plain sailing throughout the innings, but they are in a strong position now with a stand of 144 so far for the 8th wicket. And the next one is carved away by Bailey into the deep. There's a sweeper there, he gets a single. And Bailey's under 75, so he does put Balderson on strike then for 4 balls. Can he get 6 runs on these 4 balls? That would complete the day. I think Bailey just came down the pitch as if to say, don't even think of it. Sweepers coming in from the boundary, mid-wicket boundary now to come in close. Balderson makes his mark, and Ed Barnard stands at the end of his run-up, both hands on hips. Not sure what the delay is. He's coming in now. He's got a shortish mid-off on the neighbouring pitch and a slip. That's defended by Balderson. Again, showing good discipline. 295 for 7.
Yeah, well, he's got 3 balls left to get through, and then see if he can get to 3 figures tomorrow.
Be a bit of a heartbreaker if he got out now. Warwickshire would take it. Ed Barnard bowls, and it's turned round to mid-wicket by Balderson. And we've got 2 balls left in the day. Interesting day's cricket. It's fluctuated. 3 times wickets have fallen in pairs. I bet Barnard rather at the end of his run-up. Comes in. Bowls a bouncer. And Balderson, who ducks under it. Last ball of the day coming up. So unless George Balderson hits this for 6, I should have answered you, Scott. He might have done, but I didn't think it was ever very likely. He's going to be overnight in his 90s. pleased to keep this next ball out. So last ball of the day, 295 runs scored, 7 wickets taken. Ed Barnard from the Birmingham end to bowl to Balderson. A bit of an inside edge on that, but safe to square leg, and that's it for the day. George Balderson will come back tomorrow, 94 not out. Tom Bailey's on 75. And in the end, a decent score for Yorkshire, who were 150 for 7. They finished today 295 for 7.
Yeah, they'll be thrilled with that. Lancashire, that's a brilliant comeback. And it's been led by George Balderson. It's an outstanding 94 not out. He has a chance tomorrow to go on and do something he's not managed so far in his career. And also a first-class top score for Tom Bailey on 75. So, yeah, terrific fight back by Lancashire. They'll be, I think, really, really pleased with how the day's finished, because at one stage it looked like it could unravel pretty quickly, and maybe Warwickshire would have been batting for a decent part tonight. But Balderson has led the fight back, backed up by Bailey.
And just a note, Australia have just lost their 8th wicket, and as Chris Wokes has got his 4th. Alex Carey has gone for 20, caught behind by Johnny Best, so we'll have enjoyed that. So Australia 298 for 8. We're finished.